you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
J on 105.3 The Fan.
And Jung swings to the first pitch. That one's blasted out to left center. Soderstrom back. He looks. It's out of here. Welcome back to the big leagues. Josh Jung, a solo home run, and the Rangers strike first. They lead 1-0.
Well, I'll be damned, Josh Jung. Good morning, Metroplex, a Tolo Tuesday edition. And this is going to be a crazy one. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. All the insanity from the Dallas Cowboys press conference coming up at 6:20. We have another concert ticket giveaway during the 7 o'clock expressway when we go commercial free with Ask Reddit, and Nick Eatman will join us for the first time in Oxnard, California, where the K&C Masterpiece are holding it down this week, along with Brian Broaddus. He'll be joining us tomorrow, and of course, we will be out there on Sunday. But we start with a nice opener against the Oakland Athletics, which the Rangers win 7-2. And I will admit, fully and freely, when the news came out that they were recalling Josh Jung, I said, for what? Why? He was doing nothing in the minors. He was sitting there with another low batting average. What's the point? What's the reason? He was hitting 201. Well, he shut me up at least for last night as he homered and scored 3 times in his return to the bigs. Jack Leiter out there on the mound, 7-2 over the A's, back to 1 game over 500.
The A's were 22-20 at one point this year. Since that time, they are 22-40.
Oh, wow.
That is a baseball team that they were playing a little bit over their heads. They have forgotten how to play. But this is, you got an A's team in town that is can't get out of their own way, and you've got to win 2 of these 3. And they got up on the right foot. The offense continues. They've been averaging over 5 runs a game since June 7th, number 1 in the sport. They increased that last night. And then the stat, one of my favorite stats of the sport, is that the team with the highest individual inning in that game, the Rangers last night had a 4 spot. They put up 4 in the 4th or whatever. The team with the highest individual inning wins like 90% of the games across the sport.
Oh.
So if that individual inning's 3, that's you. 9 out of 10 times you win that game. 5, whatever. So kind of that holds true.
That's a stat that kind of holds true every year?
Every year, basically, yeah. It holds true throughout the course of history, really going back.
Then you get a couple of firsts. Cody Freeman, this was a really cool moment. This was the inning that turned the game that RJ just referred to. Cody Freeman in the 9th spot gets his first major league hit, and then Michael Helman goes yard. And these are on consecutive pitches for his first major league home run.
Yeah, and we already mentioned the Josh Jung reappearance, which he wasn't really doing anything in the minors, but man, that was the most encouraging thing about that game last night. You get the home run from Helman, the first one of his career. You get the Freeman hit, but what Jung did at the plate, where he gets a walk, he gets the 2 hits. His biggest issue when he went down, the last time he was up, was we talked about how everything was outside the zone that he was swinging at. He had the worst eye at the plate, it looked like. Yesterday, he had 0 swings and misses. He had 2 called strikes on 12 pitches was all. So eye discipline was good, draws a walk, gets the home run. That's all really encouraging, and you hope, all right, this is an instance of maybe some of what we saw with Evan Carter when he came back up, that he went down, spent some time there, worked on some things, and leveled things off a little bit.
Chris Young yesterday was on the G-Bag Nation. We are your home of the Rangers, so we get the manager with K&C every single week, and we get the general manager as well. Here he was before Young's big return discussing the call-up.
Well, the last few games for Josh were positive. We've seen a little bit of improvement in his approach and, hit some balls hard. Ultimately, I think we're at a point in the season where, we want to continue playing really good baseball, and we need the good version of Josh to be able to do that and to be the best team we can be. Josh certainly makes us better, and given that it's a critical point in the season, we want Josh on the field. We want to win or lose with Josh, and we believe that Josh is going to be better for the time he had to kind of reset mentally and work on some things with his approach. And, we are expecting it to show up in the game starting tonight.
And it did. Bochy also said we're facing a lot of lefties. I think Bassick was talking last night that 23 out of the 100 games they had faced a left-handed pitcher. It was something like that, 23 or 26. And Boch said we're facing a lot of lefties. we're not having a lot of success off them. We wanted to try to change things up and bring him up to help 1-for-1 with the front office call. They recalled Michael Helman and Cole Winn. Chris Martin was placed on the 15-day injured list. Foscue, Osuna, option to Round Rock. So there it is with Josh Jung coming up. Get a couple of Major League firsts as well. And Jack Leiter out on the mound with Klay Thompson.
Yes.
In the building.
Rocking the old school.
The John Olerud?
The John Olerud, the Tony Gwynn. I think Tony Gwynn had one of those for a while. The Ozzie Smith helmet.
I think Boch used to wear one like that. And so that may have been a Boch call out too.
Jared got this one-on-one with Klay. It was really cool. He represented with the first pitch. He got things going a little bit in the batting cage. And I think Jared may have been instructed not to ask about the Stallion. So that's why we didn't get any TMZ social media updates over Klay's dating life. I did not see Megan in attendance.
Not a terrible swing, though. We've seen far worse.
His brother plays? His brother played or plays? You guys don't know?
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, we get a thumbs up from Rietma, so let's play for the Tigers.
That's the only logical conclusion.
That's the only logical conclusion there.
I will say, you mentioned there that
Trace Thompson.
Boch, you mentioning how they've struggled against lefties, and that's part of why Josh Jung came back up. We had talked about this a little bit while you were out a couple weeks ago, that there was this research that's been done that this year, lefties against righties, lefty pitchers against righty batters, had become just a wild, anomalous swing of where typically the OPS is between 740, 750 around the league on those matchups. League-wide, that had plummeted to like under 700. And there's no explanation for it. And Texas has been a big part of that. The Texas, their entire lineup is just really struggling with those splits against lefties.
And Trey's brother played 7 years. White Sox, Dodgers, Oakland, Cubs.
Okay.
All over the place.
Oh, so he didn't play for the Tigers. He played against the Tigers. That's why Reitman.
Oh, man.
Okay,
so I'm looking at these lefty-righty splits here as a team. Holy cow. They are hitting 216 against lefties for the year. 616.
Is that good in today's baseball?
OPS, yeah, it might not be. They're at 235 against righties. So their OPS is down, 20 points.
235?
235 as a team against right-handed pitching.
Which Josh Jung, as bad as he's been at times recently and as many issues as he's had, he was one of the only ones who his platoon splits against lefties were not nearly as erratic over the last 2 years as it had been the previous 2 years. So a lot of people the last 2 years have seen those splits dive down really bad. Josh Jung was one of the only ones on the team that hadn't seen that dip.
CY also was asked about the market, right? And he said, I'm not sure there's anything externally that can upgrade or improve our team more than getting the best versions of the current players we have.
I mean, I don't know that he's necessarily wrong there. I mean, first of all, we don't know who's available. Now, there's going to be a handful of guys that are available, and Arizona seems to be the team everyone's pointing to, as you could probably get a lot out of them. Problem is that everybody else in the league is going to be doing the same thing. So everyone wants Suarez. That's going to be a tough guy to go get. There'll be bullpen help available. That's probably where you're looking at it. You're not, I doubt, getting a major bat, an impact bat. And then what do you do with guys that you have on your team that might not be here 2 years from now? Like Adolis. What do you do with him? Do you keep him around? Do you try to make him as part of a package or buy and sell at the same time?
Diamondbacks have been thrown out there. Buster Olney threw out Minnesota as well.
Yeah, Duran with Minnesota, I think is one guy that I saw his name thrown out there yesterday.
Adolis, Marcus Semien, and Wyatt Langford over the last 7 days. What do you think their batting average is combined?
Wait, we're going to combine, we're
combining all of their plate appearances.
185.
185, Chop, what do you got?
212.
Peyton, you got a guess?
I'll go 238.
0.47.
Oh.
They are 2 for 42. They are 2 for 42 with 20 strikeouts in the last 7 days.
0.047.
What?
Wow.
Well, look, Wyatt and Marcus showed the gloves last night.
Yeah,
all
there
right?
you go.
So shut up.
Well,
Bobby.
look, fan text is already saying this morning. We got somebody else saying Wyatt Langford's the next one that needs to be sent down. He sucks. So people are starting to lose patience
The
there.
one I got on my timeline from Tarek and everyone else is Zeke Duran. Like, why is Zeke Duran even breathing on the major league level? Seager extended his on-base streak to 22 games, and DeGrom makes his first start since the All-Star break in July 12th tonight. 9-2 with a 2.32 on this radio station. So Chris Jung talking about maybe not major improvement that's obvious out there for them to go get. CY was asked by G-Bag, do you have the financial green light to spend the money?
Well, some of that just depends on what the needs are, and ownership has always been very good about giving us the resources. I think that in the last 3 years we've had the 3 highest payrolls in team history, and one of those years resulted in a World Series. Last year, obviously, was a little disappointing. We didn't make the playoffs, and I think we're still trying to figure out what this team is this year. So ownership has been tremendous in terms of giving us the financial resources we need. And the reality is, I've said this again, I'm not sure there's anything externally that can upgrade or improve our team more than getting the best versions of the current players we have. And I think we've done that on the pitching side, and I think we're starting to see it more on the offensive side. And if we get the best of these guys in terms of what their accustomed performances are, that to me is as good as anything we could access on the trade front. So I'm not sure it's a matter of what the financial limitations are. It's more a matter of, that doesn't matter if we don't get the best out of the group we have. And that's equally as important as to what we could go out and get.
So there's CY. I actually really enjoy listening to him on the G-Bag Nation. Don't enjoy some of the other things I hear in terms of maybe the pressure he applies, making people uncomfortable, but we'll see where things go from here.
Which we're also going to have to take a look at. We mentioned that the Chris Martin injury, like no telling what that was. Now the outlook, it looks like for that is going to be 4 to 6 weeks. So there's even more pressure to go ahead, do something, acquire a reliever.
Right. The word, phrase, or sentence, RJ Choppy, to describe yesterday's Dallas Cowboys press conference heard on this station.
The word unnecessary.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Michael Parsons.
Michael Parsons.
Unnecessary shots taken, unnecessary length of presser, unnecessary to have certain individuals there.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. All the above.
Bobby, yours?
Standard,
yeah. It is.
like, I mean, everything, even the stuff that was.
How scary is it that unnecessary and standard could go together? And both work.
We're not surprised by anything anymore, right?
So that's the thing. It's just, if you're looking for an all-encompassing, it was the Cowboys, like yesterday. We talked about the Cowboys have been kind of quiet the last couple months. Yesterday was the Cowboys, and it's not necessarily bad, a lot of it, but I mean, yeah, all right, Jerry's back out here in this mode of kind of leaning on players and like very strategically talking about them in a certain way while they're in the middle of negotiations, something he does pretty routinely. Steven still looks kind of fed up talking about contracts. Although that demeanor from him yesterday, he seems more irritated than normal, I feel like, talking about these contracts. And then Shoddy was, all right, we're talking ball. We're here for football, and this is what we're doing. And so, I don't know, it felt like you're exactly what you'd expect out of a Cowboys press conference.
Which you're starting to remind me, Bobby, a little bit of the psychologically abused housewife. And I started picking up a little bit on it yesterday when you're normalizing a lot of this stuff and forgetting the 30-year drought. And you're just starting to remind me of that. Like, oh, yeah, it's business as usual. And it might be business as usual, but you're not throwing in there the detriment that it may continue to be.
It's desensitized. It's not anything else, because I'm not the one who's abused by it. So it's more like
you're a Cowboy fan, aren't you?
It's more the
you come in here very emotional, maybe more emotional than most on Cowboy Mondays after a tough outing. So you're not totally desensitized.
Like tough outing, like you mean when McCarthy would win, and that would increase the chances that he was sticking around.
Let's dive into the press conference. And is there anyone actually happy with what Jerry Jones did. The craziness in Oxnard inside the Star on the official home of America's team with Sean, RJ, and Bobby after this.
Uber Eats has a load of free products. I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal and jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
I will start off with a tweet from diehard Tolo Curtis, one of our top listeners throughout all the years here on Sean and RJ. Your home for America's team. So much for Shoddy's culture building. Jera blew that up in one day. Poof! Question mark. The press conference that the entire world is talking about yesterday in Oxnard, California. The K&C Masterpiece will kick off our station coverage today. I guess it was kicked off yesterday during their show with the presser that carried on over to G-Bag. And the Jones boys were fired up. Jerry with some defiance. Steven maybe a little bit more edgy, as Bobby was alluding to at the end of last segment. We got Landman. We got Netflix. We got GM Jerry ever thinking about stepping down. We got shots fired at 4 different Dallas Cowboys. And all 4, well, 3 of the 4 signed. Dak, Lamb, and Terrence Steele. Let's start off with Micah Parsons. And Jerry decided to bring up car accidents for some reason when discussing 11.
Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
What is the point of the games missed being brought up? First off, it was 4 games for Micah, not 6 games. Micah, not Michael. And then he brings up Dak missing games. What is the point?
I think what he's saying is specifically because he said when you're guaranteeing money. I think he's just specifically talking about in this era, given how CBA works and contract structures work, you have to think about the long-term injury risk of guys who are essentially playing a physical sport all the time. How much do you want to... How good do they have to be to say, I'm willing to invest in this knowing the injury rate is 100% in this sport? I'm willing to invest in this versus I'll get somebody cheaper who will be available to me more frequently rather than watch big money sit on the bench for half the season randomly one year.
Yeah, I took it as like people are saying, well, why don't you pay them? Why don't you pay them so they could play? And it was him saying, well, look, even if I pay them, like sometimes they don't play because they get hurt. Like, you know, I didn't... You know, like that was the quote that JJ Watt tweeted about, right? That was the same quote saying they're taking a dig. I didn't see that as a dig at Dak and Micah. I saw it as just like a factual, even though it was infactual, right? Because he didn't miss 6 games. But it was just like yeah, look, we can get him on the field, we can pay him, but just because we pay him doesn't mean they're going to play.
JJ tweeted, hey, whenever you get the opportunity to take a shot at some of your franchise players, you got to go ahead and take it. That blew up, and then Micah Parsons retweeted that.
Yeah, and this is it's reminiscent, again, when I said at the end of last segment, like standard, it's reminiscent of last year, Jerry going, I don't feel any urgency for CeeDee Lamb, and then CeeDee Lamb, who hadn't been on Twitter in months, quote tweeting and going, LOL, while he's holding out, or Ziku.
I said this yesterday. I said, and I tried not to fall into the trap yesterday of saying, oh my God, this is going to be offensive and this is going to backfire. and this is one day going to cause a Dallas Cowboys player to demand a trade. I said all this yesterday, like we're going to go through some insults and some digs and some shots, pay no attention to it, and here I am falling back into the trap of wondering how Terrence Steele is going to feel walking out to the practice field today when he got thrown under the bus.
That's a dig.
When Jerry was asked, yo, you got Diggs and Steele done early. What's different about Lamb and Parsons? Why are you waiting?
Frankly, should we have waited on Diggs and Steele? Oh, you brought them up. I didn't.
Well, the other thing is the willingness. I mean, you have players who are, who decide, hey, I'm willing to wait. And I'm going to wait on bigger numbers. And then you got other players who want to be more conservative and say, hey, I'd like to have my money now. And that's every person's different. Every player's different. And you respect both sides. And like I said, we'll talk to 4 or 5 other guys other than Micah who are going to be up next year. Some will say, hey, I want to wait and play and think my numbers will go up. I'll play better. I'll do better. The numbers will be up from last year. And we certainly respect that. And then you have some players who say, hey, I'm ready to take care of my family and decide to go now. And they've been varying for 30 years who wants to go ahead and do it early and who wants to wait.
And I'm just thinking of Tyron Smith saying, just go ahead, give it to me right now. I'll take under market. But all we needed was the Jerry piece there in which he totally insulted Trayvon Diggs and Terrence Steele, saying we should not have given them their contracts. How are you feeling if you are Terrence Steele? I don't necessarily feel bad for Diggs because Trayvon is annoying in my opinion, and he's on his way out of here at some point in time. But Steele, I felt a little bad for Terrence because he's got to go out there today with everyone looking at him and knowing, and he's going to get asked, how do you feel about Jerry Jones basically saying your contract was a mistake?
Yeah, that's taking a dig at your players. Like that one was infinitely more worse to me than the Micah Dak. Just because I paid doesn't mean they're here.
That was going to be worse than it was if Steven didn't step in.
Yeah.
Because so that was Joe Hoyt at Dallas Morning News asking him, ask the question of like, hey, in relation to this. Yeah. And so then Jerry goes, did we pay them too early? And to Joe's credit, he went, did you? But you, and he goes, well, I didn't bring him up. You brought him up. And he's like, it was in the context of people waiting. And in the middle of him saying that, Steve goes, yeah, look, sometimes people, because Steve was like, no, this is about to go off the rails if he keeps talking.
Yeah.
And so that was the thing that I think was honestly a question Jerry wasn't necessarily expected to get thrown, so that he's just kind of freelancing and he starts in on that. And it's like, okay, a little bit too much unfiltered here.
By the way, by the way, what he's saying is not totally wrong, right? We would all like to go back and wait on the Diggs deal, even though we were giving them credit at the time. It ended up with the 2 deals. We all have turned on Trayvon to a large degree. So you may agree with what he said. You just can't say that publicly. You can't do that. That helps in no way.
Think about who they have paid early. Steele wasn't even totally paid early, but Steele, Diggs, Jalen Smith, Ezekiel Elliott, like they have picked almost every single one of the wrong ones to do early.
And it should be very it should be very telling when a player is willing to take the money early too.
Yeah.
Now, outside of Tyron's obviously different. But like if you are so willing and so eager to take the money, how much of that is like either your position, like in Zeke, is dead or dying, or you had a career year and you've got to capitalize.
Or you may think you're going to get hurt. Like you still want to protect against injury.
Like Jalen, yep.
But the rules are different. Like this is what drives me crazy about talking about Lamb and Micah versus even Dak, which Dak is not as much of an absolute given as a performer than CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons. Even Bobby would attest to that. But paying Jalen Smith and Terrence Steele and Trayvon Diggs, that is much more of a gamble than paying CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons. Leadership was a humongous theme throughout yesterday's press conference. Mm-hmm. They kept bringing up leadership for Micah. And my follow-up is, what has he not? I'm going to ask Schottenheimer in Oxnard. What more does he need to show you? What are you not seeing from him from a leadership standpoint that's holding up the payment? He showed up. What?
It's time. What you said it a couple years ago, 2 years ago, whatever it was, a year and a half ago, whatever it was, that there were people who had grown tired of Micah's bit, essentially, or not his bit, but just basically grown tired of the Micah energy and the personality. So to them, they're gonna say it's nice. Like I would imagine what they would say off the record, probably, and what they're inferring with all this, leadership's important, is they would probably say, I want to see it for longer. I want to see him do this longer because he did the other stuff for a lot longer than he's done the leadership.
And are we talking, like Mike Florio suggested, longer as in 1 more year?
I think that's tough talk. I know they kept inferring like, well, the option is he takes it or he just waits till next year.
He's under contract. Everyone here is under contract.
He gets to the open market, man. That thing's going to hit $50 million.
That's what they were inferring, was that they could wait that long. I don't think that's legit. They've like I said, they've done similar things with Zeke and CD with their language before, and they end up doing it.
JJ Watt also said, nothing makes guys want to fight for you more than hearing how upset you are that they got hurt while fighting for you. And again, Micah retweeted that. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line.
Which I think there were, kind of like Chop said, what you were saying, there were plenty of other things in that press conference yesterday that I looked at and said, like, ooh, that was a tactical jab. That was not one of them. That I felt was legitimately just a billionaire businessman who's talking about how investments work.
Diggs and Steele?
No, the one with the Micah injury, when you just read the Watt quote again. That to me felt like he was literally just talking about the risk of guaranteeing
I
money.
just think he did a bad job. His analogy was bad.
It was bad, yes.
I understand what RJ is saying now. It's much more clear to me with the way RJ explained it. It's going to come across as our star players, well, they're not available.
Yeah. It comes across way worse than I think it was intended to.
Yeah.
There was plenty.
Like getting hit by a car, it's dark.
Yeah, it's very dark. There were plenty of things in that press conference, to me, to be upset about. That's going to get the headlines because of who's in it.
And it's making us seem like Micah, like, not soft, but he gets hurt. Well, it makes it seem like, because you had a lot of Cowboy fans. Yeah. There are some Cowboy fans defending this, saying, good, Micah disappears at the end of seasons. Micah doesn't perform in the playoffs. Good, call him out. Tired of this cupcake patty cake around here. That is what that quote is going to do, though.
Which that will go viral regardless of the team you are. No, I'm saying that kind of thing goes viral regardless of. That's not just a Cowboys energy thing, because who's the smallest market team in the National Football League?
It's got to be Green Bay.
The Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers a month ago went viral for Mark Murphy after they cut Jair Alexander, saying, well, we're used to playing without him. But then when you listen, it's aggressive and it sounds a certain way on the surface. And then when you hear him back, he was saying he was hurt a lot. He's super talented, but he was hurt a lot, so we had to adjust. And so we've figured out ways to kind of cover it. But it ends up sounding like, oh my gosh, who needs him? And it's going to naturally read probably like, who needs him?
And then he was asked about Diggs. I mean, there's clear beef between Jerry and Diggs.
Yes.
It is crystal clear, obvious. And he said, when you're talking about that price range, leadership is really big. Then Schottenheimer mentioned leadership when talking about Micah, and he got tied into Diggs. Here's some of the audio.
Well, everybody here is under contract. Everybody. Yes. And so that's what that is. From the standpoint of, let's say, what happens relative to, I'm looking at the entire NFL when I say this, and that's players that are under contract and teams looking to make it better for the team and for the player. In terms of that, that is incumbent if you're in that price range. When you're up there in that top 10%, so to speak, of the league, and that top quartile of your team, leadership is really big. And leadership exhibits himself when you're negotiating as well. And so I'm appreciative of Micah being here. I am. And it's incumbent upon us all. We've got a player that we've docked him for not being here during off-season workout, as you well know. And we will fine him for that, because those parts of a contract to go directly toward the leadership that he's is as a player relative to the rest of the team, and certainly, obviously, to our fans as well. So I'm big into, and not alone either, big into showing anything you can do for leadership if you're going to be one of these guys that are in the top drawer of all the money.
That was a clear word yesterday. Bobby Belt is chuckling. Tolos are texting 877-881-1053. Let's continue with your reaction to that. And is Micah, he's there. Is he actually going to practice today as they step on the fields in Oxnard? We continue Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys next.
After we get you over to 0.
must have low libido product. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
One Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
I had the Dallas Cowboys stopwatch out yesterday for the press conference, airing right here on 105.3 The Fan. They'll step on the practice field today. Will Micah Parsons be out there with them? Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt on DFW Sports Station. 20 minutes, except for one question for John Machota. The first 20 minutes were on the Micah deal. I was actually surprised I didn't get more irritated, even though I guess Steven did to a degree. First 20 minutes on the Micah deal. They expected it. They took all the questions. How many minutes before Brian Schottenheimer spoke?
I think I know the answer.
I saw your...
Oh, you saw it.
I didn't see it, but I was 9 minutes.
8 minutes, 10 seconds.
8 minutes, 10 seconds. Set the over-under at 4.5. That got blown away. 8 minutes, 10 seconds for Shotty.
This is disgraceful.
And you brought out a stopwatch yesterday, too.
Hold on, but why? I'm curious, because literally, I mean, we've had Shotty weigh in on all this, like all these things, about 12 times.
Yeah.
Since we last heard from the front office on it.
Look, it's a waste. This is a way to get American Airlines an hour of publicity with that little thing behind them. That's all this is. I went and looked at the other teams that have done a press conference so far this training camp. Not a single one had a general manager or owner up there with them. Not a single one. And
because they want their own time generally.
Okay, fine. But guess what? Those websites, so Chargers, I think the Chargers have done it. The Lions have done it. One of the Chiefs. Not a single one of those websites. If the GM did an interview, it's not even on the website. It's not even on the website. It doesn't have to be an hour long. The rest of them were within, let's see, what was, Andy Reid's was 10 minutes, his opening presser. Dan Campbell's was 14. Jim Harbaugh's was 26. He went a little bit long. All those teams are like infinitely better than we are right now. Well, I mean, Harbaugh's better, but they're not there yet. The point is that you're a distraction. The whole thing, you already neuter the head coach. The moment you're up there.
His first training camp,
which, by the way, Jerry spends an inordinate amount of time just defending the hire every time. Every coach, every year, he spends an inordinate saying how great the person is. It should be Schottenheimer's day. Period. Like, it should be 15 minutes, get out of there. Does that you completely neuter these people every time you're up there. All the questions go directly to you. It's a dog and pony show, man, and it's annoying, and it's year after year. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. I remember back in San Antonio, they were like 15, 20 minutes long. That's with Parcells, who couldn't shut up, and he never saw a microphone he didn't want to hear or didn't want to look at. It's awful.
When did your irritation start rising during the hour or moment? I know the moment. The moment they sat down. Because
no. Yes, because the head coach, first of all, if you're going to have all three of those up there, the head coach needs to be in the middle. And he was on the end. And I told you all you needed to know.
I can't remember I think McCarthy sat between them in the past. I don't know.
Jason always sat in the middle.
That may just, I don't know if that was just because that is odd because they've generally, I think, sat the coach next to Jerry and then Steven's been on the outside.
You didn't get annoyed by all the Landman and Netflix stuff?
No, that was the only stuff I actually cared to hear him talk about. It's a good show.
It is a good show.
Bobby, your response? And you can even respond to what were you about to say at the end of the Micah stuff last segment.
I think when we're talking about availability, all other general managers generally talk. All other front offices talk. I do, especially with these things hanging up there. I want to hear from them on it. Like I don't want there to be silence on it. Schottenheimer's spoken about 10 times over the last several weeks. Schottenheimer will speak 10 more times by himself while we're in California, and we'll spend 20 minutes out there. And so you'll get plenty of time to ask them whatever.
I get it.
I would I would prefer that press conference is not the head coach in it at all. Because to me, I'm going to hear from the head coach a dozen more times.
That's fine.
I do want to hear from the front office, and if
It'd
it's going to be a
better
sit
to
down,
not have Brian up there than to have him up there and speak third or the least.
Yeah, because
the look. I totally understand what you're saying.
When you're talking,
and then Brian's going to go out there and boss everyone around on the field.
When you're up there for an hour, and 45 minutes is dedicated to not the head coach, I don't know, man. That just. To me, it screams like he's the authoritarian figure.
Yeah.
And if Bill Belichick was the head coach here,
when they're talking about leadership, the amount of hypocrisy and double standards in yesterday's press conference is very Cowboy. You're talking about Micah and Diggs and leadership, and then who's the leader up there of your football team? It appears to be, Jerry Jones, and this is nothing new. I'm only stressing it again because it's Schottenheimer's first press conference. Then Steven gets irritated. Hey, let's play this. This is Slater asking about Micah's agent. What's his name?
David Mulugeta.
Who had more mispronunciations between Jerry and Slater yesterday on Michael or Mugaletta? I thought I was eating an Italian sandwich.
Buffaletta. You thought you were eating a buffaletta.
Corey Matron's favorite sandwich. This is Steven cutting off Slater.
Jerry didn't speak to Todd France. And Jerry, as he said, doesn't speak to many agents. I do.
So what is your relationship with Mugaleta been so far?
We've always had a good relationship with Mulugeta.
What would you say?
And specifically, Adam speaks to the agents as well. So, but Jerry's typically, whether it's a coach or a player, speaks directly to the principal.
And I don't talk to the attorneys and all of the other stuff that goes on, too. Now, it really wouldn't be time for everything if you did that. So I do talk to the principals.
So,
which Adam, by the way, is Adam Pacifica, their salary cap guy.
Then Steven later admitted he hasn't spoken to Muffaletto. He hasn't ordered a sandwich in the French Quarter.
Come on.
So Jerry nor Steven, I would really like to ask Joel Corey or here, Bobby, plenty of agents. Well, how common is this that Jerry, for this point in time in the negotiation, neither Jerry or Steven have talked to Mulugeta. It's only been Adam. And then when Steven's like, I'm not going to get into, and I totally agree with him on this. Jane was trying to get, what's the holdup? What are the details? Steven's like, there's no point in talking about that. Then Jerry afterwards in the walk-off with reporters says, we basically had everything worked out. Archer tweeted this, quote, let's put it like this. We went over every possible detail that you could go over and had agreement. So, Bobby, what you've been talking about for weeks now, Jerry just said it on the record. They had it worked out with Micah, and then something went backwards. But just the standard of your protocol. Steven, don't put it out there. It's disrespectful to the player when they get in their pockets. Jerry then gives us all the details afterwards off the microphone. Leadership, Micah. Leadership, Diggs. Well, are we allowing Brian Schottenheimer to start off his tenure being the leader?
Yeah, and in terms of how normal that is around the rest of the league, those sort of the structure of those negotiations, I don't know specifically if it goes on as long but it's not unusual, I know, here in Dallas for the majority of your interactions are with Adam Pacifica, the salary cap guy, and their Todd Williams, director of football administration. Those are the two that you're mostly dealing with. Steven will get involved. And then usually Jerry is the one who's like, if it's a really tough negotiation, they're kind of pushing over the line. But it would be similar to. I'm trying to think of something like analogous here. So like we have Brian Purdy, who was our boss here for a long time, or Bob McKay.
Rest in peace, Brian.
You wouldn't necessarily, if it's just an easy deal or you're just getting something re-signed, it can just be, all right, here it is in front of you, and you don't even have a discussion with him about it. It can just be something that happens. And then there are other things where it's like, maybe if there's something that you want, then it's like, all right, this escalates and we take it. So early on, almost all the contracts are dealt with on that lower level with Adam Pacifica and Todd Williams. And then, yes, Steven and others get involved when more details need to be pushed over the line.
Jerry, is Micah actually going to practice today? Is he going to step out on the field with everyone else?
Well, everybody here is under contract. Everybody. Yes. And so that's what that is. From the standpoint of, let's say, what happens relative to, I'm looking at the entire NFL when I say this, and that's players that are under contract and teams looking to make it better for the team and for the player. In terms of that, that is incumbent if you're in that price range.
All right,
you're up there.
cut that off. I think we already went and played that one. Anyway, Bobby, you answer it. Is Micah Parsons going to practice today?
It's very complicated. So
there's no way.
I don't think he's let them know what he's doing. Like I think that they are. That's one of the reasons why they're being so cagey about it. I don't think he's said. I think he will
be on the field.
I think he'll be seen. I don't know to what capacity, but I think he will be out there, and he's shown when he's out there, he go give me a helmet, and so he might do it again.
Jerry also took issue with the contracts in the league. Doing something before the end of a contract does not benefit the club. They're usually dealing with future numbers, not current, and sometimes those future numbers are fluff. This is once again, and this is what we fail to give the Joneses in the front office the benefit of the doubt on this. When CD may ask for $7 more million. I'm starting to think that David Muffaletto, he could be asking for 46.
Man, it might be.
He might be. What they were trying to tell us yesterday is the player in this negotiation, instead of saying TJ 41, I'm using this as an example, Jerry and Steven are trying to say, yeah, the player many times will come to us and go, we want what next year's number is going to be. It's eventually going to be 45. Just give us 45 right now versus 41 right now with where TJ is at. So, but then they kept talking about guarantees, Bobby. So maybe that's the holdup.
Yeah, Jerry kept circling back to when you're guaranteeing money, and so that sounds like something that he was inferring was a hang up for them. But
and that's what I was asking when the TJ deal got done. Maybe that's what we're missing here. When almost all of TJ's deal got done, and the Cowboys are like, well, Micah, you missed some games, so we don't want to guarantee all of it. And we know that the owners, after the Deshaun deal, through collusion, don't want to guarantee the whole deal.
Right.
Maybe this is a precedent thing, too. We don't want to add to the Browns' precedent and get almost close to doing this or be $1 million or $2 million off.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Mulugeta has said it's 46, because Todd France came in for Dak on his first contract extension and told the Cowboys it was 46, and they settled at 40. And so typically that's kind of the back and forth and kind of the tangle. So it wouldn't surprise me if he came in and said 46, because he knows they're going to stop at 42, 43.
Did another team in the Western Conference get that much better than the Dallas Mavericks? And Draymond Green picking on Cooper Flag already. We have that. We have another brand new ticket giveaway back to the Cowboys in the commercial-free expressway. It's all on the way here on Sean and RJ.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are they? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First pitch, he hits one high and deep to left field. Soderstrom going back. He's at the wall. It's gone! Michael Helman's first big league home run comes with 2 men on board, and the Rangers are up 5-1.
Hicksy with the call on this radio station. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ with a Tolo Tuesday as they start off the A series with a nice 7-2 victory in Arlington.
And look, I mean, they get the 4-run fifth inning, and you continue the run scoring outage that you've put out. Not outage is the wrong word. Output, because they've averaged over 5 runs per game since June 7th, and they do it again. And they help out Jack Leiter, who I was, happy they let him go back out there. They let him go back out there in the 7th inning, even though he didn't make it through, and he let the first 2 guys on, just to get him to stretch out a little bit more. Like maybe that's planning for the stretch run here. 4th
career quality start, all coming this season, tied a career high with 7 strikeouts, the first 4 of which came on his kick change. According to Jared Sandler, Michael Helman had a night, 4 total runs batted in, and then Josh Jung making me feel dumb. When I saw the news earlier in the day that he's being called up, I'm like, don't you have to improve or do something at the minor league level in order to come back? He was hitting 200. He comes back 2 for 2 with a home run, a single, and a walk. 17. Now, Bochy would have said this back to me. 17 of his 44 career home runs have come against southpaws. 38% of his career home runs, while only 25% of his plate appearances versus left-handed pitching, taking only 25% of his plate appearances. So they're facing some lefties, and CY and Bochy hit the right button yesterday.
Yeah, and he's somebody who, not just with the raw power, he's shown that he's been able to handle the lefty-righty splits better over the last couple of years than a lot of people across the league, but specifically here in Texas. So the 200 batting average down in the minors is obviously like something that you look at and you go like, well, that's not very good. It makes me wonder, though, because Chris Young talked about it, that his approach was better, things like that. I wonder if literally the only thing they wanted to see from him is like, we don't need you to get hits. We just want to see you're not swinging at stuff outside the zone.
Yeah, could be approach. I mean, we don't know what the scouting reports are like at the minors, what his level, what his, because we see this in spring training. Like they're not pitching to scouting reports in spring training necessarily. They're out there just getting work in. What is it for a major leaguer who goes down to the minor leagues? Are you just getting work in, like you said, just pitching to one thing, or just looking at an approach at the plate? And look, I mean, they saw enough. Obviously, they brought him up here, and the approach seemed to work, whatever it was.
Yeah, and he was having a really difficult time, as we know before he went out, just being able to handle stuff that was up in the zone, stuff that not even in the zone, out of the zone. He was chasing everything that was up and in, and it was something where his eye level looked like it had changed something like 6 inches. It had gone 6 inches higher over the last couple of years compared to where he was in 2023. And yesterday, you saw a better approach.
The LA Clippers have added a member of the All-RJ team, and that would be Chris Paul, teaming up with Kawhi, Harden, Bradley Beal. Who else am I missing?
John Collins right in there, too.
Ben Simmons.
Ben Simmons is on the Clippers?
Yep.
Wow. Brooke Lopez joining the Clippers. We don't put him on the all-loser team, but here it is. The Clips are gearing up.
Wow.
For a nursing home, maybe.
I actually don't hate the move. I don't hate the roster. Like, that's a decent roster. Like it's a roster full of losers. It's a who's who who've never done anything.
Yeah, I
mean, collectively outside of Kawhi, they have as many NCAA and NBA titles as I do.
I think this is the biggest, hey, my legacy or reputation really needs to work out here team in sports. Like when you think about it, Harden's on there, Chris Paul's on there, Bradley Beal's on there, Ben Simmons is on there. It's like a whole bunch of guys who right now have like, hey, my reputation's kind of in the tank right now, and or my legacy's in the tank. In the instance of somebody like Chris Paul, I need this to work out. Even Kawhi, who's won 2 titles and won them in different spots, him going to LA was supposed to be like, this is going to make the Clippers the title team that they've never been able to fulfill, and he hasn't been able to do that yet. And so there's still a ton of pressure on Kawhi.
They are one Paul George away from being just like the most talented collection of never was's ever.
And then Luka Doncic out on the recruiting trail to bring Marcus Smart to the Lakers. That happened over the weekend. And I was like, oh, the Lakers are taking advantage of these buyouts.
Yeah.
They're taking advantage of the Ayton buyout, and then Marcus Smart, they kind of stole him, I felt like. He's not 33, 34, 35. They needed defense. They needed to replace Dorian, and they got it in Marcus Smart, and it pained me a little bit to read that Luka was in on the recruiting.
Yeah, Marcus High School alum, Marcus Smart, I might add, too. But yeah, this is something where we've heard now that he actively recruited and helped swing the Marcus Smart situation. And DeAndre Ayton had given an interview right after he signed where they were like, have you gotten a chance to talk to LeBron yet? He's like, no, I haven't heard from LeBron. He's like, Luka hit me up instantly. He's
just like the Lakers team owner talking to Luka, not LeBron.
He's like, Luka was, and Ayton talked about how Luka was in his ear and like, man, I'd love to play with you. And he's apparently, the report from The Athletic is that Luka Doncic has been adamant about, hey, this is what I need. I need a rim running center. I need some better defense. This is what we need here. And that he's sticking to the workout routine. He's sticking to the strict diet. And you have potentially awoken the beast here. And you've not only traded away one of the best talents potentially to a big rival, you've also, in the end of this, might have jump-started the recruiter you always wanted him to be.
You woke up his metabolism and his cell phone.
Yeah.
That he threw.
Yeah.
And broke. He's texting off it.
And historically, that's another thing. I think RJ's brought this up before. Historically, European players don't do the recruiting thing.
Didn't.
They generally don't. It's usually an American thing because of guys that grew up on AAU circuits and different things like that. And so Luka really saying, no, we're going to make sure this hurts. Now, I think he's going to be terrifying next year.
I was stunned to find out that Marcus Smart was only 31. I was like, wait a second. He's been in the league since like the 90s. Like it just feels like he's been forever.
Was he on the Bad Boy Pistons?
Yeah.
And then Draymond has to go and yap and open his mouth about Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks' decision to shut him down after 2 Summer League games. He said, quote, he wrote this on Threads.
Yeah, I mean, talk about it. Does anybody use Threads?
Him and Slater, they the only two on there.
Well, now they like force you to tie it in if you ever signed up for it. So like, I mean, there's 100 million downloads that we look in the Play Store, but no, nobody.
Like, who's on there?
No one.
Draymond said, "I find it very interesting that players get bashed for load management, but rookies get shut down during summer league these days. Fascinating, huh?" Draymond, the last time I checked, the summer league games don't actually count in the standings, like the regular season.
No way,
standing.
really?
I don't think they
His stats
do.
surely count for the year.
No.
Yeah, like for MVP. I mean, they're going to tie this in.
Cooper Flag is not out there gelling with any current teammates that are going to be on his squad. Maybe besides Nemhard's brother. That could be the only one that I'm thinking of who had a great debut. So, shut up.
I know what the issue here is. Draymond doesn't like the European players, and Cooper's from Maine, and that's the closest state to Europe.
That makes sense. He's also a big part of this probably is like he doesn't realize there isn't a Draymond Green, or he realized there isn't a Draymond Green in the summer league to actually hurt Cooper Flag and injure him, so he thinks there's no risk.
I found this from an article. The NBA has studied, this kind of reminds me of the National Football League with concussions and their turf arguments. The NBA has studied various load management reports hoping to rectify a common fan complaint when superstars sit out for rest. The league sent a 57-page report in January of last year indicating findings through 10 previous seasons of data that did not make it clear that resting players makes them less susceptible to injury. So those are some of the NBA findings, but there's Draymond Green already getting on Cooper Flag and the Mavericks for load management.
Yeah, if sitting doesn't prevent you from injury, the only thing they could make a case for is that it keeps you fresher. Like you're not going to be as tired. Okay, I could buy that, but that's where it's like, all right, if this is not going to cause injury, this is where you really got to mandate guys.
I will say the first year they really implemented that, it worked. Like you were seeing guys were not the fear of like, well, if I get out there. Anthony Davis played 76 out of 82 games. Kyrie Irving played the longest stretch in like a decade. Where he hadn't gotten injured. Kawhi Leonard played more games than he had in forever. So, I mean, it was something that the league looked like they were right when they were telling guys, hey, you got to be out there. Then they weren't getting hurt at a high rate.
We got details on some NBA point shaving.
Yeah, so the point shaving scandals that happened with like a handful of players, they all say it's coming from one Mississippi casino that is at the center of this entire thing, specifically Terry Rozier. And ESPN found
Scary Terry.
Yeah, several bettors placing, 30 wagers in 46 minutes on a 2023 NBA game, all of them involving Rozier, all at the Harrah's Gulf Coast in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Come on, dude.
All 30 bets were winners after Rozier left the game just 10 minutes into it. Citing a foot injury, he did not play for the rest of the season. So, and and we see this, they are so specific on these bets. It's like, you've got to be smarter. The guy for the Guardians. The Guardians.
Careful.
Easy.
Yeah.
President.
Yeah, the guy for the Guards, he placed 2 bets on the first pitch of the inning. Now, if you want to do that, bet like $100. Not 40,000 or whatever the number is, right?
Discreet.
Be discreet
It's
about
like going to Times Square, undressing, and putting on an all-black outfit with a ski mask, and then going to rob somebody. It's like we're watching you.
Yeah.
We're watching you put on the robbery outfit.
So this
in the middle of everyone.
This one bettor at this Harris place bet $13,759 in bets on the unders on Rozier's stats in the game between the Hornets and Pelicans. And at least 6 sports books in multiple states, including several in New Orleans, detected suspicious betting on Rozier props that day. But it all started at this one casino in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Boy, it's
Matthew Broderick out there.
The South
on the,
just
Biloxi Blues.
They don't pay attention. Remember Brad Bohannon at Alabama in 2023, where he got in trouble, where he had leaked info, and then somebody was like, "I'd like to place $100,000 bet on this Alabama baseball game in the middle of the season," and people were like, "Why?" Like that, you got to be smarter. Alabama, Mississippi, you guys got to get your gambling right.
Some fans and media were sick of all the circus yesterday in Oxnard for the Cowboys opening press conference. They wanted some actual football. What did the new leader of the Dallas Cowboys have to say about this year's team and this year's training camp? You actually hear from Brian Schottenheimer next. Commercial-free Expressway with a concert ticket giveaway, and we ask credit. No reason for you to go anywhere else. Give us a chance, trust us, and you'll see why. Back to Inside the Star next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Sports right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
What did Jerry Jones do for the C word, the number one term used about Brian Schottenheimer and the Cowboys offseason? What did Jerry do for the culture yesterday at that opening presser?
If this was the first time you ever heard Jerry speak, he probably did a lot of damage. I think a lot of players kind of just take this as like, oh, it's just part of being
Micah
here.
didn't. Micah retweeted TJ Watt. Zeke didn't. CD didn't. They're in their negotiations. Brian
They signed.
They did sign. And maybe, again, we'll be sitting there at the end of all of this and saying the last second digs, no pun intended, it means nothing.
And Zeke, to that point, Zeke was more offended by that after it happened and after the contract was signed than CD was. I think CD even said something at one point like, it was the negotiation. Like, wait, what do you, like, everybody's going to do their thing.
What's the point of it, you think? Is it for the attention? Because these two television screens for the first hour and 20 minutes of this show have been on the Dallas Cowboys. I think Jerry has not a wink deal with the players, but it's basically, I can always patch it up with them behind the scenes. Everything is fine. Don't worry about it. This disrespect and it always gets usually solved afterwards. I'm going to kick you in the nards publicly. I'm going to sit there and embarrass you. I'm going to take cheap shots.
Yeah.
But he fixes it.
You want to create pressure in a negotiation, especially from Jerry's side. So, like, I'll draw it to our own personal experience.
Oh.
Last year.
When's your deal up? November?
Last year in October when Jerry came on here and I'll get somebody else to ask these questions. Universally, everyone was on our side. Like all over the place. That didn't change the fact that it still felt like a lot, like, at that time. Like, it was just like the weight of being part of Jerry's news cycle is a lot, and it's like, geez, it ups the gravity a little bit, and I think that's something where Jerry wants you to feel him. Jerry wants you to feel the power that he has. He wants you to feel that in the negotiation. So him saying that, yeah, Mike all of a sudden is just like, now he's hearing all this. Does Jerry even like you? What's going on? And like that probably seeps into a negotiation a little bit about like, why would they think this about me?
It didn't seep into Dak's. Like, now, Dak and Micah and Lamb, they had all the leverage. Someone did tell me yesterday, a former player called me up and said, Micah Parsons is dying to be Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan and talk to us about his leadership and preach all that. Micah Parsons wants to be liked. So that's what I thought of right there. When Micah Parsons wearing all this his Drake collection of jerseys and not representing one team, Micah has a yearning, has a desire to be liked and accepted. That's what made me think of that right there when you brought that up.
It's the old, if somebody tells you that they're a leader, then they're not.
Yeah.
I would say if you are able to create, if your goal is you need to see this contract through to the end before I give you another one, then making them feel like it's not a bluff and you could legitimately walk away if you don't, or I'm genuinely asking a question, makes things probably easier to navigate than if they're just like, oh, you're just trying to force me to play on something that you're always going to sign me regardless. That's why Dak had so much power, was because Dak's like, you're not going to do anything.
Right.
You're going to sign me. Others, Zeke who? All right, well, Zeke starts wondering, are they, do they value the running back position? CD, do they value me like they should? So I think it's just the public negotiation tactic of, let's let them feel this heat a little bit, and that's how we're going to operate.
Because if I'm Brian Schottenheimer, I have to wake up this morning, day one of practice, and check in with Terrence Steele, and maybe check in with Trayvon Diggs, and check in with Micah Parsons because of what happened yesterday. Which, those three things are on my docket, and they shouldn't be. I gotta talk to Terrence Steele after Jerry Jones said we shouldn't have paid him.
Well, and he would say, like, obviously the inference was there, but he would say, I didn't. I asked the reporter, do you think I shouldn't have? Like that, he would say, I never said we shouldn't have.
Well, that's fine.
I know.
We can be technical about it.
Yeah.
If Terrence Steele has a regular heartbeat and a regular brain, he's going to take it as, I just got publicly embarrassed by the owner.
Yeah, we'd all feel the same.
Over a contractual mistake. And I may have to check in with Dak Prescott because every TV show is talking about the side swipe that Jerry... So my point is, it's already a lot of BS on Brian's platter day one.
Now, chances are, Shoddy talks to those guys just anyway. He seems like the guy who texts everybody every day
to tell him good night, FaceTime.
Sure, right? You know, like if that's what he is, he's a culture guy.
But so what? Now I have to talk to them about this. I'm not asking, did you guys go on the beach with the fam? When's the fam coming out? Here's where you need to go in California. I'm not asking them about that.
You're not.
I'm putting a Band-Aid on what Jerry Jones did yesterday. I have to be like, hey man, let's still have a good first week. Let's have a good first day.
Yeah, maybe you do that. Maybe you don't. Maybe you're like these
Maybe
guys. Maybe these guys are like adults and they can see right through the crap.
I don't know.
You know, like
What's the crap?
Well,
Jerry Jones regrets Trayvon Diggs' deal.
Dak has been here long enough to know.
I think Dak might.
Dak doesn't, and he got his money. You know, it's like what does he care what they say? Steele, I could see. Diggs, sure, absolutely. I thought Jerry was off base on some of the Diggs stuff. But yeah, no doubt Steele and Diggs, they would be the ones that you would have to really kind of...
Micah?
I didn't think the Micah and comment about, well, he missed games last year was a shot. I didn't think that as a dig. I thought that was a comment that didn't make any sense, right? It didn't make any sense, but it was like, people are asking, well, why don't you pay these guys? Well, just because I pay them doesn't mean they're going to be here. I mean, missed games last year. You know, it's like his weird way of kind of deflecting. I don't know. It's very strange. Didn't make any sense. Didn't take it as a dig necessarily. But it's, again, Mike is going to he's going to get $160 million. That will cure all this.
Yep.
Steele, you might need to talk to. I don't know. Like, I'm not speaking to, Steele can't handle it or anything else. But, like, you may want to check in with him. I don't know. Because that one was not, there was nothing planned about that. It got asked in a question. He circled around to it. There was a very clear intent to talk about Trayvon Diggs a certain way yesterday that I don't think the organization is out of lockstep with. I don't think they feel a need to talk to Trayvon Diggs. I think they want him to feel it. I think they want him to feel like, yeah, you need to step it up. Nobody's going to come over here and go like, you okay, buddy? No, you need to feel like you're not doing your job and you need to come out here and do it.
And I don't feel like I disagree with that.
No, I don't either. He's not done. He's not done enough of what he's supposed to do in or out of season the last year and a half.
Although you brought up, these guys rehabbing almost all the time on their own, Choppy.
Yeah.
So why is Trayvon catching bullets?
Yeah, look, he's hurt, right? He's injured. He was getting a rehab. So many guys in sports today have their own coaches, have their own trainers, have their own rehab people. I totally understand the team wanting to be able to monitor that and have it done in their building. The reality is that that's not the reality for sports today. Guys have their own guys.
Usually not exclusively, though. Usually it is done in partnership and in lockstep with organizations. Trayvon is getting work outside the building. Yeah. Like that's something which sometimes it's, DeMarcus Ware. This was a big issue when DeMarcus Ware left here. Was trust being lost between him and
what
the
did the training staff get and the training room get on the NFLPA's rankings?
Yeah, bad grades.
Was that not like the C+?
Yeah, I mean, what does that have to do with the reality of in general though, like an organization and the way that they're working? There's generally going to be lockstep work with an outside trainer. Like it's not generally going to be isolated. They've got to know what the players doing.
If I think your training staff stinks, I'll go to another training staff.
I need to know what your trainer's doing.
He's saying the Cowboys need to know what that outside trainer's doing.
Yeah, okay, I understand. I understand
them at least coordinate with each other.
Because not everybody, ideally you want your players to live in the city that they're playing in. That doesn't always happen.
Sure. I mean,
Trayvon might live in Miami. I have no idea where he lives.
Duke Manyweather, who we talked to a couple weeks ago. Duke is involved not only in training. Duke's involved a lot of times in a lot of the different things that he has in strength training and different things. That's why he talked about Connor Riley went over there and they had to sit down and they had to talk about just kind of like ideas and like, hey, how do we see this?
And
what
Duke
do you
is
think?
The offensive line guru.
Yeah, the offensive line. And so those interactions need to take place, or a lot of times it needs to take place in the building. And there just needs to be a, hey, let's check in. What have you been doing with him? Like, because this is what we're doing and this is what. That's not going on consistently enough, and that's where the Cowboys, I think, are getting frustrated.
I thought it was a funny tweet from BKP. I like it. Insult them publicly, then give them what you were going to give them all along.
Yeah.
That's usually what ends up happening. All right.
That's how he gets power back. Jerry gets power by insulting them, and then he'll pay him anyway. He's like, oh, I got the insult in.
Brian Schottenheimer took 8 minutes and 10 seconds to hear from the new head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. What does the top of his training camp list look like?
We were talking about that last night with the staff a little bit. Just, we want to have a very physical training camp. There's limitations to what you can do, but, we want to come out of this thing knowing the emphasis of winning the line of scrimmage. Like, that's really important to us, both offensively and defensively. How we want to play, be a physical style team, both offensively and defensively. And so I would say that maximize our padded practices. Obviously got the work coming up against the Rams here in a couple weeks, and that's the big emphasis right now.
Love that. Physicality, line of scrimmage, physical camp. Schottenheimer on last year's issues, turnovers, injuries, consistency. I believe practice will separate us from the rest of the league. Said Mozzie looks awesome. Now, he didn't go out of his way to praise Mozzie. That would have meant more. He was asked about Mozzie. But that was Brian Schottenheimer, while also addressing Turpin. Very good PR-type answer. Good question from Nick Harris to end the press conference yesterday on The Fan. And he's basically like, we had to talk with him, and he knows what he needs to do and how he needs to hold himself accountable.
Yeah, I do think that even though he was asked about Mozzie Smith, though, I think Schottenheimer has gone out of his way over the last couple months to subtly and sometimes very directly build up Mozzie Smith and Tyler Guyton, who are two guys who I think there's been questions about, like, are they hanging their head a little bit? Are they letting the noise get to them a little bit? Are they getting down by it? I think that's been a calculated move from Brian Schottenheimer to say, hey, let's build up the confidence again a little bit and get them playing with a confident
Let's
position.
go live to Adam Schefter with his Micah reaction.
It's interesting. I mean, we said this before, that the Cowboys move very slowly, glacially with these things. They have yet to submit a contract proposal to Micah Parsons. Nothing. For all the talk that we've had about the Dallas Cowboys, Micah Parsons, his contract, how close they are, how close they aren't, there hasn't been an offer yet. So that tells you where they are right now. Not very close.
Does that mean that they're not, like, close in the conversations, and it's not, the conversations don't matter until you submit an actual proposal?
We could look at it that way. I think that if talks are heating up, if they're serious, there are proposals. Like, here's what we're thinking. There may be, hey, we'd like to keep you. Great, we'd like to keep you. Okay, you've had contract negotiations. Yeah. You've had contract negotiations. I mean, if nobody's submitted an offer, where does that?
Those aren't really negotiations.
Yeah.
They're just ideas. Yeah. In order for this to happen, what you're saying is that the first step on this journey, if a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a first step, the first step hasn't even been taken.
Correct.
I feel like this goes back to, I'm just thinking back a few months ago.
That's what? You don't think it's a big deal?
No, I mean, first of all, like, what is a contract proposal? A full on a piece of paper? Like, if the Cowboys said, we'll offer you, we're looking at $35 million, $40 million.
That's the distinction, I think.
Yeah, like that. I'm sure the Cowboys have exchanged a number. Like, also, I would also say, if the Cowboys offered Micah $35 million, I would say that's not a contract offer. That's not a legitimate offer. If Micah said, we want $50 million, I would say the same thing. That's not a contract offer.
It's when the market had set up at quarterback to be $34 million a year. The first offer, I mentioned earlier that France said 46. The first offer the Cowboys threw out to him was $25 million a year.
Yeah, that's not a contract.
And that's when France went, okay, then 46 is our counter.
Yeah.
And we're going to settle in the middle at 35. And so I think that they've definitely exchanged numbers. They've had talks. Jerry sat down and had those sort of discussions. There's no just official, here is a slip of paper that says this is the offer, or here is a contract that you can look over and decide if you want to sign this or not.
And Jerry said yesterday in the walk-off, I don't know why he didn't say this in front of the rest. These walk-offs drive me crazy. I'm glad they happen, but why are they happening, and why didn't he just say it when the microphones were live? because the reporters are going to tweet it anyway. Archer tweeted it. Jerry said they went over everything, had everything worked out.
Yeah, because it was done in the Jerry way, which is he talks to the principal and he does one of those.
So you think then Micah was like, let me take this to the agent.
Yeah.
The Cowboys kind of present it as, you backed out of this, when Micah is just getting agent approval.
So yeah, like I mean, let's take it like if I was sitting in a negotiation, somebody said, "Hey, this is the amount we want to give you," and I go, "Okay, all right, I'll go talk to my agent," and then I come back and I'll be like, "Yeah, my agent says we're not doing this." Like, I think it could have been something like that where Micah says, "Yeah, that sounds good to me." And Jerry goes, all right, then let's just go knock out the details. And then he goes back to his agent. His agent goes, no, that's not a deal. In fact, you don't need to be negotiating with him. I will do the negotiating with the team, and we're going to make sure that this is handled the right way, because right now they're not doing it the right way.
All right, there it is. Little recap. Anything else from Schottenheimer before we got the giveaway and Ask Reddit?
Nothing big stood out yesterday to me other than just Shoddy looked more buttoned up than he has any other time, I thought. Like that looked very much like he understood there's going to be a lot coming out of this that is not to do with me, and I need to just answer my questions the way they're given to me, and that's it. We didn't get a lot of 2-minute long answers going into details like he was known for. These were a lot shorter, and I think he understood what the context
How
was.
have the Tolos been responding so far this morning? My timeline yesterday was about 97% disgust. Welcome, football is back. This is what the Cowboys do. Why am I still a fan? You had about 3%, the whack job Homer saying, oh, you find a way to bitch about anything. Find a way to complain about anything. And also saying, good, these players need a kick in the rear end.
Let's see. They're saying, from the 214, I hate being a Cowboys fan. The Joneses are a joke. Let's see. Jerry's been negotiating with Michael Parsons. That's the problem.
And David Muffaletto.
Yeah, Steele sucks anyway. This stuff happens every year. Jerry just reminded us we won't be winning the Super Bowl anytime soon.
But there is still 801. Why can't these players just play through their damn contracts and get the extension when the contract's up? It's probably been 80-20 this morning, anti-Cowboys.
Yeah. Well, the answer back to that is because teams cut you. So if teams can cut you and tear up the deal, you can tear up your deal and get paid earlier. Simple.
Yeah, these contracts are not like if they were guaranteed, like in other sports, like baseball, right? Like
which Micah's deal right now is guaranteed. That $24 million is fully guaranteed.
Right? No. But I'm saying like in baseball,
we never hear of a baseball.
Right, they don't sign the extension. Now you'll get guys who are on the rookie deal and you buy up the arbitration years, but when Jacob DeGrom isn't if he has a player option, he can opt out and then re-sign.
Yeah.
The deal's the deal. And you play it out.
All right, let's hook you up for turning it on and leaving it on. You're home of the Cowboys and Rangers.
But I'm pretty good at drinking beer.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Billy Currington and Kent Moore on Friday, August 1st at the Pavilion at the Toyota Music Factory. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
I was trying to think of the song that you guys were debating this morning, but then Bobby's singing threw me off.
It was The Chair by George Strait. Yeah.
As he stood up to perform right there. We got PP in the morning, the return at 8:20. Below the belt at 8:40. And Nick Eatman live from Oxnard at 9:20. The K&C Masterpiece will join us from Cali as well. Us, along with G-Bag, will be out there on Sunday. It's Tuesday. It's commercial-free expressway. It's time for this.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
It is time for Ask Reddit. You can weigh in on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You can also weigh in on the Twitch and on the YouTube over at the Fan Cam. And we'll kick around these questions here in the studio. If you have not joined us for Ask Reddit before, this is where we take the most viral questions from the last week over on the Ask Reddit forum. 50 million members asking all sorts of salacious questions and controversial things. And we answer them here amongst ourselves. And the first one is definitely going to RJ Choppy today.
Oh, all right.
Because I saw this one and I was like, oh, this went viral. Chop's getting this question.
Okay.
RJ Choppy,
do
you believe the saying, coworkers aren't your friends? Because this was your dad's philosophy, wasn't it?
It was like, yeah, don't be too like friendly with people at work. Like, don't be too close. To
like work is work, social
work
is social.
work, boundaries. No, I don't believe that they're not your friends. I believe that there are certain instances where coworkers want your job, and they're not your friends.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like
Fan after dark.
There's that. I mean, they can want it all they want, but as the saying goes, if it happens after 7 o'clock, it doesn't happen on radio. But
oh god,
it's called prime for a reason.
That's right. But I also think
I was like, so this segment is a waste of time.
No.
It's like PM.
Yeah. But no, I mean, like, it also depends on, like, did you just move into town? If you just moved into town, that's all you have is work friends.
Yeah.
You could have come to me first on this one for a change. This is so stupid. This is dumb. Yes. When you get our age, the only friends, except for, I guess, Choppy's neighborhood, the only friends you have are from work. These are my main people. These are my main people I socialize with. My wife's friends from high school because she's from here. I grew up in another state. So, yeah, I'm going to be friends. And especially with our job, it's important.
That's exactly what I was
from
wondering.
your standpoint, too, like, because you said, like, you know, you haven't been, you know, you came here after high school. You didn't have a group of friends prior to that. So it makes sense.
And same for you.
Yeah, but I was here, like, during college. So I had, like, a group of friends before I got into the industry.
Okay.
So, I mean, so, like, to me, like, if all my friends are from work, that's also it's too much because there's no boundaries.
So you mentioning there that, like, especially for what we do, that it's a boost to be friends. I'm curious, what industries do you think make sense where, like, somebody you clearly work next to consistently, are there jobs that pop up where it's like you don't have to be friends with that person? Like, it doesn't matter. You can be as toxic as you want or hate that individual. You don't have to worry about that.
I guess the Rangers clubhouse.
There we go. That's a good answer.
Joking.
Peyton, do you believe the saying coworkers aren't your friends? And why is it true about Alec Medford?
No, I'm not his friend at all. In work or outside of work. No, I don't.
Did you hear about the new producer in the building threatening to beat everybody up?
Dylan? That had Alec as number one.
Dylan?
Yeah, Alec off air was not happy about that. And I think on air he wasn't happy either. So maybe we get a diss track from Alec. I don't know. Maybe
Let's get a fight. Forget a diss track.
Oh, just box it out.
Let's get a bout.
There we go.
Prove it. Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, working with people is such an easy way to make friends, and you don't have to be best friends, but like you can be friends and all that. I mean, you know, you don't have to. There's no law that says you have to. Just because you're friends at work means you have to hang out outside of work. But there's no problem with making more friends at work. I don't have a problem with it. I hate the saying.
Over on the fan text, 972 says women are better at making friends in everyday life than I guess men are. And then we got some other ones saying here, no, you have to be friends with people that you work with. Otherwise, the environment isn't going to work. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan.
I guess like teachers, maybe? I'm trying to think of individual things, like individual sports. Like you don't have to be in classrooms with other people. You got your own classroom.
Man, I
know some teachers that don't get along, and they seem to say that it does impact them, especially if it's like a group doesn't get along with one or two.
Yeah, like I think there's also a difference between being friends and like hating people you work with.
Yeah.
Big time difference.
All right, Sean, you're going to get this next one. Here's we do Ask Reddit on 105.3 The Fan. What's a food that you refuse to eat because of the smell or texture? So not the taste. It's not even a taste thing for you. It's just a texture or a smell thing. You're like, I'm out on this.
I guess oysters.
Aren't you allergic to those?
I'm allergic to them.
Allergic to them.
But what are they look disgusting.
They do look disgusting.
And the texture of it, I never found, even before I became allergic, I'm like, they're loogies in a bottle. My mother's side is canned oysters, and there may not be anything more disgusting to look at. I can eat tofu. I actually like tofu. You can dress it up, and you wouldn't even know. I got probably the number one answer, and I can eat this sometimes, but sometimes I totally get it. It's okra.
Oh, fried or just regular?
Regular.
Yeah,
fried is
fine.
But man, picking up okra with a fork or spoon and just seeing the slime, it's literally slime.
Yeah, it is.
Am I answering it the way you phrased it?
No.
Was it texture?
Smell or texture, either one.
Oh, the texture of okra has got to be probably the number one seed.
I can't. The smell. Somebody just said it on
It's
the
really the
text.
Chris Arnold fruit, the durian.
Oh, the durian.
That's the durian. That's the number one worst thing I've ever tried to consume.
214 just said mine, which is Brussels sprouts. Like I
like them.
I've come around on so many different veggies. I can't eat them because of how they smell. Like I just
you gotta cook them right. You can't steam them. You gotta burn them.
They just smell so foul.
Bacon, burn, balsamic.
Yep, that's
Three
it.
B's.
That's it. Potted meat is on there for me.
Oh yeah.
The kiwi. I hate kiwi. I've never tried a kiwi.
What?
Never tried one.
Kiwi's so good.
I don't like the looks of them.
They look awesome.
Green. I can't do green. Only thing I can do green is avocado.
You want to eat key lime pie?
No.
What?
No, nothing like that. I won't eat.
You're a food racist.
Yeah, I won't eat. I won't eat anything.
You're foodgenist.
I won't eat anything creamy and white.
No.
So ranch. I'll eat blue cheese though. So that I'm a little weird.
Yep.
Clam chowder?
I'll eat clam chowder.
Okay.
But
Cream
ranch,
cheese.
cream cheese, yes. Cottage
This doesn't sound
cheese.
like this is a rule.
I won't eat cottage cheese.
But cream cheese you will.
Cream cheese is fine. Ranch or cream gravy.
Or sour cream.
Or sour cream.
Sour cream. I don't understand how he does without sour cream. Sour cream is so
very
good.
simple.
Peyton, what's your answer here to the question? What's a food you refuse to eat because of the smell or texture?
I mean, texture, I guess, beans for me, but really it's grits. Like, I've had it, I think, once or twice, but I've never gone back to it. Maybe it was because I was at a young age or one, but that texture, it's like, I don't really know what I'm eating here. It's just a bunch of mush, and I put it in my mouth, and I'm like, I don't like it at all.
It's a bunch of mush and mush. What is that?
It's just a little mush in my mouth, so I don't want it.
Hey, you don't like baked beans?
No, any beans. I've tried
refried beans.
Refried, baked.
Oh, man,
I've even had the bushes with, chopped up bacon in there and everything. I
No
don't like it.
beans.
Charles beans all day, man.
Mike X Cowboy on the Twitch says it's beans for him. That's the one that he can't do because of texture. Opie World says Jello. Over on the fan text, we got back to back from the 214 and the 870 cottage cheese for that one. And now we're getting a lot of mushroom. 580 says love the smell, the taste when things are cooked with them, but I cannot eat the actual mushroom due to texture. So I can't remember
a raw mushroom. You talk about a disgusting look. It looks like he's got under armpit hair.
I'll tell you another thing I hate is a soft peach.
Is that what that is?
I like my peaches to be hard as a rock.
What about the fruit?
Really stupid.
Huh?
What about the fruit?
Right.
Why would you want it? So it's.
This is a little softer than I like.
Oh my God! You almost broke your 2 teeth.
Yeah, I had one the other day. So tart.
Oh, you want it bitter?
Oh yeah, I want to be able in the side of my mouth.
The jaw lock. You're a freaking weirdo. Whatever. I'm glad we're not friends.
Look at that peach. I can eat this thing all day.
Everybody, people give me crap for my palate and Kevin Hagelin's palate. Choppy is like low key over the time, just like revealing more and more things where it's like, what the hell are you saying about food?
It's I don't even know if it's his palate. It's like his rules.
Yeah, I've got a lot of rules.
His life. Again, if I could erase 2 people from the existence in society, it's Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld. Without them, there'd be no RJ Choppy.
That's a very good point.
That's a great point.
All my material.
Yep.
Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. You can weigh in on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Peyton
liver.
Russell.
My mom. Great answer, Mom. I can't do liver either.
I don't think I've ever smelled or I definitely haven't
chewing
tasted
liver.
it.
Awful. Terrible.
It sounds
I've never had liverwurst.
Have you? Oh, I like it minced, grounded up.
Minced? I've never had
I'm
it.
talking about a piece of liver.
Like it's hard.
It's chewy.
Yeah.
It's chewy.
I've never tried it. No.
Liver. Good job, Mom.
All right, next one here. Peyton Russell, is your birthday important to you?
It is, but definitely not as important as like when I was a kid. When I was a kid, it was like counting down the days or whatever to like the week leading up. But now it's like, if it happens, it's like I'm working every birthday, and I share a birthday with RJ, so of course it's important. But not as much as a kid, but I still like celebrating it.
Sean?
Nope.
Not at all?
I would like for someone to say happy birthday to me, like we did not do to Ruben. But I've already told Amanda, hey, we're taking a trip. It's going to count. I'm trying to do this year for the first time. It didn't work last year. I felt like she still wanted Christmas presents the day of. This is counting for my birthday, your birthday, and both of our Christmases. It's counting for all 4. This trip is going to be so expensive and so big. It's counting. I don't want anything, just a card. If my wife gives me a card.
What's the trip?
Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Well,
yeah. Taking her to BravoCon. So I don't have a hotel. But I don't care. I don't want anything for damn sure. I just want the acknowledgement. I want my parents, happy birthday, my wife, maybe you guys, if you see it on Facebook.
So this is... It's not important to me.
And
at
we
all.
know for you hate it.
It's never been important to me, but here's the problem or the conflict I've had recently that's changing is the girls are starting to guilt with like, we want to do for you. And that's where like now I'm having a hard time holding to the stance of like, this isn't like at all important.
Oh, the belt female mantra. For Bobby, I want to do for you.
They want to do stuff or they want to celebrate it or they want to, let's get you a cake. And so I got to wait for them to get a little older, I guess, before I can completely abandon it again.
Yeah, just a happy birthday. I want my loved ones to wish me a happy birthday. It'd be nice if my kids knew my birthday.
Yeah.
That'd be nice. They have no idea. They completely no idea.
Oh, how did day one go of the punishment, or is it today?
Yesterday was orientation for the most part, okay? Yesterday was the orientation. Today, he is starting on, I think we're going to break him in easy with he has to clean the blinds. They've never been dusted, 8 years.
I didn't see that on the punishment list.
No, we added it yesterday. I saw him, and I was like, ooh, we got to get rid of that. Okay. And then, maybe one day this week, he's going to go outside and find out why we have so many ants in the backyard. In the pool. Why we have ants in the pool with wings? Where do these ants with wings come from?
Yeah.
Aren't they the queens usually? Don't they have the wings, I think? So is there anybody worse, though? I don't know if you guys have ever run into this. You and I both know somebody. I don't think I can say it on the air, but you and I both know somebody who I used to work with who he would take off his birthday as vacation every year. And we always around the office were like, that's weird. Why are you like
weird?
It's weird. Like if it's a Wednesday, you're just doing it like, I'm celebrating me. Like it was like, it felt very only child.
I mean, it's supposed to be your day of the year.
Yeah.
So,
I get it.
I don't have a problem with it.
I hate it. I think it's soft. All right, next one here on.
You didn't have any friends growing up, so
Ask Credit.
Homeschooled.
I had 8 friends, and the Lord.
Teddy bear doesn't count.
Okay. All right, we're doing Ask Credit here on
no count.
105.3 The Fan. Let's go with. All right, Sean. You know what? We're gonna throw this one to you. If there were no term limits for the United States presidency, who do you think would have had the longest run as president?
I'm not answering that.
All right, next one.
No freaking
next
way.
one.
Wait, let me try to think of someone maybe universally. Not that one. This one maybe going to jail now.
I mean, our answer is the guy who probably instituted term limits, which is FDR.
Oh,
because he got elected 5 times in a row.
Look, I would say nobody because I think we would get sick of everybody after a while.
Yeah, especially in this climate.
Especially in this climate, like 8 years is perfect. But anybody that you want to choose, like Reagan out-aged the thing. I think JFK. I think people genuinely liked JFK.
Man,
I think Clinton could have lasted longer.
Clinton could have lasted a long time.
I think
that's what she said.
You got to remember, Kennedy won like the tightest election until Bush Gore. And then he was, the whole reason he was in Dallas that day was like, he was campaigning hard, like, I got to hold Texas.
Yeah, and maybe there's a romanticism about the whole assassination. I don't know. I just think, good looking guy. He was young. He could have done the job for a million years.
Peyton, your answer to this one?
I mean,
You've been alive for what, 2 presidents?
Yeah, maybe 4. I mean, I was,
Sean is terrified.
Don't answer it.
All right, I'm going to ask one more real quick. Do we have time for one more, or should we wrap and hold for K&C?
How long is this?
Do you lock your door when you're at home alone?
Oh. Like what time?
I'm not answering this either.
And nobody knows where you're at.
What time of day? Like at night? Yes.
Right.
See, I have to lock the door all the time, and I didn't used to be that way. Kristen has flipped. She used to be the one who would always had to lock it. She'll walk out and I'll just close the door and leave, and she won't lock it.
I don't have to during the day, and I'm not saying this because I don't individually sponsor them anymore. But with DFW security, I really have a camera on every damn angle and speck of my house. Like there's just no. It's too much. The ants flying by, or RJ's ants.
Yeah.
I'm getting a security notification, so no, I don't feel like I have to lock it. There it is. Ask Reddit. Nice addition from Roberto. Commercial-free expressway with a Billy Currington ticket giveaway. Jerry Jones on how much he's ever thought about giving up the GM role. Back inside the Star after the craziness yesterday in Oxnard. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
maybe. Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
That was a crazy one yesterday in Oxnard, California, with the hour-long press conference that you heard on this radio station with the K&C Masterpiece. They will be broadcasting live in Cali today. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our insider Bobby Belt with you, along with Peyton and Aiden in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We had shots at Trayvon Diggs and Terrence Steele, shots at Micah Parsons and Dak Prescott, J.J. Watt saying, anytime you can publicly take a dig at your star quarterback and your star pass rusher simultaneously, you just got to do it right before the season. Nothing makes guys want to fight for you more than hearing how upset you are that they got hurt while fighting for you. So, will there be some makeup? Will they just get over it? Will the check eventually be signed? These are questions stemming from the press conference yesterday on 105.3 The Fan.
If I were to power rank the insulting nature of contract negotiations, stuff he said at press conferences before, number one would be Zeke who. That was very clearly like a directed, like, who cares? Number two would probably be something to do with CD. One of the times that he was just like, who even knows what we need to do? And then somewhere behind that would be one of the things he said about Dak or this injury thing. To me, I didn't think this was as much of a slight as he could have thrown.
Your list is one of the worst I've ever heard in creation.
I just published it at CBS Sports.
The Steele Diggs thing. That's the worst.
Oh yeah, no, it is.
That's the worst.
I'm talking strictly about the guys in contract negotiations right now.
Okay,
like in terms.
I just
of
thought you were talking about like when it comes to contracts. What he did yesterday, what he did with Diggs. Now,
I think he would want the Steele one back.
I feel worse for Steele than I do Diggs. But he was basically like, we shouldn't have paid either one. We shouldn't have paid them when we did.
Yeah.
He also went into Mike Ducey. Mike Ducey was going for the headlines, and he asked Jerry if he ever thought about stepping down as general manager.
Well, I didn't have any trouble talking it off because those were obviously painful moments when I would be thinking like that. And I just, that's not why I'm here. That's not from my part, that's not what it's been about. And from that standpoint, and plus, what is such a misnomer, and I really want to emphasize this. Probably unlike most general managers. For instance, Mike, he's not here, so I talked about him when he was here and talked about him nicely and everything else, but Mike hadn't spent much time in the draft room when he was at Green Bay. That's not how I've operated as general manager of the Cowboys. I have Shoddy, I have Steven right at this particular time. Hell, Tad might even be in there. But my point is, there is such a inclusion and discussions. And as you know, you see it, I'm in the Senior Bowls, combines, all of that. All of that melds into a real good feeling about where we are, so that I'm not sitting up there throwing darts about a player, or I'm not sitting here logically addressing financially about whether to extend the contract going forward. But I have huge incentive to do it right.
So what Jerry's trying to say is that there's a misnomer. Everyone is involved. There's a misnomer over inclusion, and that, for a cocaine heartbeat, it went in and out of his head, the thought of stepping away as general manager. That was a nice way that he answered it.
Yeah, because he was... I mean, it's a question he's been asked a million times.
Yep.
He was never going to do it, and he never will do it.
Yep.
He's going to be the general manager of this team when it all's said and done, it's going to wind up pushing 40 years, 45 years, 50 years. I mean, however long he has, he will be the GM.
I did get a text in the middle of that answer from somebody on the tennis courts.
Well,
and they said, just doing an arousal check on you for Jerry taking a random Mike didn't have the qualifications I wanted. Talking about McCarthy not being the draft room guy that he wanted.
Did he take a shot? I thought he was just trying to say
it's not a shot. It's more just like he didn't have things the way I do them. Like it was more like that.
I always think whenever he brings that up, he's trying to say the Packers don't include the head coach like I do in the draft prep. That's what I take from him.
The Packers won a Super Bowl with him.
Yeah, well, just don't be a smartass for 2 seconds. Let me get my point across. He's trying to say McCarthy inclusion, say here, it's more of a teamwork thing than anyone ever discusses. That's the nice way he answered that part of it. But then he started getting, I thought, aggressive and basically saying, I bought the team, so I'm going to do it this way. I rolled the dice. I took the gambles. I flirted with bankruptcy. So you're not going to tell me, he kept saying this, right? When you guys write, am I facing the heat? You don't bring no heat to me. I was face to face with bankruptcy. And because of that, I'm going to do it my way. It's my team. And while he was going through that, I just started to become infuriated. That was the angriest I was during the whole press conference because I just heard me, my. It's like my 5-year-old arguing with his sister over having toys. And then I became sad for the Metroplex because you hear other sports owners talk about they're a steward of the team, right? I'm just the placeholder. It's just my name at the top. Now, maybe a lot of them are full of BS when they're saying that, but a lot of people, at least publicly, who own teams say it's the city's team and it's my obligation, duty, and responsibility to do. Robert Kraft has recently said this. It's my obligation, duty, and responsibility to give the city championships. And Jerry Jones doesn't feel that way. And Jerry Jones certainly doesn't act that way. And that was my mixture of anger and then depression. And look, it's his right to do that. It's his right. He's exercised it from the beginning. And he may not give a rat's ass about it. It's also the fans' right to despise your football existence and wish that you were far, far away from the star. That, unfortunately, we were arguing about that. We weren't arguing. We were debating it in the commercial break. Like, when Jerry Jones is no longer the general manager, how many people are going to throw a parade over that? Like in Washington, they did for Dan Snyder leaving. So you can do it your way. And you can be stubborn. And you can believe, wait, he said this is the best way I believe to win a championship. With 30 years of nothing sitting right there in front of our faces, you had the gall. You had the gall to say that.
Settle down, just
this is the best way I believe to do it, and you haven't even come close after 30 years. It was just a reminder at this time of year. So
I'll
that
get
was my.
Somebody else to ask these
I
questions.
know.
I mean, he won 3. He'll say he won 3 with doing it his way. So like the way
I'll say it was Jimmy's way.
But he would say, who was the GM? I was the GM. It was still my decision.
Well, everyone believes it was Jimmy was the GM.
Look, I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
He can say it, but then what have you done 30 years since?
I mean, you got all you took your lump sum payment early on. Mm-hmm. You got the guaranteed money up front, your signing bonus up front, and now we're just paying the pipe.
I'm just saying, you have the right. Go ahead, do it your way. Just know that the overwhelming majority of Cowboy fans label you as the number one hurdle and impediment to winning. And that's a fact.
And I think he would, if you were to put that in front of him, I think he would say, I agree. I'd say, because ultimately we haven't had success and the buck stops with me because I am the one who does make the decisions. This is my stuff. So yeah, ultimately that rests with me. It doesn't rest with anybody else. Just like, because he wants this environment where,
but he doesn't care.
He doesn't care. Like, I mean, I don't think he
doesn't care about the suffering of a Dallas Cowboy fan. He doesn't care that the fan base,
he would say he's suffering more.
He would.
And listen, I mean,
I would say I don't. Now you can only speak to your own suffering, except for when you're talking about CeeDee Lamb and Zach Martin and injuries at training camp.
Right.
I would say no, you're not suffering as much worth $10 billion.
Oh well, yeah, that's a good pillow. That's a hell of a parachute.
Yeah.
You know, like it's the old it's the old Jerry Seinfeld quote in his comedy. My life sucks too. Maybe a little bit less,
right?
But it sucks too.
And I'll repeat what I said yesterday. First off, it's a whole nother topic. I'll rarely believe that the losses to teams hurt the diehard fans as much. Like, it ruins weeks. You can still go home to your mansion, and that's something you can never measure. But it hasn't hurt Jerry enough to change. It hasn't hurt Jerry enough to change titles.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, the organization functions wildly differently today than it did 20 years ago.
Oh, for sure. The moment, I mean, since Bill really.
Let me ask you this. If Jerry Jones would Jerry Jones rather win 3 more championships with, give me a current, with Howie Roseman?
Mm-hmm.
No, 4 titles with Howie Roseman, or 1 with himself?
He would, it's a caveat.
1 with himself as the GM.
I was going to say, Howie's title would have to be like executive vice president.
They hold a press conference and they go, I'm finally doing it. I'm stepping away. Howie Roseman is the new general manager of the Dallas Cowboys. Would he rather win 4 like that or 1 as is?
It's a non-starter for him to relinquish GM.
I'm not.
I know. Yeah. So that's your answer. It's a non-starter. He can't.
But which
he would rather win none. Because he said, like he said, if I'm cashing these checks, I need to make the decisions.
Yeah.
And so like that. That's
and that
the
to me
He's
says that to me says everything about a sports owner.
Now, could somebody say
it does? Yeah, the one thing is
because you're supposed to want 4 titles for the city. You're supposed to want 4 titles for the players. You're supposed to want 4 titles for the Metroplex. Not the one for yourself.
What I don't know is are the words important? Are the words general manager so important that, like, no, Jerry, we will keep the same organizational structure where you have the veto that you say you need as owner. We're just not going to have that title. I don't know if that
title is so important.
I know it is right. I don't know if there's ever a day or a scenario that you could present to him. There might be if you say, look, all the structure is still the same. It's still viewed the same. Like externally, it's just that title isn't going to be on it. I don't know if he would accept that. He might, but
like even if he relinquished the GM role, and he was still the owner. The owner still, and this goes for every owner, still has the final say.
Yeah.
In everything.
He reminded everyone, I write the Micah check. So he can talk about Adam Pacifica and Steven and Will McClay, but he loves to remind, yo, I'm still the big dog with the big stick. He told that to the reporters out. I still signed that check.
Right. And it doesn't matter, name the owner. Name the owner around the National Football League, whether they're the GM or not. You know, they're all in the room on draft day, right? They all have to give the thumbs up.
Yeah. The bigger problem may not be the title and all that. What happened yesterday,
it's the talking,
is a microcosm. So if that happened publicly, just the chaos that came out of that and the circus, what's happening behind the scenes? And how do you have a championship organization with that? That's probably the bigger issue.
I think it's probably reversed, though. I think a lot of times the surface...
Public bluster.
I think the surface is a lot of the times much more chaotic than it is in reality behind closed doors.
Yeah.
Because I think there is a little bit of like a...
showmanship.
All right, we I'm giving comments on this negotiation. This better make an impact. It better land. And then I think behind the scenes, that's what frustrated Mike McCarthy a lot of times. I think was Mike McCarthy felt like there was stability or certain things that he felt like were consistencies behind the scenes that then publicly he's like, okay, that seems to run counter to everything we've talked about. And I think that was really difficult for him to wrap his head around.
So there it is, a little Inside the Star here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our insider Bobby Roberto Belt. It is the return of PP in the morning. So I have to remind myself I'm an adult as I read the name of that segment. And Peyton says, get ready because your tattoos are a thing of the past. PP in the morning is next.
If it's happening in DFW sports.
Uber Eats has a little Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Franco and Franco. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first 214-4817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to cars wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning. He has found himself on the most toxic show on The Fan, and there's no number two.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right. It is Tuesday 20. It's time for a little PP in the morning, baby. Every Tuesday at this time at 8:20. And guys, look.
Rima's pumping his fist for this segment.
Oh,
but
hell yeah, Rima, let's go.
Nothing else.
He's a huge fan. He texts me, even when he's on vacation, he's texting me, love the payload, love PP in the morning. So huge Tolo Rima is in their side studio.
I can't wait for that boss air check.
How did Rossi in the morning go last week? I was not here for it.
Yeah, what did y'all talk about?
Basically all the segments you sent yesterday, so he already had your material. Ross did well. Rossi did well.
Rossi
Good.
And Kevin.
Good. Nice. Did you do
They're coming to the big station party. They're getting the invite.
Oh, really? Did you call him Khaki Kev? Was that his nickname?
No, but Fred came in and explained that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Fred has a nickname for everyone now.
What, Bobby?
No, Peyton was being mean, and he was trying to trick Kevin into like, hey, that segment you do on the weekend, you should tell Sean you want to do it, and he'll probably let you do it. Like he didn't actually tell him, but he said like, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna tell him to do that.
I'm not gonna be mean. I've listened a little bit. It's Khaki Kicks. He talks about like wearing
new shoes
of the week and everything. So talks about that. Gets a lot of feedback on the fan text 877-881-1053.
Okay.
So I was like, if you need a segment instead of payload or whatever, you could do it. But
yeah.
I didn't know how that would go with this first time in the morning. But
brought street cred to the show.
But guys,
I know how well both of them can read.
No.
Oh man.
Oh jeez.
I gotta protect my new guys now.
So I've never really been a tattoo guy. Do you guys have any tattoos at all? I don't think I've seen any on y'all.
Nope.
None.
Zero. Have you thought about getting tattoos?
Nope.
Why not?
Never once.
Never crossed my mind.
You just don't like it? Or you think about, because I've always thought
needles.
about needles, and I've thought about, okay, it looks good like now, but in 20, 30 years, it's still going to look good. When the skin gets wrinkly, is it going to look good?
I really wish someone would create, maybe there's a website out there of 70-year-olds with their tattoos. 75, 80-year-olds and how the tattoos look.
My grandpa had a bunch, and he was like, from the day I was like 4 years old, because he got one in the army or whatever he was in. Kept saying, never get one, never get one, never get one. And it looked like he had like 3 or 4 on his arm. It looked like the black blobs. Because the skin it was a Mickey Mouse, it was a palm tree.
Yeah.
And it was just, you couldn't even make them out at the end because obviously he got them in the 40s. So it's probably not nearly as good. So it just always been ingrained in me. They never get one.
I just, to me, I'll have a hat where I like this hat. I could see myself wearing this hat every day. And then after a year, I'm like, I don't want to wear this hat ever again. I've grown tired of it. I don't want to put some other where I'm like, after a year, I'm like, this is stupid. I don't want this on me anymore.
Right. Like the, what's the chain? What's the Vin Diesel arm thing?
Oh, it's the Pam. It was the barbed wire, right?
Barbed wire, the tramp stamp.
The new stamp is there's 2 new stamps. One is the girl, the under boob one.
Okay.
And then the other one is the one that
they
goes
get it under?
Yeah, they get it's like almost looks like an eagle, like wings and everything you get under your breast line. And then the other one that a lot of the girls are getting.
They realize what's going to happen after you have children and we're not going to see the tattoo anymore?
No, you see half the tattoo, just the middle of it. And then the other one is the one that goes along the spine. Like the one, it's words like all the way along the spine. Very small.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember this is gosh.
If there was going to be one, it would have been at the beginning when I was hating this wedding ring and the comfortability of it. Comfortability of it.
I can see that.
And maybe tattooing the wedding ring so I don't have to put this on, but I've gotten used to it. Sorry.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. The only thing that might flip me there is a bit. That would be the only thing that would probably commit me to getting one.
And if we got Bobby drunk enough, I'm like, you won't do it, and challenge him, like he almost got in a fight, I guess, at the, what's that urine bar we're going to go to?
Oh, Rudder Room.
Rudder Room.
I did not get that. Was Zach almost got in that fight? I was trying to
afterwards,
defuse.
it carried over into a convenience store I heard about.
Oh yeah, that got loud.
If it got to that point, we could maybe get you to rush into a parlor.
Well, Sean, good news for you is there might not be any more needles needed for this because tattoos, we're moving to freeze branding. Just like you're thinking, okay, freeze branding, what is this? Well, it's just like a horse. You brand a horse with an image on there. And I guess tattoos are a thing of the past now. They're boring now. At least that's what the younger audience is saying nowadays. A new trend is having people freeze branding images onto their skin. Aiden has a video up on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube so you can see how it is. Yes, it's very painful, it looks like.
It looks cool, though,
They're using dry ice. It looks amazing. Oh, the first 30 seconds of the image looks amazing. They're using dry ice or liquid nitrogen to brand themselves. Doctors are warning everyone that this is obviously not healthy for your skin in case you didn't have any common sense.
Well, is the needle with the what's so much more unhealthy about this?
It's killing all the melanin in your skin. It's
tattoos.
It looks
frying
awesome,
it.
though,
It's
man.
frying it. And after there's videos after 6 or 8 months of this that it's turning your skin basically into like a bruise and a scar.
Dude,
a mixture of both.
Look at that one.
Oh,
that's one of these ones gone wrong. Look at that. Oh, that's like those Brussels sprouts you were talking about earlier.
All right, that's
this is no good.
I'm out.
So yeah, people are like, well, if it works for horses, why can't branding work for us humans? And it's obvious. There's a reason why they're on
And how
horses.
much more are they going to charge you because you have to draw the design into this metal, right?
Yeah, you would have to make the brand.
Make the brand.
Yeah.
Yeah, no good.
So, yeah, we're
What
all
about
on
you and
this.
Mackenzie?
I've never, with tattoos, I've never wanted one. She's wanted one of those best friend tattoos where you get a small one on your wrist on them, but she never actually wanted to do it. She was like, oh, it'd be cute.
And why did they have to, why that color? Why did that start as the color? The dirty dark green. I wonder why that became the go-to tattoo color. I'm sure there's some explanation for it, but these are where my brain goes.
You say no tattoo for Mackenzie. Mackenzie, when this just came up, struck me immediately. I thought she was probably a henna girl, though. You remember the girls who used to get henna?
God, really? I think she's too young for that.
No, I don't think so. Henna was still going around.
I don't think she's ever done it, but I don't think I've ever brought it up and asked. But yeah, so freeze branding out. You can weigh in on the fan text 877-881-1053 if you would try this or not. But guys, I need some help here. I really do. Look, so I just need a list in front of me of who, when, where, why, how that I need a tip. Because it's an ongoing debate that people struggle with all the time. When do you tip? Who do you tip? So this happened a couple weeks ago. I was getting my window fixed, and the window guy came out there at my house. He fixed it. I paid him. He told me that how much it cost. I paid him, and then he went along with his day. And Mackenzie asked me, well, how much did you tip him? And I kind of looked at her. I was like, tip? What? I paid him for the window. And I'm thinking, and it wasn't like I was just being frugal with it. I seriously did not know, is that someone you tip? Because I don't tip AC guys who repair something or car mechanics. But if you're doing a service, I feel like maybe you have to tip them. So I don't know. Tell me if I'm an idiot here, if I'm wrong. I don't know.
I wouldn't have done it either. It wouldn't have come into my brain or my mind.
Yeah, we had a couch. We got a new couch a little bit ago. They moved. They brought the couch in, and I tipped them both. But that's you're moving something in. So I don't know.
What does that mean? I mean, this guy's carrying equipment. He's doing physical labor.
But
tipping movers is definitely more customary
because they're a delivery. It's like a delivery guy.
Yes, I've done that as well.
Right, they're a delivery guy. Somebody who's fixing your window or whatever. I would assume that they're I don't know. It just seemed they're not delivering. They're
delivering a new window.
Yeah, they're getting. I don't know if it's they're being paid for the job.
But see, this is the problem. We don't have clearly defined lines of tipping.
No, we don't.
This is a major problem. If someone comes and helps me on short notice, or it's taking them so much longer, and they're just there for 2 or 3 more hours, then I'll probably give a tip.
Like an emergency. If it was a weekend, I was like, hey, dude, I need this window fixed now. Okay, we'll be out there and fix it. Then yes. Or they hold it down with a cheap price, I'll throw in a tip for that.
I wanted to reduce tip yesterday. I ordered sushi. Got it from Uber Eats, and it took 30 more minutes than the longest projected time. And I was like, should I go back in here and take off this tip? Or do I blame the establishment? Because what's happening now is, I got 2 stops on the way. I got another stop on the way.
Yeah.
So I don't know who to punish in that situation or have a problem with.
From the
I did not end up retracting.
From the 901, you don't tip trades if you're in a trade. So I guess plumbers, HVAC.
So I just threw it in there. You tell me if you agree with these or not. I said, list some uncommon. I went to ChatGPT. I said, list some uncommon jobs that you might not think you need to tip that you actually should. Furniture delivery workers.
Yes.
Movers.
Yes.
It says home cleaners tip if you're using a service that pays low flat rates.
Oh.
Yeah, a cleaner.
Zero res. I tip zero res people.
Yeah.
Mobile spray tan service technicians.
No.
Hotel housekeeping.
Mobile? So they come to your house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hotel housekeeping.
But you know that you're paying more for a service that comes to your house, right? Like I got a mobile car detail once, and I'm paying for the convenience of it.
Right. Oh yeah, I know. It's for some reason they're coming to you.
Yeah.
Like I would never tip if I went there, but they came to me.
Yeah.
I feel like,
but they're charging you more.
Yeah.
And what was the last one?
There's two more. It was the hotel housekeeping.
I should more than I do.
I should.
And then DJs at private events, especially if they take requests or stay late.
Well, if they stay late, they're supposed to take requests.
So wait, so I have they have a tip jar, and I'm just at the wedding. I'm not paying for the wedding.
Yeah, it just says DJs at private events.
Yeah, but if hey, here's $5, play the song next.
Oh, what a great vibe you had tonight. Yeah,
like karaoke, you're buying them, you're paying them off, you're bribing them.
Yeah,
you're bribing them to get your song on.
Yep.
So, all right, what is PP in the morning? We got one more song here, or one more story here for you guys.
Ross wouldn't have done that.
DJ over here.
When someone calls you and you answer the phone.
What is the nickname? DJ PP. That's what he's thinking of right here.
DJ the P.
Monday.
DJ the P. Look, when someone calls you and you answer your phone, what's the first thing you say?
What up?
What's up, baby?
Yo, what's
I said
up?
that to Eric every
Gen
time.
Z is using the Uno reverse card on people when they call them. They voice ghost you, basically. It's when unknown numbers call you and they answer it. Instead of saying hello, they just sit there and don't say a thing. They're like, because they don't want to, because you know how you have those spam callers that are like, they wait for you to say something and then it gives you an automated message. They're worried about that tactic. They're worried about them getting spammed and scammed out of some money or whatever, I guess. So they're playing kind of the Uno reverse card. They're not saying hello immediately to unknown numbers, but they're waiting for you to say something. So if you're calling a Gen Z person and they don't say anything and they don't have your number saved, you might have to be the first one to start the conversation.
I've done this for years. If there's a number I don't recognize and I'm kind of concerned, like, is this somebody I don't want it to be a spam call or anything else. I will answer it and then just wait to hear them go, hello? I'll go, oh, okay, I know this is somebody.
Look, first of all, my kids, when I answer the phone for them, before I can even get the hello out, they've already started talking. It's wild. But listen, and I love Gen Z. We agreed on these rules like 75 years ago when Ma and Pa Bell were around. The rule is when you pick up the phone, you say hello. We agreed on this. You don't get to change society here. All right, we agreed on these rules literally pre-war. Pre-war, we agreed on the protocol for when you get a phone call. You say hello. It's that simple. It's a greeting that starts with the letter H. That's what we agreed on. Hi, hey, hello.
Hola.
By the way, there's already a DJ PP. So you can't take that. Literally with just the letters PP too. So
PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this time here on Sean and RJ. Which Cowboys have the best chance to break out in 2025? That's next in Below the Belt right here on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
How close are the Cowboys to getting the Micah Parsons deal done? Well, it doesn't sound like they've even printed up a contract yet, according to Adam Schefter, who we played last hour, I believe, as he was on ESPN saying, nope, Cowboys have not even submitted an official offer yet to Micah Parsons. So they aren't even in the first step. As Mike Greenberg said, he was like, so if we're talking about a 1,000-mile trek to go somewhere, you're saying that they haven't even taken the first step. And Schefter's like, yeah. Now, I think that that's a little bit of an exaggeration to paint it in that picture of like 1,000 miles to go. They haven't taken a step.
Right.
No, it's more like.
And Jerry said after the presser that we basically agreed to everything and the deal's not done. So you went over every parameter. They went over everything basically according to Jerry. But you think it's guaranteed money.
That's yesterday hearing Jerry talk about things and the way he was describing different like hypotheticals or talking about, well, if I do this, if I do that, he kept referencing when you're guaranteeing money or when you're talking about guaranteeing all that money, that sounds like that's the thing.
And let me add this. Ian Rappaport said that the Trey Hendrickson drama, it broke down over guaranteed money before camp. And Hendrickson now went on Instagram and said he's in Florida. So theirs was over guaranteed money. And I just wonder, a couple things that I'm going to randomly throw against the wall is because after hearing the Cowboys speak, I think we are necessarily reminded that these players, Micah may not be asking for 41. He could be asking for 45. He could be asking for 46 because Jerry said a lot of these players, they're not. Some of them don't ask for what is the current high in the market right now. It's what it will be. So, and Micah's agent, like this guy has made a name for shocking deals. Like, whoa, that player didn't. How did that player get this? How did that player get that? He gets a commission too. He wants, as a former NFL player told me yesterday, this agent uses this as, because I said, all right, how often does Micah's wishes win out versus the agent? He goes, it's probably agent wish 1, agent wish 2. What?
Nothing. I was pulling up salary rankings and it screamed out an audio clip, so it startled me. Anyway,
Mike, the agent wish 1, agent wish 2, and then it gets to the player request / wish number 3, because David Mulugheta knows when it gets reported, highest ever, record-breaking, well, that's a recruiting tool for other people to come to you as well. But they could be asking for 46. And the other thing, I wonder if the Deshaun Watson deal is holding up this guaranteed money stuff, because they don't want to get close to guaranteeing the whole thing. I mean, they're close as hell now.
Deal?
What?
Who negotiated that Deshaun Watson deal?
David Mulugheta.
Oh, it was David Mulugheta.
I mean, they're close now. I mean, all these guys are getting 85% guaranteed.
Yeah.
So this is
digging your heels in for that.
They could be punishing Micah too. Of we had a handshake, you verbally agreed, and then you backtracked. So now you wait.
As a frame of reference, last year the highest annual salary for a cornerback was Jalen Ramsey at $24.1 million per year, which, by the way, David Mulugheta. Number 2 was Patrick Surtain at $24 million, David Mulugheta.
Oh my!
And then behind that was Jair Alexander at 21. So they had already jumped the market, right? This offseason,
this is the one.
It was 24.1 for Ramsey. He got J.C. Horn $25 million a year to reset the market, and that was having played basically one season where he was really like active and on top of things. And then that was the baseline for Derek Stingley, then got $30 million a year like the next day.
Yeah.
And it's so Mulugheta's a shark. He's the best negotiator in the NFL. His track record shows how much he just clears. So they know what they're sitting across from. And they know how, or when they sit down actually to be across from him, that they know that they know this is going to be a tough negotiation for them. So I think they are trying to get to Micah as much as they can with these talks. I think that's why they are trying to do as much of the negotiating publicly as they can instead of having to sit across. I think they're just trying to hey, we got to do everything we can to kind of lay the groundwork for ourselves for as much stability as we can. Jerry Jones yesterday was talking to the media as part of his hour-long press conference with Stephen Jones and Brian Schottenheimer in Oxnard, California. And he was asked about, hey, what's the deal? Why don't you pay him and get him here and have him active and ready to participate?
Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
Committing and guaranteeing money. There it is again.
Because I really just did not understand the example being used. I really didn't, because it's going to get spun and everyone is going to react. Like, you sideswiped and called out Micah and Dak. You called them injury prone. You said that they're not available, and that's where this is going to go. And you didn't see it that way. You didn't take this as the big insult that TJ Watt did that Micah ended up retweeting.
No, I saw it more of
JJ Watt.
Yeah. I saw it more of the, someone bring up hey, the whole pose of the whole question of why don't you just pay these guys? And him, in a sense, the way he kind of comprehends it is, even if I pay them, it doesn't mean that they're going to play. Like, they still could get hurt. Even if I give them the money. Just because I give them money doesn't mean they're going to play every game. It doesn't mean they're going to be here.
Yeah, and
they'll be here initially.
But what does that mean, though? Does that mean don't give them the money?
No.
What's the alternative?
No. So if you are negotiating behind the scenes, or the discrepancy is, well, we'll guarantee the first 2 years of the deal, but we're not doing the last. You want 90% of the deal guaranteed. We're not doing that. We'll do the first 2 years of the deal like we did with Amari Cooper, who we felt like was kind of injury prone. Like, you can, if you're having those sort of discussions, then yeah, you're going to start talking publicly if you want to negotiate publicly in terms of we got somebody dinged up. Because here's the thing. When you're talking about somebody who has had an established career that you decide to pay big money to, long-term money to, and we talk about guaranteed money, what is the biggest risk factor we always talk about tied to that? It's injury. It's not that you just all of a sudden think the guy's going to stop playing. Like, he's not going to be good.
The best ability is
availability. That's exactly what it is. So your concerns there are obviously, in the instance of somebody like Deshaun Watson, legal. You're concerned that something will come there, and that's why you put void language in there. Injury.
That's what the Bengals owner said yesterday about Shamar Stewart. He goes, why should I pay him if he's in jail? Now, that is going to get spun probably racially and all that. He's trying to say if you get in trouble clauses in the contract.
Yeah, and the Bengals have needed several of those in the past because they've had a lot of guys who ended up in jail or screwing them with that sort of a thing. But it's something where I think that's why Jerry's showing you a little bit of like, here's the hang up. And here's where, because I would imagine what they want is something along the lines of, all right, if we're going to do 4 years and $168 million, that's $42 million a year. They may all agree on that. Like, yeah, sounds great to us. We all agree with that. But then if Jerry goes, all right, and $84 million of that will be totally guaranteed. And they go, no, 140 of that is going to be totally guaranteed. That's a massive gap.
Massive.
So that's why whenever we see about like, oh, you're resetting the market, you go 42 to 41 or different things like that, people are going to care more about. Kirk Cousins was willing to take, when he did it how long ago? 7 years ago when he left Washington. Kirk Cousins was willing to say, I will take a 3-year deal and I will take it a few million below the top of the market because you're guaranteeing all of it. Yep. And so I know I'm getting more money than most people, even if they do have the higher number.
Tolo Nate wrote me on Facebook and said, I know I'm in the minority, but I agree with Jerry on this. Micah has 1 sack over 4 playoff games, hasn't showed up just like the quarterback. So when is he going to pay these dudes market-setting cash? The friendly and cozy welcome is no longer needed. They're now compensated, now expected to win and fill the void. It has to be frustrating to the Joneses. Just hope everyone is healthy and something doesn't derail the season.
I would like to go and see the other big-time edge rushers and maybe see like what their playoff numbers look like.
Obviously, generally,
playoff probably going up against a better left tackle than normal.
Playoff numbers slip generally for everyone.
Better quarterback, and the better quarterback generally takes fewer sacks because they're getting rid of the ball quicker. So I wonder how that
But
plays.
Micah Parsons has played in 57 of 62 games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's not an injury. That doesn't strike me as injury prone.
Right.
Agreed. When the Cowboys signed Dak, when Dak broke his ankle, and that happened, and a lot of people thought freak injury, he had entering that, or up until that injury, had never missed a game in his career due to injury. He broke his ankle, had an injury that year in the 5th year, and ever since then, he has had injuries pretty much every season since. So I think that they're just trying to say, not necessarily we think he's going to get injured, but hey, this is an inherent risk that we need to feel really good about this. And look, their medical staff, they have been really good about some of the contract details they put in there. Years ago, they put a clause in Gerald McCoy's contract specifically about one quad muscle of his. It was that, like, literally he could have hurt anything else, but if he hurt that one muscle, then they could void the contract. He tore it like the first day of contact drills, and they were like, okay, we voided it, we don't have to pay anything. And so, like, I mean, when they have hesitancy about like injuries and different things that they're looking at, then they are going to really approach slowly what could void it and what guarantees it.
As my dad starts off many sentences, at the end of the day, true or false?
Steven's your dad?
All of this will just be thrown into the CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott, Zeke Elliott disrespect pile, and in 2 months, Micah Parsons will have his money and be ready for game 1. That is what I believe.
True, 100%.
Yeah, he'll be signed by game 1, I think.
And not just that, they will be the best of friends. It's you know, we're all playing chess here. That's how it'll be positioned. It's like, yeah, everything's smoothed over, no problems at all.
They look at this like a game, and then, you know, right now they're fighting. But when the game is over, they're going to meet at midfield. They're going to shake hands. They're going to exchange jerseys.
We'll get into tomorrow some of the stuff I was talking about during the break with you guys earlier. I'll get into some of the specifics and try not to make it so heady. But we'll get into specifically why the Cowboys think financially waiting saves them money, even when the price goes up.
Below, D-Bell, every day. We are in training camp mode. They're stepping on the field today. What is Kevin and Corey hearing? We'll ask them in 1 hour from Oxnard. Nick Eatman will join us even before that at 9:20 in the red zone. But we got the Rangers and Josh Jung back, and a trade that Bobby's excited about if it happens for your Rangers. Choppy has it all in Diamond Cavs after this.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And Jung swings to the first pitch. That one's blasted out to left center. Soderstrom back. He looks. It's out of here. Welcome back to the big leagues. Josh Jung, a solo home run, and the Rangers strike first. They lead 1-0.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Very easy to be romantic about a guy who goes down to the minors and then comes right back up, and all of a sudden, first game back, does some damage. It is Diamond Cavs on 105.3 The Fan. Josh Jung, not a bad first game back for him.
Made me feel dumb. I was chuckling to myself, rolling my eyes that he got called up. For what? He hasn't fixed anything. He's hitting 200.
242.
What are you doing? The offense is starting to click. What are you bringing Josh Jung back for? Bam, in my face.
Yeah, it's it's funny. This is a funny sport. You go and all of a sudden you make one little tweak, and the tweak is not even to maybe something in your swing. It's just to patience, and it's just to not chasing. And one of the stats teams love to use now is chase rate as a hitter. You know what, or as a pitcher too. Like what percentage of your pitches do you get guys to chase on? And from a hitter's perspective, you know, what percentage of pitches that are out of the zone are you chasing at?
Yeah, I think that stat is literally named after Josh Jung.
It's called the Jung stat.
Yeah,
absolutely.
The way that he swings at his whole thing is just everything up was so bad for him, and he laid off that stuff last night.
He did. So a nice little night for him. 2 for 3 with the home run and RBI. He did have a walk. His average at 242, which is obviously still way lower than where he would want it to be. But on this team, it's actually not that terrible. You got Josh Smith ahead of him, and Seager obviously ahead of him, and Carter when he's out there and he's starting ahead of him. But there's not a ton of guys. But the Rangers do get the 7-2 victory. This is a sad step because they got to win the next 2 games of this series if they want to win the season series over the A's. Ugh. The A's are up 3-2 in the season series.
It's not your night.
And no, it's not. Despite the Rangers having a 15-2 victory early on in the year, I mean, the A's did take 3 of 4 at the end of April, early May. So they got to win the next 2 games to win this season series against a team that started 22-20 and is since 22-40.
I saw some of the pitching numbers yesterday. Their pitching is bad. It was very bad with some of the stats.
It's not your night.
Yeah, and they don't usually sign guys. They signed Severino in the offseason. They gave him like $70 million. That's not an A's move. The A's don't usually do that. They don't usually sign veterans to kind of higher price deals. We'll see what this team is going to do as they move forward. They got a lot of guys that are going to be on that Rookie of the Year, kind of finalist list, and they're going to get some money when they move to Vegas if they ever actually do move to Vegas. What a crock this organization is. They had the ceremonial ribbon cutting, first ceremonial shovel in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
They had 2 bulldozers, payloader, whatever the hell they're called.
Payload.
Those big yellow things that the kids use, Tonka trucks. In the background. They rented those. They're not even actually for the dig, for the building. They rented them for the day.
No. For the look?
For the look.
The optics?
So look, hey, we got shovels in the ground.
Oh.
No, you don't. You don't even have any money.
How'd you find that out? You got some Vegas Joe?
It was reported. No, it was reported by MLB Media.
Who ran that down?
Media.
Who was like, I don't think those are real. I bet they rented those. Like, who was like, what intrepid reporter was like, they have a deep throat about the whole like excavator situation.
Buster Olney says, do not expect the Texas Rangers to be in on Tarek Skubal. He says
Tarek Skubal available.
They've already got him.
He's going to be a free agent, right? His free agency is up. After next year, he becomes a free agent, and Buster says he is going to get about $400 million. And he says the question is whether it comes from the Mets, Dodgers, or Yankees. Basically, that's where he's going.
Shocker.
Now, this is no surprise. But the other thing is, who knows if the Rangers would even open the checkbooks up again. They spent $1 billion on DeGrom, Seager, and Simeon.
Yeah, as CY told G-Bag yesterday, in addition to saying we don't really see outside help, it may have to be getting the expected output and production from our own guys. He also said, look, we've had the highest payroll in team history over the last 3 seasons, so we have been spending.
They have been spending. Yes, they do have a very high payroll. Whether they continue to go beyond that and go into the luxury tax even more, that's a completely different discussion, because if they do get Skubal, they are absolutely into the luxury tax. If he does go to one of those 3 teams, and the problem is going to be right before the CBA ends and right before these owners are going to lock these players out, because there is no chance that they're going to see if he goes to one of those 3 teams and he gets a mega deal like that, you're going to have 20 teams saying, listen, we're out, salary cap or nothing. Which I could easily say the baseball salaries have not gone up the way the other sports have. I mean, A-Rod's $250 million contract that he got 25 years ago is still probably, I would guess, top 20 in the league today.
Wow.
As a raw value for sure.
Right.
It was the 10 years, but it is
25 million is not high. It's not high. But as a raw value, that's not that much. And they're not going up. But I think the 2 things. One,
I won't even play the lotto for that.
Right.
It's like at 280. That's not worth my time.
But it's also I think that part of it is the luxury tax really has done a good job of keeping things kind of capped. And the Dodgers don't mind going over it, and the Mets don't mind going over it. The Yankees don't seem to mind going over, but everybody else is like, we're not going near that.
$25 million is tied for 36th in average contract value. Jose Altuve, Nathan Eovaldi, Sonny Gray, and like a million other people.
Yeah, but $252 million,
right? Because it was the 10-year deal,
is still high, and that's just like, all right, this is 25 years ago, man. Think of where NFL salaries were 25 years ago.
Yep. NBA is the most sickening one. The guys
really
are getting
is.
$70 a year.
Yeah,
A year.
Really, a year. $70 million a year
to play 36 games.
Yep.
So I don't know if you MLB is investigating this. Did you see what happened between one of the Braves coaches and Jazz Chisholm over the weekend? And this has been going on throughout the sport. And I don't know how he's figuring this out, and other players are figuring this out. But Jazz was on second base, and he was taking his lead. He would do kind of like a jumping jack. And
I saw him rubbing his chest down.
Okay, and he would do that too, right? But there was a couple things he was kind of like a jumping jack. And the Braves got all upset because of, hey, you're stealing signs. Okay? Which you police yourself on that one, you drill him the next time up. And that's what the Braves coach kind of motioned. He kept pointing at his head, and Jazz kept pointing at his head, and they started John from third base to the dugout. And they're going to investigate this, and they are doing an investigation. But how the hell are they picking up on signs? They don't give signs anymore. So is he able to hear it? Is it so loud? The earpiece of the guy's here so loud that he can hear it?
Maybe that's what the Braves coach is pointing to, the earpiece.
Maybe. 50 feet away? Is that what he's able to do? Or is he giving away, location or what? But this is not going to end well for the Braves coach, because if you start pointing at a guy's head.
Well, that's what happened. So Chisholm's on third. This is Diamond Cavs, by the way, on the home of the Rangers. Nick Eatman from Oxnard at 9:20 to recap the Cowboys presser. Then K&C from Cali as well at 9:40. The Braves coach, who the Rangers have coming up after the A's, he's pointing to his head. And Jazz is like, oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, you're going to drill me in the head? Well, of course, baseball is launching an investigation at the coach, and I thought of RJ Choppy. It was brilliant. It's a great excuse. You know what he said? He said, you better think before you talk like that. He wasn't saying we're going to drill you.
Oh, he's doing
said,
the meme.
Be smarter.
Be smarter.
Be smart.
Be smart.
I think that's a perfect out.
That's a good one, man.
Just be smart.
That's a real
think
real good one.
Now we're going to destroy your temple.
This, by the way, this is a good.
Which he was saying we're going to destroy your temple.
I'm sure. Yeah. This is another good example to point to of what had come up the other day, where we were like, yeah, there's a lot of people in baseball who hate Jazz Chisholm. Like, this right here. Like, this is why people can't stand him.
Yep.
Oh, he's an antagonist. I mean, he really is.
Bobby, what was that trade, before I forget, that you were getting a little worked up over?
So Jeff Passan had done a reset. We talked about this about a month ago. He had the top 50 trade deadline candidates, and he had put percentages next to all of them, like how likely it is that they get traded, and then also talked about who would be the best fits. And so a lot of this was recycled. It's a lot of the same guys who he had initially said would be connected to Texas, but there was one that was new that they were connected to, that he said was one of the best fits for. Marcell Ozuna.
Hey, you brought him up a lot.
I've wanted him. That's the guy that I think if you were to drop him into the lineup, I would take the chance on him. He's got an expiring deal. Go ahead, roll the dice. Now, here's the problem. He's been a monster in previous seasons. His last 46 games, we're talking about basically 2 months here, he is hitting 194. His OPS is 590,
he fits right in.
It's essentially 15 points below what Jonah Heim has been this season. That's what he's done over the last 2 months. But, I mean, Ozuna, you're talking about a guy who that's 40 homer pop. Yeah. That's a guy who will get on base. He'll walk. I mean, you're talking about before that 2 month stretch, his OPS was over 900. Like, he was hitting well still. And so as an expiring deal, I would definitely take a gamble on that. And he says there's a 70% chance that Ozuna gets traded at the deadline and lists Texas as one of the contenders who could snatch him up.
Diamond Cavs here on 105 through the Fan. Before we get to, I'm going to have you guys see if you can guess the top jersey sales so far in Major League Baseball. Did you see the Ronald Acuna throw from the weekend?
I did.
This thing was stupid. Aiden's going to put this up on the fan cam. He catches the ball. There's a runner on second base. He catches the ball.
Play the clip.
In deep right field. And this throw is so stupid. Again, fan cam, here's the audio of it, though.
High and deep to right. Over toward the line. Acuna's got it. Tagging from second is Bebas. Whoa! They got him! Are you kidding me? Frenchie, I'm stunned.
We're gonna, when we come back, we'll dig into this. This was unbelievable.
That's Braves TV with the call. He caught the ball at the corner of the warning track in right field, deep right field. The guy's on second. He's tagging to third. His back is completely to him. He is totally flat foot. He's got no momentum. He turns and just uncorks this massive heave to third base. The guy didn't slide. The guy didn't even think that he would get out. He thought there was no chance this guy's going to get me. He's trotting to third, and they get him. I mean, this was a perfect heave, perfect throw, and they get the guy at third base. Unbelievable.
This is the Mookie Betts. You remember when Mookie Betts threw out Ketel-Marte going to third like 5 years ago? Same spot, same throw. Like, this is like identical.
Oh, no. Here comes the ice bucket challenge.
A little bit of a hater alert. I didn't watch it and say, wow. I didn't react in the moment. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because Acuna is so casual. Yeah. Maybe it's because the runner. Atolo got in my head. He's like, Adolis Garcia don't make these types of throws, and the whole sport isn't going crazy about this. I just feel like there's been other throws. Maybe it's the velocity that wasn't there on it, or it's obviously impressive. Don't get me wrong. I'm not putting it up there of the greatest throws of all time that I've ever seen. Maybe it's the runner wasn't going full speed. I don't know.
The velocity isn't necessarily there.
It's just soaring.
It had the energy to travel. Right, the ball had the energy behind it.
What does that mean, Bill Nye?
It's it's like, it's got this. The spin is creating the energy to be able to travel that far. It's not necessarily like 107 miles an hour.
I love the look of the Yankee
on the velo.
The Yankee coach is like shocked.
Yeah,
he's stunned. Like how did that happen? How did that take place? You guys putting it up as a top 3 throw you've ever seen?
So here, I'm going to play you the Betts throw.
Vlad Guerrero.
I'll play you the Betts throw while I talk about it. So this was Mookie back in 2020. To me, like, this is more impressive because I know it's Ketel-Marte and he's hauling ass and he just, like, on a rope hits him. And that's not even like he didn't catch it in the air and throw. This was something that.
But that was closer distance. Acuna was in the corner.
Yeah. No, he's in foul territory. That's 300-foot throw. Yeah. Like it was measured at 304, I think is what it was measured at.
There's an Ichiro throw that comes to mind. I mean, Adolis does this all the time. There's a handful of guys in the league currently that have great arms. I mean, Clementi's got to throw for the right field corner. There's a lot of them.
Diamond Cavs here on your home of the Rangers. Game 2 tonight. It's a DeGrom day. 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock. Been waiting for this. Nick Eatman live from the tennis courts in Oxnard, California. Is Micah going to step on the field today? And what did Nick think? Or was it just another regular Cowboys press conference? Eatman from Cali on the home of the Cowboys. Next.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
KRL-fm.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Frankly, should we have waited on Diggs and Steele? Oh, you brought them up. I didn't.
You sure you want to start today, Nick Eatman? You're officially on the books for next week.
This.
You want to start it right now?
Let's go. Let's do this.
Our boy, the great
Thanks, Jerry.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here in the Red Zone on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. We'll have K&C from Cali at 9:40. What did you think of all that yesterday?
It was wild. I mean, it was what we. I mean, I wouldn't say I expect that, but I should, because that's kind of the way this thing goes. And you know, Jerry's making it very clear, like he doesn't really care what you think, and not just you, just anyone. He just doesn't care, and he's going to let you know that. And so he let us all know that in a major way.
What were your top two wow moments?
Well, just the like rubber glove flipping the bird moment, which created an unbelievable meme. I thought that was the whole like landman stuff, that like how that really started. It was kind of funny because Tim asked that question, and it was kind of like, I'm gonna set this up here, but I'm really asking you about why you guys haven't won in the last 29 years.
Yeah, the softener.
Yeah. Right. And then, just the whole Trayvon Diggs part more than anything. I thought that. I mean, of course, Micah dominated everything, the Micah stuff, but the Trayvon part I thought was really kind of interesting there as well. And I said this last night. We did a podcast. I said it's funny how 7-Eleven, like they should have a store or something, because everything is connected. Because the way they didn't handle things, I think, in their mind with Trayvon is why they're like, all right, we're not going down this road again if we do a deal with Micah or anyone else. Like these, leadership and accountability and things are going to be all on the table here. So I that's the way I kind of took it.
What do you think is the Micah holdup?
I really don't know. I mean, I would think. 40.1 should get it done, right? I would think that's what they want to do. I think that's what Micah would want to do, and maybe that's the holdup there, that they don't feel like he should be the highest paid player. We've seen this before, right? With Jefferson got a deal, and Diggs didn't necessarily go over that in certain. I'm sorry, Lamb. Yeah, right. Diggs certainly didn't. Lamb either. But yeah, CD didn't go over that, and so but definitely got close. And it's all about how they structure it. He could be the highest paid and guaranteed money up front in the first 3 years, or all this kind of different things. I'd be speculating if I was like, this is exactly the holdup. But I would imagine Micah wants to be the highest paid non-defensive player.
Nick Eatman from Oxnard here on Sean and RJ. The number one word that jumped out to me yesterday was leadership, and you already referenced it. What is Micah not showing them? What else do they need to see from a leadership standpoint in order to go ahead and pay him? Because he did show up. He got some reps. Bobby was right there on the voluntary, non-voluntary, whatever, the minicamp, OTA. So he has kind of been a good soldier on that front. He's in Oxnard right now. What is he not giving them in that leadership category still?
I can't give you that answer because I don't agree with it. I don't agree with the leadership part of it. I think leadership is one of those words. It's like chemistry, when you what this team has and accountability. A lot of these things you just can't really prove. And to me, I look at it differently. I want the guy to go out there, just get to the quarterback, just make the plays. You know what I mean? And what kind of lead? Be a leader that way. 2 years ago, Dante Fowler, what has he ever done? Well, he comes in here and he gets 5 sacks. Sam Williams gets, I think, 4.5 sacks. They're leading by example of what Micah's doing. Last year, Carl Lawson comes off the street, gets 5 sacks. They're leading. I think Micah's leading in a way that we don't necessarily think about. Just go get the quarterback. Just go make a play. Don't do anything, terrible here in the locker room, and he's not that kind of guy. But I don't think you have to sit there and like Ray Lewis and ask where my dog's at and all that kind of stuff and be a leader. I think you can be a leader in your own way.
Nick, do you think that Brian Schottenheimer or any of the Joneses have to go to Terrence Steele today, Dak Prescott, Micah, and patch up a little bit? Because What he said to me about Steele in particular, I get he's mad at Diggs. A lot of people are frustrated with Diggs. But, man, I thought that was unnecessarily over the line. And if I'm Terrence Steele walking out there to practice, I'm feeling like everyone's looking at me with my bosses just saying I didn't deserve my deal. Is there any carryover? Because Jerry's done this in the past, right? We've had Ziku, CD, Dak got a little contentious. Is this a bunch of nothing?
Well, I think the difference of what I didn't even think of it that way until the way you just said it, because those guys were in a contract. I did it with Zach Martin too. I mean, like, he did it with everybody, and that he kind of plays that game through the media. Maybe that's what he's doing. Yeah. But after they get the deal and they're here, Terrence Steele, like you wouldn't. Now, I mean, Terrence hasn't done anything to be dragged into this. I mean, obviously, Diggs, didn't work out, but I don't even think that's that. I mean, that's what he's choosing to do. He wants to do this. If it's that important to work out in Miami and lose that much money for him, so be it. I mean, but for Terrence, I honestly believe, and I'm not trying to just overly defend Jerry, but I just think he looks at it differently. Like, some of these things work out, some of it didn't, and is he wrong? I mean, has that worked out?
No, he's not wrong, but
I get it.
My problem is CD and Mike are in separate categories, than Jalen Smith and Terrence Steele. Like, we know that Micah Parsons is probably going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Like, there's no questions. Like, I even understand the Dak questions. Like, we've talked about that for his whole career, but with Lamb and Micah, there's no questions.
But I think a question that has to be brought up, and there's no way that Jerry and Steven and Will McClay and Brian Schottenheimer don't think about the fact that in the last 3 or 4 years, every time they've done a deal, who has actually earned their money? I think you could say CD last year, the way he played, especially at the end of the year, he had a kind of a slow start, but he played well. I think he made the Pro Bowl, and he did a really nice job. The other extensions, Diggs, Steele, Donovan Wilson, Dak, for whatever the reason, some of it injuries, some of it just not playing as well.
Yeah.
They haven't lived up to that. So that's a big issue that the Cowboys have had, and it's taken it all the way back to the Terrence Newman, Marion Barber, and
Tyrone Crawford.
Right. A lot of times you give these guys the money, they haven't done as well on the second part. I mean, Zach Martin and Tyron Smith, they did it every year, for the most part. They lived up to it, but I think that is a problem around here, is that the guys in that second or third contract, they're not meeting those expectations.
Nick, what percentage of the players actually are insulted by these comments, or versus just, hey, this is just what happens here? If you've been here long enough, this is what goes on here. You got to deal with it.
Yeah, I would think for the most part that they understand that, but they all, some of them probably follow the JJ Watts of the world, and they try to escalate these things. I put a percentage on it. I would say probably 10% of them probably are offended by maybe 20 or 30 of yeah, man, that's messed up, whatever. All right, what do they have for breakfast? And then the rest is kind of like, hey, it is what it is. I ain't worried about that because that doesn't affect me. And there's a lot of we use the word a lot of wham, WAM. What about me? That it happens a lot, in our world with people that we work with. Everyone's worried. That's cool. How does it affect me? And there's probably a lot of players, getting ready to be on the practice field today. They're like, that doesn't affect me. I just want to get that next contract. I hope he's talking about me one day with a new contract.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com from Oxnard here on the Fan. So what are they actually doing on the field today? And do you think that Micah Parsons will be out there?
That is the biggest question of all. And is where is Micah during the where's Waldo? But where's Micah when they are practicing? Because see, that's we haven't really had a lot of hold-in situations at training camp. I've seen some in the offseason, but not really at training camp. So that's what I'm curious to see is where is he standing when the team is practicing? If he's not practicing, where is he? Is he right there? because that would be nice with the new defense and just hearing the calls terminology. Is he right there talking to some of the players? That's what I would like to see. Is he back playing video games or doing whatever? I don't know how productive that would be. So, but well, and as to what they are doing, I think it'll be, sort of walk-through type things. Definitely won't have pads on, shells maybe, but it'll be glorified walkthroughs, and until they kind of ramp this thing up.
All right, Nick. So since you're into answering percentage questions today, all right. So he had a lot to say about Micah. He had a lot to say about Trayvon Diggs. What percentage of what you think was said about Micah yesterday was bluster or negotiation tactics versus legitimate criticism versus what was bluster and legitimate criticism of Diggs?
Oh, yeah. Diggs, I would say, I would say 80. I would say with Diggs about 60%, that was like a real thing. Well, because there's no negotiation really going on with Diggs, right? I mean, he's not trying to get a new deal, and it just is what it is. I think that's a harder question to answer, but I just think that they're married to each other. I think that it's easy to talk about the Diggs situation because really what he's saying is he's talking about Micah and why they are trying to get this and what some of the holdups are, and they're using this as a prime example of why leadership matters so much and why they want to make sure they have everything figured out before they get down this road.
Is it cold there, Nick? At the danger of upsetting our DFW audience?
Yeah. I have a deal about that. You don't talk about it being cold to anyone other than people here because they don't care back in Dallas. No, it has been a little bit cool, but no, it's fun. I'm ready for you guys to be here.
You can tell I'm ready.
Hey, these guys have it down though. They're ready to go. They're. All right, Corey's here, Kevin's here. They're ready to roll this thing.
Well, look, you just set a new YouTube 9:20 a.m. off-season record for tune-in.
Look at that, Nick.
So the number is not usually that high. You can tell I'm ready because I hogged the entire interview, but cannot wait to hear and see what happens today.
I think we can thank Jerry on that.
Yeah, we can thank Jerry. Thank you, brother. Great to have you back.
See you guys.
We'll do it again Thursday. Brian Broaddus will join us tomorrow. Adam Schefter will join us tomorrow as well. Let's go back out to Cali and crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece next. But first, let me talk about the low T.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it cinnamon sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Than anyone else, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Woo! Back out to California in Oxnard here on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ. It is the K&C Masterpiece. I see that Corey Majors is currently talking. So Kevin Hagelin, set us up.
He is here, but yes, he is talking to Nick Eatman. They are airing their list of grievances against you guys, and he'll be back in a minute.
No, I'm here, guys. Yeah, Nick was regaling me with some fantastic camp stories of the past. Is that the right word, Kevin? Yeah, there you go. What are you doing, Chop? Trying to confuse me.
Oh, no. I was just excited about the word. I just hadn't heard that word in a while.
Yeah.
Your
reaction? Think you knew that word.
I heard it on G-Bag to start off, but just recap your press conference reactions. And have you gotten any? Is it still too early there, or can you feel any leftover rumblings and effects from what happened yesterday?
The biggest thing that we noticed this morning is the long-standing Chiefs fan who had their flag draped right outside of Cowboys training camp.
Not here.
Is gone.
No,
not
yes,
Bassick.
Bassick is gone. Yes, that is. But he's at home probably.
Bassick is writing me typical Mike training camp messages. Training camp. The Cowboys have a star player in a contract situation heading into camp. That's a new storyline. I wonder if he'll get a new contract 10 days away from the first game. Hopefully the boys have a good walking practice today with loud music, shorts, and weird-looking helmets. Man, do I miss that.
He said the last time I was there, the Rangers traded for Max and Monty, and so that did happen. We won a World Series that year. Hopefully the boys have a good walking practice today with loud rap music. So that's the Mike Bassick.
Yep.
Always being Mike Bassick. But yeah, the Chiefs flag is gone, Kevin. That was the first thing we noticed. So no, I mean you're kind of starting to already hear. The media is. There was an uneasiness yesterday, and I think it was rightfully so on everybody's part. Kevin, I've been telling you all morning, Dak, Micah, Diggs, all those guys that got called out, they haven't won.
Sure.
I mean, so anything that they've done so far hasn't accomplished what they ultimately want to accomplish, so they still have work to do, and if Jerry's calling them out, hey, we've kind of talked about that before. Maybe he should call some people out every once in a while.
I just still don't know how... And I understand that it clearly has been interpreted this way by some people. I just still don't know how the injury one is a call out. Like the one about Dak got hurt right after. Like it literally just seems to me like he's giving proper history context for this is what you risk.
Yeah,
like
valid.
That's how that's felt the whole time.
Well, you're the only one feeling that because it comes across to everyone else is that you're saying he's injury prone or he wasn't worth giving him that money, that was a mistake. That's the way I feel like 95% of people have taken it. Am I wrong, Kevin?
I think the proximity of the way he said it did make it feel a little weird. Like, I'm not going against Bobby entirely. I totally get what he's saying.
Not.
I will not. But
I don't know. Kevin won last time.
Shut up. I totally get... I didn't do any of this, Bobby. So
he talks crap about you all the time off air, too.
That is so not true. I totally get the idea because it was like, hey, you never know. We paid Dak, and then he got hurt. So, like, he might not have meant to do it like that, but it did sound the way he lumped those together.
It was bad examples, like a car accident. Like,
that's why we haven't re-signed Micah. He might get hit by a car.
Okay, to that point, I do want to point. I said this to you yesterday. If you'd have signed him 2 months ago, and then he got hit by a car last week, would everybody be killing Jerry on, you guys signed a guy that's going to get hit by a car? Yes, they would all be killing him and be like, now Mike is not going to be here. So the Cowboys are like, we'll wait until right before the game, so at least we have him for a quarter or a series. That's their goal.
Then if he gets hit by a car later,
they're like, well, you couldn't do anything about that, but we had him
out of him.
Yeah, exactly.
Fascinating.
I feel like that's the way they think.
Corey, give us the tease for the show before we get to your plain tweet.
Did you hear my tease for our show today?
No.
Oh, I said we'll be live from Oxnard from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. unless we get hit by a car.
Which we did not, so we're okay there because we wouldn't be on air.
That's a good tease.
Thank you.
We might have Joe Milton today.
Well, that's you're gonna have to cancel that one.
Did you already have Joe Milton this morning?
No, he's mine.
Go Vols, baby.
We're Tennessee.
Oh my God, this is amazing.
That's mine.
You would have put the dagger early into RJ Choppy's heart.
And I love Chop because Kevin, yesterday we were discussing, is Tennessee actually one of the most daunting stadiums on the planet? But no, I just gave them a list. I give them a list of
who'd you give it to? I'll have a talk with them.
Our friend Bront.
I'll have a talk with Bront.
And
Bront needs to know better. He needs to know where we all went to school.
Well, I don't think Bobby's given the list yet, so I'd blame Bobby too.
Yeah, so that's just, I mean, we just got, by the way.
I'm going to save Cowboys interactions, not ruin them.
We had asked for Dak. It doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen this time.
Get him.
It is Tank Top Tuesday.
Where's your tank top?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh.
Play stripper music, baby.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, look at that tan. Look at them guns. Look at them guns with the white shirt. Oh, yeah, looking good. Looking good.
Look at Carter in the background.
Got to roll some Tank Top Tuesday on a Tuesday out here, no matter what. And I got Carter with me as well.
Put Carter's white arms next to Corey.
Carter has a tank top on, too.
That sounded like
Carter has one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Carter,
hop in there one more time, Carter. Show everybody.
Carter, get behind Corey. Yeah, arm to arm, so we can see.
Don't do that.
The color differences and other differences.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, Uncle Beatty, give the flash. Give the flash.
Also, Sean, I don't know if you want a cut of you saying, "Let's see the color differences." I don't know if that's necessarily.
I think saying Hulkamania is worse than that.
Oh, brother,
well, kind of the same thing, I guess.
Sean, I do want to. I thought of you whenever we got to our rooms today. Yeah, this might be the best rooms we've had since we've come out to Oxnard.
What?
Wow! Well, we've stayed with Squalor before, so.
Golly.
I love my room. I'm overlooking the marina. It's a great view. The room itself, Kevin, I think you and I both agree. We have a step down to like a little suite area.
Oh, wow.
It's cool. The bathroom itself might be the coolest bathroom I've ever had in a hotel.
What?
So, yeah, this is a good stay.
I'm gonna need a confessional
right
tour.
now.
It's a giant walk-in shower. It's awesome.
Yeah, I hope I'm not overselling it because he's going to get out here and be like, what is this?
Yeah.
Corey said this was great. It sucks.
I'm gonna need a confessional video tour for that.
Okay. All right, we'll do that.
Little tour. Give us anyone else who would break Bobby's heart. Dak. Who would break my heart? Overshone or Ferguson? Hopefully you won't get them.
I did not ask for either of those people.
The one that'll break my heart if somebody else gets it other than us is CD. Because CD's the best interview that you can get.
We've had him before. He's always fantastic. I've always enjoyed talking with him. But I did ask for him. But you know how this is out here. We ask and we try to do everything we can.
I just don't know where you think you have a right to ask for Joe Milton.
He's a Cowboys player. We're the Cowboys station. I'm supposed to do things.
He's so far down the list. It's
It's like if we got Cooper Flag first.
Yeah, it's not even that. It's like imagine if let's not even use Cooper Flag, okay? Because he's the number one pick, right?
Yeah.
Imagine if
Shamar Stewart.
No. I'm saying like someone down the roster, like you said, you wanted your first. Max Christie was the first guy, right? And that's the guy that you got the first guy. He's so far down the roster.
Nico asked for him. So.
Yeah, that's right. So I would recommend that you guys don't do that.
Oh,
I'm just gonna say
he already picked this fight with G-Bag. Y'all know what that.
I would recommend you don't do that.
So you're saying Cowboys walk over here and they say, "Hey, we got Joe for you."
They say so. Just say, I would send a text right now and say, "Hey, who else do you have?"
No, you got to call RJ into the interview. You can't start it until RJ's on the hotline.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
No,
I'm
it's a
perfectly fine with that.
It's a face-to-face.
Oh,
let's be fair.
Never mind.
Let's be fair. I need tickets to the Arkansas game this year.
That's the point of your interview?
No, but
That's Jerry
these guys.
Steven.
These guys know me.
That's Jerry or Steven. We got Arkansas Connects.
But it's in Knoxville. These guys know me. I will always whore myself out to get something free.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
So, and we got a lot of things to talk about. We got a lot of stuff to talk about.
All right, Corey.
I'm not, just real quick, I'm not sure you understand the concept of whoring. You don't do things for free.
Well, that's fair. But you don't know what I'm willing to do.
The pay is the
So
thing
instead
is-
of money, it's the tickets.
Yeah.
Corey, what
Gotcha.
happened on the plane?
All right. Got on the plane. Great flight. Other than the kid who was sitting next to me.
Best flight.
Best flight ever. There was a family sitting across 2 rows. They said, "Hey, you're the small one. You sit in the middle next to that guy right there." And I was like, "Oh, crap. Now I got to sit next to a kid." And I'm in the window. And this kid sits down. And Choppy has said this. I've heard it multiple times when he's talked about travel. Whoever's sitting in the middle gets their choice of elbow space. And this kid decided he was taking not only his dad's elbow space, but mine too, and was shoving his elbow into my side, playing his stupid switch, and I wanted to pick that thing up and throw it into the cockpit. The entire time he was just playing games, and I was like, do I just shove this kid into his dad or something? What do I do here? I didn't. I just I watched a show called Bookie on the flight, and I just tried to take my time and calmly go through things.
But where'd you put your arms?
I had to lean up against the window. I had to lean up against the window because also I don't want to be the one that's leaning up on some little kid.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be that guy. 8 years old, something like that.
I thought middle seat gets both.
Middle seat gets both, but they get to decide high-low.
Yeah. I, like an idiot,
okay.
I have to do like arm planks. Like I put my arm on the seat.
You'll lean.
John grabs the seat in front.
I keep my arms rested up there until they're burning on my triceps. It's awful.
I did that. I did. I was holding on to the seat in front of me because I was like, I don't know what to do with my hands.
What do you suggest here, Choppy?
Well, look, I mean, you're not in the middle. The middle gets the armrest, okay? But as the bigger person, like stature, bigger.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
right.
you got to exercise some muscle. So the moment that kid chose the high armrest, you got to dominate the low.
Okay.
Yeah,
dominate.
Well, when he gets up to go to the bathroom, you got to
You
reestablish.
got to build a wall, okay? On the armrest, you got to build a wall.
We're in the wrong state for that, man. We're in the wrong state for that.
We should have a Choppy minute every day out there when we go out there. A Choppy Cowboy minute. All right, Joe Milton, hopefully.
Maybe. No.
And everybody
I'm gonna
else that could be on the morning show
I'm going to
list.
text Braun and say, hey, man, I would not advise that.
Oh, man.
You better walk Will Greer over there.
Yes.
They walk Will Greer over.
He'll be the backup.
That's right. All right. The K&C Masterpiece, live from Oxnard. Kicking off our training camp coverage is next.
Mike wearing Chiefs gear up to training camp. So
I'm a little concerned.
I think we're going to be fine.
You think Steven and Jerry walk by and they go, you know what? I want one too. We're going Tank Top Tuesday every Tuesday.
No.
Okay.
What I learned from the presser yesterday, among many other things, is they do not learn football lessons.
Okay.
So we're going to start with Cowboys questions that matter now that we've made it to Oxnard, and the practices are beginning today right during our crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation. First Dallas Cowboys practice will kick off. Now, I'm going to open this question up to you, Corey, to Alec, to the people, 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel text line, or the Twitch or the YouTube. So my first question, we're just kind of making this one up, but I think it's applicable. Are you guys excited, and is the fan base excited now that training camp is here? Because I get, and like Alec, I really want your insight as well, and I want the people's insight, because like I know we're here, and that can make it easier because you can just walk, like we're literally right at the practice fields, and you can just walk out there and see practice and everything like that. But for people who are back in the Metroplex or listening from anywhere across the globe that aren't going to be at Cowboys training camp, do you get jazzed up for yesterday or for this day in particular?
I think you know particular about me that this has always been my dream.
Yeah.
I love coming out to camp. I don't care if they're hitting each other in full pads every day or if they're in shorts. I've always this experience of it all. And I think the information you can get, the stories you can get from behind the scenes, talking to some players here and there, you get some interesting tidbits for what I think you can use during the season. You know, this is the begin. Oh, this is going to sound so cheesy. This is the beginning of a journey, and this journey will last until just after January, hopefully longer. But you know, it lasts that long, and over that time, you're going to be able to see, did Javonte Williams, when he said this at the beginning of camp when we talked to him, did he accomplish that by the middle of the season? Or did this actually come to fruition? So those are the things that I get really pumped up for, is kind of hearing what these guys want to do and then tracking that through the season to see how that goes. But yeah, man, football season's back. And that's, for me, like this is where it all starts rolling right now. So yes, Kevin, I'm very excited for this part of it and looking forward to first preseason games, getting those out of the way, seeing how some of these other guys perform and who's going to fit where and what this team needs more of.
Alec, what about you?
It's a little bit tougher now that I'm kind of in the thick of it. It gets a little bit chaotic working all of it, but it's still exciting. The preface of it definitely is, because we actually get to put some of these theories that we've been talking about for weeks and weeks and weeks into action. We actually get to see results. We get to see some of this happen, you know, for me on film, because, you know, everything's been hypothetical, everything's been theoretical, and it gets so boring for me after about a month of just what if. I get to actually see video of this, and I get to hear quotes about it and read quotes about it. So, like, I'm just glad that this is reality now, and it's not just the hypotheticals. We're done with the Mount Rushmore conversations and blah, blah, blah. Like, let's talk about some real football. It's finally here.
Hey, at 12:20, I do still have one more fictitious conversation for you, but I get your point nonetheless.
I always used to, before I got into this business, Kevin, I was working IT, and I was reading everything that Mickey and Nick Eatman and Rob Phillips were posting. Like, that was my outlet. Was that, and whatever Randy Galloway was writing and whatnot. That was what my connection to out here. Listening to Bill Parcells on those press conferences, crunching on his ice and being like, why doesn't he just stop chewing the ice?
Yeah.
You know, but the thing about all of that was I was a person that was going through my life there in Dallas, and I was envying the people that were able to deliver the stories to me. And that's why I was like, that's what I want to do now. I want to go deliver the stories. I want to bring camp to everybody's house or their office, wherever they are. I want to bring that to them so they can get a little bit of an experience, try and give them the best information I can along the way.
Yeah, you know, and that's, like, I think that's where I am, because I see people that are texting in that are not excited because, like, for example, they don't think the team is going to be good. From the 806, I'm excited, but I want it to be about football. I'm tired of Jerry and the BS that come with it. I want football. And then from the 817, last year was the last time in my life it felt hopeless. I just don't care about the Cowboys right now. And I get that from the perspective of either A, you just want the football and not all the drama. Unfortunately, we've all picked the wrong team. Unfortunately for that, it would appear. But I'm with you on that.
Didn't Jerry say that yesterday?
Oh,
he was like, no, that's all football.
Yeah, absolutely. And then for the other part, if you just don't think the team's going to be good, obviously, who am I to argue with that? You look at last year's record, or you can look at the last 3 decades of lack of playoff success. But the thing that I like about training camp, and I know it's not the same way it used to be, 2-a-days and blah, blah, blah. That's rock on. I get you. But what you do have the possibility of seeing out here, and what I think that we'll do a good job, not just us, the entire station, will do a good job of presenting things that you see that could translate. I thought of 3 immediate examples, 2 that worked out, 1 that definitely did not. So back in 2014, they had the joint practice the Cowboys did, and Khalil Mack was lining up against Tyron Smith, and he just dusted Tyron Smith in the first play, and we were both like, holy crap.
Holy go.
And then Tyron Smith got really mad and slammed into the grass.
He said, run
do
it back,
again.
run it again.
And he shut him down. But Tyron Smith by that point had already been established very quickly as a dominant player. And I know Khalil Mack was a high draft pick, but there were questions about the school he came from.
He one hand palm slammed him into the ground. By the way, the next play he grabs him with his left hand, picks him up off the ground in his chest, and just and says, all right, next play, let's go.
And you saw right from there that Khalil Mack was going to be really good. We saw last year, we tried to tell everybody that Zeke looked slow as all get out. And so when they were like, we already know what Zeke can do, he's best shape of his life, blah, blah, blah. We're like, no, we saw it in training camp. He looked slow. But then the one that didn't work out the way I thought it would is the last several years, back-to-back seasons. We saw Dak Prescott and Brandon Cooks just connect unbelievably in training camp. And I definitely was like, you watch out, this is going to be great. And it didn't translate to the regular season. But that's one of the things I like, is some things you see that you think will translate to the regular season, and they don't. And then there's other things that you catch before anybody, and you're like, I'm telling you.
I knew this was going to work.
Exactly.
The thing I'm interested in there is, Kevin, those two never played a preseason game together. We saw them do it out here on the field all the time.
Yeah.
But then they never did it in a preseason game, and I don't know if that's changing. So
Probably not, right?
The Pickens-Dak connection, will that be better because they work together out here so much, or will they get some preseason action together? Probably not. But that's the thing that I want to see that, and they're like, no, we can't risk the injury, and I get that. I totally get we can't risk the injury, and across the league it's like that. And a lot of different teams. Some teams are like, no, we're going to run them out there. Some teams are not. But you're right. We do get to see. Man, no, Dak was dotting that early, or he didn't look great. Remember the year that he didn't look great, and we were like, oh, no, this is bad. And then he came out of the gates firing, and we were like, what happened? What was the difference? It's like watching a preseason baseball guy, and you're like, he's hitting great here. Why is he not hitting great here? Or he was in a slump, and now he's hitting home runs.
I continually think back to the last couple of years of Tony Romo, and we've talked about this on air before, watching him walk up the steps.
Right there.
To his,
right next to our tent.
To his second floor room. You're like, there's no way that guy is going to make it through a football season.
Yeah, it was the slowest.
Unfortunately, he didn't.
It was one step at a time each foot. And we were like, I was like, Kevin, dude, I don't know. And then he didn't. And these are the little things, man. And then you also get to see some. There are some moments you want health. You want health out here
for sure.
Those are the times where you're like, oh no, is he done? You see a guy pull up, and you're like, oh no. But that is part of camp, and hopefully these guys ramp up the right way.
Now, I have other questions that go along with that. By the way, I just wanted to address this one, and this is always complicated for me to figure out as well. From the 901, it's because in practice and in training camp, they're only playing against air. Everyone looks good against air. The problem is they suck when they play against other NFL talent. That's just not accurate.
Well, the other thing, too, on the Brandon Cooks Dak thing, they didn't even draw the plays up.
Yeah.
Like, they never even ran the plays that we saw. Like, we were asking McCarthy, you saw this.
Yeah.
Why have you not run that play yet?
Yeah, and, like, I don't think that's entirely accurate. Like, when it gets to the playoffs, they don't win. That's a fact. But you see them against other NFL caliber players in terms of the rest of the team, and it can give you good insight into, I don't know, Kalen Carson's having a rough go. You know what I'm saying? Or you're like, oh man, Jalen Tolbert, well, maybe it works hand in hand, is really doing this or really doing that. It doesn't always translate, but you can get a good idea of who looks maybe better than you thought or worse than you thought, even in the intra-squads. But that's one of the great things about the joint practice as well, is because, like we already used the example about Khalil and Tyron, is you can tell.
Aaron Donald and Zach Martin.
Yes.
We got to see that.
You can tell when players are really trying in those in those team practices versus we're just D'ing around and having some fun out here.
And see, okay, let's go to this now. Let's go to this part of this conversation where we got a little bit of time. Jerry yesterday spent how much time talking about leadership from Micah and leadership from Diggs and look, y'all, all these guys. I guess for Schottenheimer, he's like, y'all got to. If I'm Schottenheimer, I'm telling all the guys, you need to prove to me who your leaders are. You might have some surprises. Some of you guys that think you're leaders right now might not be by the end of this camp. I would definitely have that. Y'all got to. This is the time to show it. But Kevin, how many years that I was out here going, man, Micah didn't even participate in that drill.
Yeah.
And what do we hear? Man, he's just wired differently.
Right.
Or he's, well, is Micah going to participate in all those drills? Hey, every rep counts. Are you gonna be that kind of a leader where you're just like, no, we have to do all these little things, these little details to make sure we're ready for the season? Or you're like, man, I don't have to do that. I'm too good.
See, okay,
and that's something that I'm hoping to. Those leadership steps are important.
Now, I wanted to bring this up because I have seen this kind of like example a lot. And I'm going to see if I can change the example just a little bit. For the 817, being a Cowboys fan is like being in a toxic relationship. She keeps cheating on you, but you can't leave because she's hot. All right, I get that. Now, I'm going to use the example of the Cowboys are at times kind of like an up and down, potentially sometimes negligent parent. Because at least with the relationship, and I get that analogy, it's a good one. I think I would feel more justified in leaving as opposed to like turning my back on my mom. And that's what I feel like. The Cowboys have been there my entire life. Now, first of all, my mom is great. All right. I love my mom. She's won many Super Bowls more recently.
Nurtured you along the way.
Exactly. She's still winning Super Bowls.
But then you got old enough to get out on your own, and she's still there for you.
She's still great. And so, like, but I think of the Cowboys as like kind of a deadbeat parent at times. Is like they're there, they show up once in a while, but like when you really need them, they're not there. But it's tough because they're maybe they birth your sports fandom or whatever the case might be, and you have a hard time just moving on and giving up from them. But maybe you should just move on and you can like choose your own family. But then there are other people like, you don't get to choose your own family. You were born here in the Metroplex and you love the Cowboys even when they're no good.
Every once in a while they show up with a PS5
and you're like,
they're like, do you want us to help you plug it in? And you're like, no, Rocco will help me. And he's like, who's Rocco? And you're like, oh, and then is that kind of the feeling?
I mean, kind of.
Okay.
Or they're playing Madden with you, and it's going great. And then the divisional round starts, and you're like, I got to go.
What? But we were having a great time.
Exactly.
What are you doing right now? Why are you leaving me?
By the way, can I ask you one more Cowboys question that matters? Because I had a whole bunch of other ones.
I mean, we got to hurry up before this weekend.
How good do you think Tyler Booker will play as a rookie? Because we've had a lot of discussion about if. All right, so before first practice even gets going, you have to answer it right now. How good will Tyler Booker play as a rookie?
I think he could be not all pro. I think he could be a Pro Bowler.
Wow.
I think he'd be a Pro Bowler, Kevin.
Okay.
And that says a lot, considering the shoes he's filling. I don't think he thinks about that, though. You think he thinks, I have to fill Zach Martin's shoes?
He might have at first, but probably
or
not.
if anything, the way he talks, it's like, I get to to fill Zach Martin's shoes. Like, doesn't it feel that way?
I could see that.
I want to see the power. I want to see the strength and some of the mobility that we hear he actually has that people say he doesn't. I'm interested to see if he has that mobility, but the raw power, I want to see that. I think he's going to be very good this year for us, Kevin. I feel a lot more confident going with him than I did with Tyler Guyton last year at tackle. I think I told you all year last year, prepare, he's raw, not a lot of play. I kept telling people, just be ready, but he's going to be, at some point, he's going to be good. I'm hoping Guyton's better this year.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, hopefully this won't come up a lot. I love the company, but the injury report, which hopefully we won't have to lean on a lot. It is, however, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. They've got you covered when the hits keep coming. Coming up next, we will talk for the first time this season with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, next right here on The Fan.
Doesn't sound right. Was it cell squad?
Cowboys training camp, and right now, feel the pressure on the hot seat. The Wild Forks Food Hot Seat, wildforkfoods.com. Elite game day grilling favorites. We bring to you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
I feel like I'm with my long-lost friends.
There you go. You know, it's funny that you say that because I saw a post with your long-lost friends at CJ's Southern Barbecue.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah, Kevin was like, should we go try this place? I was like,
yes.
I think we need to.
Okay, give us a breakdown if you can about it.
Brad and I usually do this the first day of training camp. Well, we did it the second day, and we over-ordered.
Okay. Do you have fridges in your room, hopefully?
Yes, we do.
Okay, good.
We got the small size of gumbo, which is like unbelievably good.
Yeah.
Right? And it's really authentic. CJ's from Macomb, Mississippi.
Okay.
So he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Right? So that was would have been enough for dinner.
Right.
Okay. And this was the small one. You can get a quart too, by the way. And then I ordered 2 meat barbecue dish. So I got tri-tip and pulled pork. I ate half of the gumbo. I ate one of the meats, and then there's 2 sides.
Holy moly.
Black-eyed peas and collard greens.
Oh, my gosh.
And Brad went back and got a thing of cornbread. I'm going, what are you going to do with that? He goes, I'm taking it to my room.
Okay. Yeah.
And then CJ came out and talked with us, and he remembered us because we usually go there. He's not always there. But it's on Victoria, and it is the best.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Kevin, I don't know if you heard, but it did sound like Mickey's a little jealous that he didn't hop in on Tank Top Tuesday already. He was like, I got a cut-off shirt over here.
Yeah, one of my bike shirts, is yellow so people can see me. It's sleeveless. I usually wear something underneath because it's cold here.
Yeah.
Right? I just took it off. If I had known, I'd have left it on.
Yeah, so we got a couple more Tank Top Tuesdays rolling, so maybe next week we can get that rocking.
See if I can remember that.
Did you anticipate the plethora of
Yes.
Okay. Because, I know Patrick Walker said something about it. Brad said something about it. I have a football question. And so I was kind of curious, where do you fall in terms of are Micah contract questions football questions? Or do you think football questions are all, on the field?
Well, I think that it's sort of the news of training camp.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there and I was looking at my watch and I'm going, we're getting close to an hour.
Yeah.
Enough's enough.
Yeah.
Right? How much more can you ask? And the one question, actually 2 questions. One is, how much is Micah asking for?
Yeah.
Nobody knows the answer.
Everybody's saying the Cowboys are dragging their feet, right? Well, what if he's asking for $50 million a year? Because if I was his agent, that's what I'm asking for.
Yeah.
Because I know what the bottom line is $41 million, right? Well, you can settle for that, but I'm going to ask for 50. Who knows? They might give me 45.
Right.
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 No one asked. And they wouldn't tell you.
Sure.
Right. And the agent's not saying anything because normally by now they've leaked something.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, by the way, between us, but if you want to use it, I've dealt with agents before, all right? And I always felt like afterwards I had to go take a shower.
Ooh.
Because you had to give a little to get a little.
Sure.
Right? And then the other question is how badly do you want to sign him to an extension?
Yeah.
They don't have to.
Right.
Everybody forgets he's under contract.
Right.
$24 million guaranteed.
Yeah. Look, and the biggest thing that I've always talked about, and I know long term this doesn't necessarily help it, but if you feel like it's a player who's definitely going to be here, the one thing I like about the extension is then you can play around with the money, whereas the first year option is absolutely 24.007
and you
or
can't,
whatever. Yeah,
you can't
exactly
prorate it or anything.
Exactly.
And that's what they would like to do, right?
For
Because
sure.
you pay them
For
a signing
sure.
bonus, and then you prorate it over 4 years or however long the contract is, and you lower his cap hit for this year.
Absolutely.
Right? But at this point, they've already absorbed the $24 million.
Yeah.
So, and then from a player standpoint, Do you want I don't know, signing bonus? What do you think? 30, 40 million at least?
Yeah.
You want to put it in the bank tomorrow?
Yeah.
Or do you want to wait all this time and possibly have to play for 24 million and you get paid 1/18 of that every week for 18 weeks?
Right.
So, and you have no security, because what if you get hurt?
Yeah.
And then they say, well, we're not going to franchise you. You can be a free agent. It almost happened to Dak. Remember?
Yeah.
When he tore up his leg, ankle. He was going to bet on himself on the franchise tag, then he got hurt.
Does it hurt? Just your opinion, and obviously I'll tip my hand. This is my opinion. I think it has hurt the Cowboys that when that happened to Dak and when it happened to like Michael Gallup, for example, they still got paid anyway, even though they were coming off injury.
Right, they did.
So I wonder if Micah's like, oh, I get hurt, maybe I still get paid anyway.
But you got to figure out what they think about you.
Yeah.
Right?
What do they think about
Well,
him?
you keep hearing about leadership.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I was going to ask is he's been with them this long. They've seen him, and now they're still saying, you got to show us leadership. Has he not ever shown that before?
For 2 months.
Okay.
You know, because...
And what type of leader does he seem to be when you see him around?
Well, here's the deal. Leadership sometimes is, you don't have to get up on a pedestal and make speeches, right?
Yeah.
But how about this?
The guys in a room choose who they want to follow by the things they see.
How about this? So this year, the first day they did off-season weight and conditioning or training, whatever it was, they had a crawfish boil.
Okay.
Authentic. And they had the long table about 30 yards long and dumped all the crawfish on there.
Matt Pittman from Meat Church.
And that was, yes, it was.
Our guy Matt.
And everybody's out there together eating crawfish. There was no number 11 out there.
Huh.
So if you want, and to me, it's not as much as a leader as a teammate, right? And you're the guy, so you should be out there. Even if you don't eat crawfish or don't like crawfish, hang out with the guys, right?
Gotcha.
And that's something I rarely seen him do that the previous 3 years. In the locker room, he's kind of by himself all the time, if he's sitting at his locker.
Yeah.
Now, this year, he's in there playing ping pong, right? So he was showing some signs of not being like lead, but just being
connected.
One of the guys, right? And so it was funny because we did a podcast last night, and I think it was for a promo for a fire pit, and we were going to roast marshmallows.
Okay, yeah.
But anyway, one of the things came up was that Micah had taken Mozzie Smith under his wing to try to bring him along, and I said, yeah, it was self-serving, because if Mozzie plays better, Micah gets more sacks.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
So I promise this isn't...
So he needs to work with the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, right.
Some guys on the offensive side.
I promise this isn't a sarcastic question. I really mean it like this. What about the idea, or do you buy into the idea of, I don't need to be a leader off the field, I'm a leader on the field? Like, what do you think about that concept? Because you might think I'm off on this. That kind of seems to be what Micah thinks. And he's like, no, I lead on the field with my play, and that's what matters.
And that was one of the things someone brought up last night.
Yeah.
That if he's playing well, everybody else is saying, oh, okay, I got to raise my level.
Right.
Or I'm going to follow that guy because he's playing so well. And that's fine, because if you look back in the day, Michael Irvin was the leader in the locker room. He was the leader off campus.
Yeah.
When they got on the field, it was all Troy Aikman. He was the guy.
Okay.
Now, Michael, as flamboyant he was, he didn't dare go into the huddle and tell Troy what to do or say, hey, give me the ball, right? It was like, hey, whatever 8-ball wants, that's what we do. And that's when Troy led. It was in the game, on the field.
That seems to be something, though, that Michael learned at a very young age. about the game and
Right.
like how important it is for everybody to acquiesce to that quarterback. It seemed like that was something that, and I think guys learn this all the time at a young age.
And he did. And Troy was the guy in practice where if somebody screwed up a play or false started, he'd spike the ball at the hike. He just, and you can tell, okay, he's pissed, right? And
you didn't want to be on that side.
No, you didn't.
He's going to have to go walk around for a second.
so there's different ways, this leadership thing. But it comes down to if you're going to spend big bucks like that, then you want that guy engaged, right? You want him, with the guys as much as possible, not just to be somewhat of a prima donna. And I don't need to go on and on about this, but like in practice last year, there was a lot of times where they do that opening stretch and the linemen are here, the linebackers are, they're by position.
Sure.
And then off to the side is Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs doing their own thing.
Right.
And it's like, are you part of this or not?
We've kind of talked about that quite a bit, I feel like, with the Rangers and Corey Seager in particular, as they've found themselves in a similar conundrum.
I mean, it's like, be with the team.
Yeah.
I think there's things there that, probably annoy them. I guarantee you that you can tell they are annoyed with Diggs.
Yeah, that's
for
what it
sure.
sounds like.
It felt like Terrence Steele kind of fell in that. So I had a question about that. I understand that he's telling the truth, or probably telling the truth, but also Jerry knows how the media goes. Do you ever think Jerry kind of shoots himself in the foot a little bit when he's like, I don't meet with the agents, I don't have time for that? Like, he knows how this works. Why not just be like, oh yeah, no, we've met with all of the relevant people, so you can just skip through all of the rest of it?
But he's being probably truthful.
You're right. I don't disagree with that.
Because he's got guys that take care of that, and then in the end, he's got to sign off.
Yeah.
So he's not usually doing all the I mean, you heard Steven jump in right away, right?
Yes.
I hadn't talked to him, and Adam is the guy that is the savant on numbers, salary cap.
Right.
And so he does a lot of that with those guys. And then when it gets to a point where it's push or shove, then Jerry will jump in.
Yeah.
Because I've always said, if he's trying to sell something, don't go into his office because you're going to buy it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You will not leave without buying. And I think, that's kind of the hammer with dealing with players in the end. So
he's the
but
closer.
Again,
he doesn't need to talk to him until it's time to close.
The whole time, yeah, exactly. The whole thing, though, comes down to how much does he want?
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know.
And that's what it sounds like when Steven's talking. It sounds like he's saying, look, we have thoughts, they have thoughts, and we got to figure out how to get there. That's what it sounds like is,
and
hey, you guys don't know what they're asking for.
And each side at the end makes some concessions, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
And that's what happened with Dak. That's what happened with CD. It looked like, they got what they, wanted.
Yeah.
No, they wanted more. Or they wanted more guarantee.
And I thought, honestly, I know there are a lot of other headlines, and I understand all of that coming out of the presser yesterday. I thought the most interesting part of the press conference yesterday was, I believe it was Jerry, not Steven, when they were talking about if you negotiate a deal, like let's just say, for example, a year early, we all assume that it's on this certain schedule. But then he was like, the agents and the players know the direction the salary cap's going and the salary's going. And so I have to admit, I have been guilty of going off of that assumption that the number is where it is in 2025 because we're doing the deal a year early, as opposed to, no, they've seen the schedule for 26, 27, 28, and that's maybe closer to where the number is.
So they're taking a preemptive strike, right?
And that was fascinating to me, and I will have to admit, I had not considered that when it came to the negotiations.
See, and then the team's looking at it as, we're giving you your money earlier than we need to.
Right.
So now you need to give us a break.
Yeah, which I
And I'll give you
understand that as
a prime example of this whole thing. Greg Ellis. I think it was his second contract, and he signed like a 6 or 7 year deal. Well, after 4 years, the same thing happened, right?
Yeah.
The salary cap went sky high.
Right.
The base or what the going rate was for a defensive end went sky high. And now he's looking at it like, well, I'm making this little bit, and these guys are making so much. And he was bitching and moaning. And we were back then, we had this old-timers luncheon once a month. And Pat Summerall was part of it. And he would show up. It used to be the North Point off of 635, and I think Webb Chapel or Joe. I think it was Webb Chapel.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he shows up and he looked at me and he goes, "What's wrong with Greg? Why is he unhappy?" And I explained to him about the cap going up and his salary that he signed 3 or 4 years ago is not where it is.
It's not competitive anymore.
And I said, you know what? He just came around too soon. And Summerall, with his deep voice, goes, "We all came around too soon."
I could definitely see that. Man, Mickey, thank you very much, good sir. We'll have you at this spot all week long.
Absolutely. And we're actually, well, it's kind of a practice, right? It's a mini camp practice.
Sure.
But we might be able to talk football.
Yeah, look, hey, I could already see that Mickey was in regular season, or you were in like ready to go mode for one of the Cowboys questions. And the website's number one question was, are the Cowboys contenders, or have they done enough to be contenders? And straight away, we got classic Mickey when he goes, contending for what? A playoff spot? The NFC East? A winning record? Like, I love that you straight away were like, all right, I think the premise of your question is false. Here's my question, and I really
And we
liked
hadn't
it.
seen a practice in pads yet, right?
Exactly.
On our way.
Thank you very much,
All right,
good
guys,
sir.
good
We'll
to be
catch up
with
with
you.
you again, probably a practice, and again tomorrow.
All righty.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Wild Fork Foods Hot Seat, wildforkfoods.com. Elite Game Day Grilling favorites. Coming up next, it's time for some baseball nuggets. But we are at training camp, so maybe we'll mix some football in too. Next, right here on the Fan.
I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? Oh, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Chevrolet, if you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And Jung swings the first pitch. That one's blasted out to left center. Soderstrom back. He looks. It's out of here. Welcome back to the big leagues. Josh Jung, a solo home run, and the Rangers strike first. They lead 1-0.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, did it take me one sentence to make the Cowboys angry just now, Corey? That probably wasn't the best.
When you told Bront to get us a guest,
yeah,
and that made you mad?
No, I'm saying did that make them mad?
Oh yeah, probably.
I didn't say it in the most diplomatic way.
Yeah, you're just like, do it now. There was a time, by the way, where Kevin and I worked at a newspaper, and I posted a sign up on Kevin's cubicle that Kevin was a taskmaster, if you will, and Kevin wrote on the sign, "Get back to work" sign. So like that's that if you want to know Kevin's mentality, that he even told a sign to work harder. So
that sign could have worked harder. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. And let's start, of course, with the Texas Rangers. They have a 7-2 victory over the A's. We're going to talk more in depth about that game specifically and other wish list items you might have for Corey Majors, but just wanted to go ahead and throw it out there. Is you got a great win last night. You got a whole bunch of remarkable firsts. You had Jack Leiter looking good, especially with that kick change, and now the Rangers are back above 500, 51-50, and like, this isn't a series against an opponent that is not very good. So if you heard Chris Jung on the G-Bag Nation yesterday and you're like, we might need to do more to convince him to make some trades, this is how it starts. Because you still got, 9 days? 9 days to try to figure it out. But, I mean, I did think it kind of sounded like maybe we're not going to do a whole lot.
And that's kind of where I've been for months now. I mean, I think before the season, as the baseball show record, I think we've been kind of trying to prepare people for that this entire time. And I don't think that's changed at all. And I think, quite honestly, Kevin, if the guys that are on this team can play well, like if they can hit, I think Chris Jung thinks this is a contender. Yeah, he's looking at it going, I don't think we need much more because we have the pitching to win. What I've really enjoyed, Kevin, and I know this is going to sound cheesy, but it's been a journey for Kumar Rocker and Jack Leiter. And I've enjoyed this journey for them this year. And watching Jack Leiter kind of get to a point now where he's like, oh, this is just how I do my business. You know what I mean? Instead of like, oh my gosh, this is my chance to show the world and I got to get all in. He's just like, oh, I just got to go out there and do my business. And that's what it looks like Rocker did the other night too. Just going out there and getting things done, setting my team up for success is just how it's like breathing for me. It's a non-negotiable, as they say in the Bear.
Now, the Philadelphia Phillies hadn't had a walk-off home run at their ballpark in more than 2 years. Okay? Edmund Sosa had never had a walk-off anything. And it was a play so nondescript that if you look in the photographer's well, they all leaned back and took a break before they all had to spring back into action and take pictures, as there was indeed a walk-off on a catcher's interference last night to give the Phillies a 3-2 win over the Red Sox. Seriously, if you get the opportunity to see the video, all the people in the photographer's well, they were like taking pictures of the pitch, then they all just kind of take a break, a couple of them like relaxing their shoulders real quick, and then they all spring back in action. They're like, oh my God, wait a second, is the game over? And so that catcher's interference call ended the game, and it was a walk-off catcher's interference for the first time in Major League Baseball since the Dodgers got one against the Reds on August 1st of 1971.
I wasn't even alive yet.
Me neither.
So Brandon Marsh, the center fielder for the Phillies, was on third base at this time, and he even looked lost in the whole. Like as he was trotting home, he's like, am I supposed to be running home? I know he just told me to run home. And as soon as he touched the plate, though, like that's when he sprinted off to first base to celebrate in the dark because they turn the lights out on walk-offs, Kevin. And they all run to celebrate and everything. And then it was a really weird – it's a weird moment when something like that – it doesn't feel like you got closure out of the game. You know, like you're just like, what just – everybody's questioning it. And then Bill Simmons – I told you yesterday he posted the Red Sox just found a new stupidest way to lose a game, and I was like, that's ridiculous.
I get that, especially since they intentionally walked somebody to load the bases, which facilitated for this anyways. But, all right, so as long as we're talking about stupid things.
Oh, no.
Let's say you were trying to catch
a fish.
A home run ball.
Okay, all right.
And you fall over the railing.
You immediately, your first thought is jump back over the railing, get in your seat, and hopefully nobody's going to arrest you.
Okay, but what if you fall like over the wall part?
Just lay on the ground and wait. For your
luckily
doom.
Wrigley Field has prepared for such things because this dude fell over the wall and fell into, I don't know, the people catcher. So, like, you know how, unfortunately...
So you didn't fall into the ivy, that little net area?
Exactly,
okay, gotcha.
Exactly.
Oh, like at Topgolf.
Yes. So, do you triumphantly hope you get the ball and raise it up, or do you slink back into your seat? And
you get the ball.
I know, but, like, how do you celebrate that, or are you like, I'm a dumbass, I fell into the people catcher?
I mean, probably instinct immediately is... how do I make the people laugh now?
Okay.
And so I'm probably standing up, showing it off, and then falling back down, and then trying to climb back over into the thing. But, yeah, that's probably what's going to happen is you want to show, maybe even run around the nets a little bit, Kevin.
Whoa.
Back and forth.
Is it built for that?
I don't know. You fell into it. You wasn't built for that, was it?
I think it literally was built for that.
Then, yeah, it might be built for me running around.
By the way, we talked about yesterday Eugenio Suarez. No player with 35 home runs or more had ever been traded in the MLB season. Hasn't been traded yet. but he hit another home run last night. That's number 36. Also, he has 5 home runs in the last 3 games. So it's feeling, I know we're at 90% yesterday, but it's feeling more and more likely like he will get traded and make some Major League history along the way.
He belongs on a contender.
No.
Yeah, he does. The Rangers. Actually, we don't need him. We got Josh Jung, baby. We're back.
Okay, so you're feeling good about that?
Yeah, we're fine.
We talked about it. Back-to-back home runs in the minor league. Come up, bam. Kansas City Royals today. They're going to call up 45-year-old pitcher Rich Hill to make the start against the Cubs. He will tie Edwin Jackson for the most franchises played for in MLB history. What do you think that number is?
Most franchises played for in history, I'm going to say 16.
Ooh, close. 14.
Oh, wow.
So
He's got some work to do.
Yeah, I mean, to get to your number.
Yeah.
This is tied for the record. And this is not as long as you would think. First pitcher 45 years or older to appear in a game. And that feels like pretty old for baseball.
Considering Jamie Moyer lived.
Yes. That's a good point. Since Bartolo Colon only 7 years ago.
Okay.
So,
Not that. It happens all the time then.
Not as rare as you might think. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Oxnard, courtesy of On Time Experts, Rhino Shield, and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Coming up next, who are the most interesting NFL teams to you heading into the 2025 season? And maybe the teams under the most pressure. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Laser Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maybes? No.
Nutmeg Maybes.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Cowboys training camp, and I got to tell you, we're going to have some confessional videos coming up brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Siding, and I think mine is going to have to start by being to Alec Medford because like 10 minutes before the show started, I was like, hey, can you give me all this extra audio too? Because we were traveling and then we went out for pizza. So I don't want to pretend like it was only travel-related reasons that I didn't send Alec the audio last night or this morning. So, Alec, I'm sorry about that, man.
You could have at least overnighted me a slice, you know.
That's a good point.
That would have been a fair trade-off.
That is,
dude. That pizza stays too. Like
Does it?
Yeah, because
I
it could have
haven't tried
definitely.
that. Okay.
Yeah, you don't even need to roll like Goldbelly out there. You could just have sent it like a regular UPS.
Okay,
FedEx.
Alex.
You let us know, FedEx and UPS drivers, which way is the best approach.
Man, I'm about to start a freaking delivery war on the Frankel injury. Fan text 877-881-1053 or the Twitch or the YouTube. But when I want to go with right here, and I do have another baseball note if you want to hear it at some point that is non-Rangers. But who are the most interesting NFL teams to y'all heading into the season? Now, that could mean it's a team that, like, maybe you think is going to be better than everybody thinks, maybe worse than everybody thinks. Maybe there's a particular player that you have no idea what they're going to do, and that's why you're intrigued. Alex, since I screwed you over this morning, I'm going to ask you first. Is there a team in particular, besides the Cowboys? Like, I get the interest there, and we'll get to them in just a second. Is there a team that interests you perhaps above most of the rest this year?
I've talked about them a lot, and I think they're going to remain that team for me even when the season starts. It's going to be the Denver Broncos. I think they've got a lot going for them right now. They've got the coach in place. They've got their quarterback. It seems like after a year, their defense got better over the offseason, and it was already one of football's best. I think that they have a real chance to really mess up some people's hopes in the AFC.
Okay, let me ask you a quick question about the Broncos then, because I think a couple of my teams might sort of fit this bill. Could you also see a scenario where Bo Nix shows to not be as good as his rookie year and they take a slide down? Because, like, I'm not saying that will happen, but I think that makes a team even more interesting, that you see those dizzying highs that they could get to, but also, like, you could see a way they could regress.
Yeah, I think that's what puts them in that conversation for me, honestly.
Yeah.
I think that's the number one factor, is the idea that he's been in the league for 1 year. We saw one good year from him. We don't know what to expect this season. I'm expecting good things on the short sample size that we do have, but he wasn't the highest rated prospect coming out. He needed a perfect fit. He got that perfect fit. So I think it's going to continue, but he's not the most talented guy in his class. He's not the most talented quarterback out there. He's just really smart. So I think he's going to thrive, but he could easily take a step back.
Corey, do you have a particular team besides the Cowboys that is the most of interest to you heading into the season? And that doesn't have to mean you're rooting for them. You just think they're interesting.
Yeah, no, and that's where I'm going to do Mickey real quick. Interesting how.
I feel like we laid that out.
Well, there's interesting in a negative way. Could they, dude? I actually am at a point where I kind of want to see the Dolphins go up in flames. It's because it's ready. You know, when you know something's ready, all it needs is the match.
The tinderbox.
You kind of want to watch it.
Yeah.
You know, so that's where I am, because I've been a fan of Mike McDaniels for a while, but I kind of looking at it going, it could implode at any point or explode at any point, either one. But that's not the one. I have questions about two teams.
Okay.
But I'll get to those in a minute.
Okay.
It's the Bears.
The Bears are one of the teams I put down as well. Tell me why you've got the Bears on there.
The head coach. I loved who he was coaching for with Dan Campbell. How much does he draw from Dan Campbell now?
Right.
Whenever he's lined up across from Dan Campbell this year, twice this season, is he thinking like Dan Campbell? Is Dan Campbell going, no, I know he's going to do this?
Right.
What are they going to do that's different? Or does he say, I'm not going to change myself. I'm just going to do what I do.
Right.
And then, obviously, you got what is could potentially be the most explosive offense in the league. I think Caleb Williams is better than a lot of people give him credit for. I think he needs some guidance, a lot of guidance, quite honestly. But I think they have the pieces in place to be a very good offense, and I'm also interested to see if Eberflus leaving changes their defense that much. So I think there's a lot there that is very interesting. The two teams I have questions about, and I'm curious, I think this is right in your alley.
Yeah.
The Bills and the Ravens. Their whole intrigue for the last, 4 years now has been their quarterbacks.
Yep.
And their quarterbacks continue to fall short despite having MVPs on their belts.
And if you have an issue with the statement he just made, that's the way history will judge it.
But are they still interesting because of those quarterbacks and because they're going to be good teams? Or is it like, okay, that's old hat, I'm used to it now?
So I don't know if y'all will agree with this. I guess I'm kind of to the point where I do not think that the Ravens or Bills are interesting until we get to the playoffs.
Lamar is an argument that you can't.
Oh, yeah. No,
it's like we've had the same argument.
And I think Lamar Jackson is phenomenal. But Lamar Jackson has definitely gotten to the point, and honestly, now that he's won an MVP, I think Josh Allen is at the same point. It's like, let me know when we get to January.
Show me.
But then I think you could make an argument those two rocket to literally the 1 and 2 spot in terms of the most interesting teams in the playoffs, because it feels like narratives for years and years and years will be written off of the quarterbacks, even if somebody drops a key pass or somebody makes a miraculous comeback with 12 seconds.
Yeah.
That will get partially lost to history.
Otherwise, those two might just end up being a Phillip Rivers kind of guy, where they're just like, yeah, they had a lot of accolades.
Where's the postseason success?
Yeah, and so that's where I'm curious if they are an interesting team or not, or if it, like you just said, they'll be interesting later.
Yeah, for sure. From the 940, it's the Steelers.
I think this is a good one.
Because they want to see Aaron Rodgers fail miserably. I wonder how many people are going to hate watch the Steelers this season.
Yeah, and there's part of me that just thinks Mike Tomlin's a good enough coach to he has enough skins on the wall to win against Aaron Rodgers, right? Saleh didn't. But Mike Tomlin has enough to be like, all right, Aaron, look, this is my team, not your team. I appreciate you and everything, but this is how we're going to run this offense. Or if they're going to be like, no, we just have to bow down to everything Aaron Rodgers says. There is a lot to that because they could be a very talented team.
Now, two different people said this. Yeah, I got slightly distracted because it looked like somebody broke and then fixed the elevator door.
I like that. Break it and fix it.
Yeah, he fixed it. He did a good job. Yeah, no, so I was proud of him for that. But I saw two different people text this in from the 469. Bolt Pride worldwide, baby. The Chargers are going to destroy. And then from the 214, I know in my heart of hearts that Harbaugh and Herbert, that situation is going to be prominent this season. And that is something that it feels like we were all waiting on to a certain extent last year. And I feel like I've made my thoughts clear, and don't play that one drop that muddies up my thought process about Justin Herbert. But that team, I think, will end up going maybe 10-7 and losing in the wild card round. Like it kind of feels like that's where they might be predestined to go. But to the people who don't see it that way, that becomes a hugely entertaining story because Herbert, who has all the physical talent, but not like the bona fides to go along with it, if he starts to show out, then you're like, okay, now everything falls into place. Harbaugh looks like an amazing coach yet again at the NFL level, and then you wonder, are they going to be rocking and rolling with this for many, many years to come? And then to your question from earlier, could they potentially slot down Buffalo and Baltimore? I don't see it that way, but if it clicks, Justin Herbert's primed to be good for a really long time.
Justin Herbert is the greatest quarterback.
No! Wrong!
Because of his red eyes.
Kevin from the past.
Obviously, it's his red eyes. Kevin, the last year with the Chargers, I was like, this is my off year for them. I didn't even want to pay attention to them last year. I was like, it's going to be a learning year for Harbaugh and Herbert together. They did better than I thought they would.
Sure.
And so this year, I do have a little higher expectations for them, but it is that same, like, is it a fool's errand to have those expectations knowing the lack of success the quarterback's had in his time?
Now, Corey, you mentioned the Bears. I'm with you. That is absolutely, I think that's a great choice. I had three other teams on the list. I can limit it to two for now. The Commanders and the Vikings, for totally different reasons.
Let's start with the Commanders.
For the Commanders, well, they both revolve around their quarterback.
And they might not have a stadium.
Look, if that happens, that will be a whole different story. And I am also vaguely intrigued about the train wreck aspect of that.
Yeah.
But it's for the Commanders. Is this an RG3 situation? And what I mean specifically by that, and I know there was an injury involved, is we all talked about it. We saw a quarterback that, as Cowboys fans, you're like, oh, crap. We have to face that guy for the next 10 years. This is going to be the worst. And then it turned out wasn't a problem at all. Or are you looking at it and guess what? Reality just punched you in the face that while the Eagles are the defending champions, they might not even be the team that you have to worry about the most next, because the Commanders are going to have the next big thing at quarterback. And so I'm really intrigued to see how that goes, because C.J. Stroud had a phenomenal rookie year, and then he hit what some people I believe think is the inevitable sophomore slump outside of like Dan Marino. And so I'm curious to see if he looks more human this year, or God forbid he takes a step up, then you're just like, oh no.
Yeah.
And so I'm concerned about that. Now, on the flip side, Minnesota, it feels like people have gone off the assumption that J.J. McCarthy has already taken his sophomore step up, despite the fact that he didn't play as a rookie.
Hasn't even thrown a pass in the real NFL yet.
And I know they have a good team built around it as well. They have the best wide receiver in football. They have a hell of a head coach. They have many, many things going for them. But it does feel like a lot of assumptions have been made about the nature of J.J. McCarthy being able to go in there and just plug and play straight away. And I'm just not so sure I think it's going to be that simple.
Most of that, do you think, falls on the fact that O'Connell's had such good success?
I could
redundant
see that.
too, but had such success with whoever the quarterback is. I mean, I just saw a story a couple days ago, maybe it was yesterday, about, they went through all of them, Case Keenum, and they just listed all these quarterbacks that he's worked with that were better than you thought that they'd be. Jared Goff was one of them. The list just, and Sam Darnold was a project that you were just like, he's nothing.
Yeah,
and then he has a pretty good run.
Yeah,
with the Vikings, I never know what their defense is really going to be. I feel like it's going to be a physical one, but it gives up inopportune touchdowns that you're like, that stunk. But that is I think the intrigue on that definitely revolves around that whole division. That whole division has a lot of intrigue because it has a lot of potential that just hasn't been able to get over the Eagles or the Niners over the last few years.
Now, I'm going to regret bringing this up, but we always want to interact with our good people on Twitch, YouTube, and the fan text. The Giants and the Falcons. Now, I regret bringing it up because the Falcons, it does seem like some projections are being made about Michael Penix, and I have to tell myself I have to tell myself in my head to say it like that. Because of you two Nimrods, I'm like, don't say
me
it
and
the other
Alec.
way. Yes.
What about Eric?
Eric doesn't help either. But I have to think in my head. Don't say it like that. Don't say it like that.
My name is Michael Penix.
Okay.
Yeah. You decided to change your name. That's the problem.
Whenever he makes that announcement, I'll fall in line. But
no, hold on. Whenever he makes that announcement, I get a full month off on your tab if the company won't give me the month.
Yes.
I've told Adrian, we got to make this happen.
So I'm intrigued to see how the Falcons look as well, because if McCarthy or Penix are good to go straight away, that changes a lot of the dynamic. I think I'm fascinated by the Giants in terms of the train wreck factor, or will they say, you know what, this isn't working. Let's go young. Let's fire the coach. Let's just clean house and everything like that.
What about the Panthers?
Yeah, so
I'm not. I was just joking.
I mean, but seriously though,
this is Bryce Young's opportunity.
And Bryce Young showed flashes in the second half of the season that make you think, okay, I kind of get it. Maybe not totally get it. And I understand all of this revolves around the team that you have around them as well. But I will admit I'm intrigued to a certain extent about Bryce Young. The other person I was going to bring up was the Texans. The Texans have made, just like we talked about with the Bears, they have made some radical offensive line and other changes. And then you look at C.J. Stroud.
They needed to, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And so is C.J. Stroud not going to have to run for his life? And are you going to get a better sense of what he is? Is he going to look closer to first-year C.J., second-year C.J., or does the changes that the team has made change the whole dynamic of what he has to do?
Yeah, he lost his offensive coordinator. Like that, the one that he was so successful with his rookie season. Then the lack of success the next year, a lot of people blame that offensive line, but that coordinator's now gone. And so he has a whole new thing that he has to learn. That's another one. What about the Cardinals and the Colts? Those are teams, Kevin, that you didn't bring up that I know you were intrigued by a lot.
Look.
And the Titans.
I'll admit.
And the
but the Titans, at least with Cam Ward.
There is some, yeah.
Because I was about to say the Jags, and I was like, that's not fair. I'm really intrigued to see what Travis Hunter does. But there are plenty of teams in the NFL, and maybe that's another segment for another day, that, you just think exists this year. Because, that's one of the things the Cowboys never fall into that category. From the 901, people are going to watch the Cowboys this year for the blow-up factor. I don't dispute that at all. Look, I've always said this. We've always said this.
You've watched the Cowboys for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I watch the Cowboys for the Cowboys, and so
they watch it for any because the Cowboys could blow up. They could be great. They could. There's all the things, and you're just like, we know it could be any of them, and we're excited about the Cowboys.
But for better or worse, it never feels like it's going to be boring. Whereas Indianapolis, I'm like, I'm sorry, I tried with Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson, and a lot
of people asking why you keep saying Michael Penix's name wrong.
And now they're spelling it different. You know that's not how you spell it either. All right, do you want me to do a bit? Actually, I want you to do a bit. I don't want to do it. We talked to, we're going to have Joe Milton maybe tomorrow. I want you to ask him, does he follow other quarterbacks around the league like Michael Penix?
Okay. You're interested in, what Cam Ward's doing, maybe Michael Penix, and I got you.
And just see how that goes. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus hilarious proof why our training camp coverage is the best coverage. Next on The Fan.
Has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, I freaked me out a little bit.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Freeman sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan from the 214. Why all the love for O'Connell when he's never won a playoff game and the Vikings have rarely performed well in big games? So I think O'Connell, although I know Mike Tomlin has accomplished significantly more before this, but I think O'Connell and Tomlin kind of get lumped together in terms of you got the most out of what was presented to you, especially at the quarterback position.
Yeah.
That's just my theory.
I'm not going to say they're a bunch of bums, but
Right.
guys who I've always thought were mediocre quarterbacks. Kirk Cousins throws a beautiful pass. I've always thought there were things he was missing from his repertoire. Sam Darnold was missing a lot.
Yeah.
And I think that, like you said, got the most out of those guys. Now, it fell apart towards the end with both of them, especially in playoff time. But I think he did a really good job there. I'm interested to see what he could actually do with either one of two things. J.J. McCarthy's an interesting one because he gets a chance to mold this quarterback from whatever he was to whatever he wants him to be. The other thing, too, is he has this I'm interested to see him with a really good quarterback. I don't know what he's really like whenever he has a Patrick Mahomes type dude on there.
Now, we're out here at training camp brought to you by On-Time Experts, Rhino Shield, and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Thank you to all of them for making this trip possible. But we also want to give you that flavor from home, and that means it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, this is honestly hilarious. The best proof that our coverage of training camp is the best coverage of training camp because ESPN just proved that point right on First Take this morning. We're going to get to that here in just a little bit. I promise it will be worth the wait. But, gentlemen, as I sit here in downtown Dallas, where here today it is going to be about 95, 96 degrees, and you guys get to enjoy the nice, cool weather.
Hey, Alec.
Yes.
You might not want to hear this.
I probably don't.
Did you know that yesterday when we all went out for pizza, we were going to sit outside, but then we ended up sitting inside because we thought perhaps it was a tiny bit too chilly?
That just sounds like a fable out here at this time of the year. Like, that doesn't sound real. Like, the idea that it is too cool outside. You know, I'm born and raised here in DFW. I'm used to this time of the year being scorching. So the idea that you can be eating dinner and be like, it's too chilly outside.
Yeah, makes it sound kind of soft, too.
Yeah, it makes me want to puke. I hate this. But one of these days, I will be joining you guys. One of these days. And on that kind of note about chilling and, you know, enjoying the weather and whatnot, go to the National Day calendar, as we always do. I know a lot of people do that in their free time. No, they don't. It is National Hammock Day.
I love hammocks.
And I think they're great. Underrated tool, if we're being honest, to chill. And I didn't realize how much I underrated them until I started running at a park near my house. And there's a bunch of trees in the front entrance. And people have started like setting up their own hammocks in between the trees up there. And I'm like, that's a great idea. Then I tried it out and I was like, this is actually awesome. So what is you guys' favorite way to chill? Favorite way to relax? 877-881-1053, because I feel like the hammock has to be high on the power rankings.
So this depends on your couch or your seat or the table, but we have a couch and table combination where my wife also doesn't mind if I put my feet up on the table, where you can just, do that thing where you just sink way down in the couch and then you got your feet up on the table, and it is the most relaxing thing in the world, so much to the point where, like, if you realize you don't have, like, I don't know, the remote or your drink or whatever, it feels disproportionately sad that you'd have to get up and go get it,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you ever get to that point where you're like, everything you've done, you're in the perfect sleeping position, and then you're like, oh, my nose, I got to scratch it, or I got to blow my nose. Or
So you didn't even want to move your arms?
You're just like, I don't even want to,
Wow.
because I'm never going to be able to get to back here.
Yeah.
You never do. You wake up at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Older guys understand what I'm talking about here. You wake up at 3 in the morning, and you're like, I got to go to the restroom. And you're like, but I'm never going to be able to be exactly how comfortable I am again. First off, hammock experiences.
Oh no!
Hammocks on the beach of Mexico, one of my favorite things ever. When Adrian and I had our honeymoon, we went to Cabo, and they had hammocks on the beach, and it was just my favorite thing. You just get wrapped up in those hammocks, dude. Secondly, loved hammocks so much. Told Adrian, she was like, "I'm getting you one for your Father's Day." She got me one for Father's Day, and her and 3 other women were on it, and they broke it. And I was like, "What are y'all doing here?" So I
thought that story was going to go to a different
I want to
direction.
replace my hammock. I want to replace my hammock at some point. I got to get that done. I love hammocks. But the way
Did she have to get that replaced? She broke it.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's a good point.
You know how women are.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, PJ
breaking
Washington.
hammocks?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Breaking your stuff, and then never fixing it.
Okay. That's
right. But the way I relax now the most is definitely making sure the pool is clean, and then going and laying down in a float and just take it in the sun. It's my favorite way to do it. I love it so much.
I feel like my ultimate relaxation is not relaxing at all. It is like being outdoors or being in the gym doing some sort of physical activity. That's how I just chill. Got a lot of stuff going on in the brain, like a long day of work or something, what have you. My first thing is get me to the gym or get me to the trail so I can run.
Oh yeah, trails are always nice.
That is my favorite part of the day. Like, I swear, I could go out and have a great time with friends or whatever during the day, but I'm like, man, the second I step in the gym, that's my happy place, and that's where I relax. That's like, I just can't sit still. Even when I'm at work, like, you'll see me sometimes on the fan cam, I'm standing, I'm sitting in the chair, I'm halfway in the chair. I cannot sit still. I have to be active somehow. So for me, there's never really rest. It's always active rest.
Okay. And activity is a good way to relax.
There's never, real relaxation for me. I have to be doing something. And Corey, you brought up a great point about whenever you get so comfortable and then you realize you have something else you have to do. Yeah. That hit me the other night when I got back from the lake. I crawled in bed after the shower and I was like,
he's a lake guy now. Remember he's a lake dude.
Dude, that's going to be my new relaxation whenever I can afford a boat in 14 years. And
a boat.
I got in bed and I turned the lights off. I set my alarms. I'm like, all right, we're going to wake up on time. We're going to have a good day of work on Monday. I forgot to blow out the candle in the bathroom.
Oh.
And I was like, what?
Let it burn.
I got to get up now.
Let it burn.
See, I think of the worst case scenario. So I was like, if I don't blow it out, then I'm going to wake up and my bathroom's going to be
What's
missing.
That face you're making over here, Kevin? Why are you making this face about what Alec is saying about his candle?
Tell me more about this candle.
What scent was this candle?
You have in the bathroom. That feels fancy.
I think it was charcoal and black teak or something like that.
That's a good one right there.
It's
I
a
like
really
that.
good scent. And you know who actually put me on to the candle in the bathroom theory was one Reginald Atatula.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Reggie is fancy.
He is a fancy person.
Because I always have a candle in the bedroom because I have one of those candle warmers, so I don't have to light it all the time. So I have that on a timer. And
stop looking at me like that.
So I figured I want every room that I occupy to smell good.
Oh man.
I just have good sense. I'm a cologne guy. I just like good sense.
All right, I've got a question about this.
I'm scared.
You should be. Do you have any sort of a pact, with your dad, and you'll tell him, hey, if the candle is on in the bedroom,
dude, what are you doing right now?
I need you to kind of mind your own business and stay away.
I mean, he already kind of does that because I'm upstairs. And,
okay.
His whole setup, his whole office and everything is downstairs. So he's just I have no reason to be up there. But I think the golden rule is usually if the door's closed, It's just like, yeah, like leave me alone. I'm, probably just don't want to be spoken to.
Gotcha.
I know what you're alluding to. There's been no kind of shenanigans.
I feel like I made it pretty clear.
There's no sock candle out there. All
yeah,
right.
no, not at all. Not at all. If anything, it's because I'm trying to work on something for work, or I'm working on something like a personal project. Like I told you.
I thought you were working on something, so.
Sometimes things, the cards that have been dealt to me as of late have not included that, Kevin.
Those are the
There's
cards
your
of
answer.
humanity.
Exactly. Cards against humanity for me. Guys, appreciate the interaction there.
Do you?
I'm going to try. No, not really. But I appreciate the interaction from the Tolos, 877-881-1053. Your favorite way to relax, to chill, because it is National Hammock Day. I like how specific this is from the 505. After cutting the grass, I lay on the trampoline with a nearby frozen beer.
Wow, that is specific. I love it.
It's like uber specific. From the 469, this was mine especially whenever I was part-time here and I did a lot of nighttime work, driving around just listening to music. I would take the scenic route home when it was like 1 in the morning just to get 3 or 4 more songs in the car before I got back to the driveway, just because I was like, there's nobody out here. I don't care. Take the extra 10 minutes, take a lap around the neighborhood. I was big on that. Now I'm in bed by 10:30, so that doesn't ever get to happen anymore.
I used to have a listener that would go out to their car and listen to the show and eat a plate of bacon. Whenever we were on nights, that was their way
Bacon's
of relaxing. Great. Yeah,
bacon is great.
Bacon is awesome. And guys, First Take found a way, without even mentioning us, to prove that we have the best training camp coverage.
Ooh.
Out of anybody, live and local, of course, here on 105.3 The Fan. But at Ferg Season, Ferg SZN, it's a Cowboys fan page, and if you could tell by the name, they are big Jake Ferguson fans. And I've been following them for a while because I feel like their football takes out of most of the big Cowboys fan pages are somewhat level-headed. And I actually appreciate some of the memes they post and stuff, so I followed them a few years ago. And they started trolling people yesterday, which I don't always agree with, but in this time, it gave me content. They started posting some of, I want to say it was Kyle Yeomans' old videos from training camp 2 years ago.
Oh, man.
And they posted one of the videos of Dak throwing an absolute dot, like y'all mentioned earlier, to Brandon Cooks. And they tweeted it trollingly, saying that the Dak to George Pickens communication is going strong. Well, guess what, guys?
Oh, no.
First Take ran that video while talking about Dak Prescott today and asking, the segment was called Down on Dak, which, great wording there, because it's a little weird. But they rolled that video, even tagged Ferg Season on the graphic, and we're talking about the Dak to George Pickens connection. When, in fact, this video was posted in 2023, and George Pickens was a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. So, just a friendly reminder, live and local is always the way to go for this kind of stuff, especially when 2 of our guys are literally sitting on the tennis courts in Oxnard at training camp right now. Don't listen to the talking heads. Listen to
and Brian
us.
Broaddus is here as well, so there's 3 of them.
Exactly, and the rest of the crew is going to be out there next week. So what more could you ask for? Put the First Take down. Hey, we got you covered here. We don't need to ask about made-up characters and stuff. We can go out there and get all the quotes for you. We can get you the practice film. We can get you everything you've ever asked for. Don't listen to the others. We got you covered. I just thought this was comical.
Man, that is freaking wild. We're the K&C Masterpiece, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are these the true favorites for Offensive and Defensive Rookie of the Year? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
Chevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And this offensive line knows what to do. Howard, now they get to him. Abdul Carter.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053, Frankel and krld-fm text line. If you want to get involved in the conversation, or please hit us up on the Twitch, on the YouTube. We are brought to you by the on-time experts, Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And let's start with the top 10 offensive rookie of the year and defensive rookie of the year candidates, because I was maybe a little surprised by NFL.com's breakdown of this, and though intrigued as well. Who is y'all's favorite for, let's say, offensive rookie of the year to start?
Shador.
Oh man, that would be awesome.
It would be. Ashton Genty actually is my favorite there.
That makes sense.
He's got a head coach that likes to run the football.
If I said Ashton Genty was 2,
Cam Ward
is 3.
Shador.
It's not Shador. Actually, you know what? I forgot to check and see if Shador is in the top 10. Why do you say Shador? Why not the other guy?
Because he's got so much to prove. I'm just having some fun with Shador's name at the moment. I'll be honest. I'm pulling for Shador Sanders to do well.
I told you I am too.
A lot of people, and I think the idea of privilege, people get upset about that. The idea of showing off, people get upset about that. This league's built on entertainers, like it always has been, and I'm going to be entertained by it instead of griping about it. But. Yeah, no, I think, I'm sorry, Ashton Genty's the first one that pops to mind.
And he is the betting favorite.
Tyler Booker?
I'm sorry, he's not in NFL.com's top 10. He's in my top 10.
Yeah,
now, it's not Steve DeBerg.
Could be.
But NFL.com says their pick for Offensive Rookie of the Year is Travis Hunter. He's 10-1 right now.
All right.
Not bad.
What about, is he the number one for Defensive Player of the Year also?
You tell me.
I feel like he's got to be. Yeah, I'm going with him then.
He is not.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
The favorite
Shador
for it's not. That doesn't even make sense.
That would be awesome if he was like, no, I've flipped to the other side, guys.
In fact, NFL.com has Travis Hunter as their 7th most likely for Defensive Rookie of the Year. If it wasn't Shador or... Obviously, it's not. Or Travis Hunter. Who do you think is most likely to win Defensive Rookie of the Year?
Kyle Yeomans.
No, it's not Kyle Yeomans. Although clearly ESPN giving him some love this morning.
Did you see his post where he's like, hey guys, practices officially start today. So
that's embarrassing.
So we're gonna be okay. Can we go with the key guy from Penn State?
I'm going to need more information.
Abdul Carter.
That is correct.
All right.
Just in case, I don't know, you could have some other pick. Abdul Carter is NFL.com's pick to click for Defensive Rookie of the Year. So what do you think about the concept of Travis Hunter, Offensive Rookie of the Year, Abdul Carter, Defensive Rookie of the Year?
The idea was Abdul Carter's the best.
It does appear that
a lot of people also were like, Mason Graham is the best. And Mason Graham's name kind of just gets lost in the mix on all of this. But there are a lot of really good, talented young players coming out on this defensive side of the ball. I'm surprised Jahad Campbell's not higher up on that. I feel like he should be in that category. But yeah, it's a good group. I think those are two really good candidates.
Jahad Campbell, by the way, is 6, just ahead of Travis Hunter, just from NFL.com. All right, we've been tracking the top 100. Frankie Louvu, number 70 for the Washington Commanders. You're going to notice the theme here. Number 69, Jordan Mailata for the Philadelphia Eagles. Number 68, Jordan Love with the Packers, and number 67, Malik Neighbors for the Giants. What I thought was just particularly interesting about that.
Somebody named Jordan?
That is fair.
Okay.
That is fair as well. You know what? Actually, now that you say that, I don't know how I missed that. But 3 of the 4 NFC East teams are represented right there, with, of course, the exception of the Cowboys. Now I realize this is just a small chunk of the list. I just thought it was fascinating, the way it played out right there.
And that's where we stand at the moment.
I mean, it's just 70 through 67, but how many more Cowboys are going to be on the list? Micah, CD, Tyler?
Well, is Tyler there yet? Has he gained that kind of credibility yet? I know he's gained it with me. And man, you should hear some other stories about this guy. But like, I know he's gained it around here, and I don't even know. Have the casual fans really gravitated toward Tyler Smith that much yet, or are they just like, oh yeah, but like we held Zach Martin and Tyron Smith to such esteem, and I don't know that we have Tyler there yet.
And see, I think one of the things that tipped it for me was that players, coaches, and executives deal that put him at second for interior offensive line. And so because of that, I think
we do. I think we understand what this guy really is, but I feel like he doesn't get enough hype, and maybe it's just because he's a guard. Maybe that could be it for sure.
From the, let's go from that to the Bengals, supposedly. The report is that they've only offered Trey Hendrickson 1 year of guarantees. So he's going into the last year of his deal, obviously looking for a real long-term deal. And if the reports are to be believed, that sounds like they're pretty far apart.
I heard audio yesterday of Mike Brown, their owner, saying he does not believe that it's going to get done.
Yeah.
Like he was like, no, it doesn't appear to me that this is going to happen. So they are that far away, Kevin.
On the flip side.
Did you see his picture that he posted?
Oh, no.
Hendrickson?
No.
This morning? Picture, and it says Florida. That is, Trey Wingo said, does not look like he is at camp or on his way to camp right now.
Yeah. Well, here's the flip side for the Commanders. They're a little bit less gloom and doom about it. Their GM, Adam Peters, was asked about Terry McLaurin, and he goes, we're going to do everything we can to get the deal done. Now, I always wonder, much like all of the questions yesterday.
Give him all the money you want.
Well, see, but
right?
I always wonder, does everything we can mean we will pay you up to $25 million per year, no more?
We are handcuffed to a number, and that's where we are, and that's everything we can do. You can't find another couple $1 million underneath that pillow over there?
Especially since your quarterback doesn't make that much money.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of money, I thought about this a lot, and I was like, I kind of get his point. And Ndamukong Suh said he should have been paid more in Detroit than Matthew Stafford. Like, that's just not the nature of how financially it's been structured in the NFL for a long time, but I don't think there's any question for a time that people thought Suh was a good bit better at his position than Stafford was at his, right?
If he had been paid more, would they have won more?
No.
At this point, like, why bring that up? Other than maybe I can see the idea of if you're a guy that played that position and now you're kind of pushing for those guys in those positions to get the recognition and payment they want. But otherwise, like, why are you? Wouldn't have done any different,
right?
Like, it didn't do anything different for the team that you got paid what you got, or that Stafford got paid what he got.
Now, we told you last month that Anthony Richardson said he was all good. Now, for a more
at what?
Just in terms of being ready to go.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Now,
that's good.
Colts want you to know there's nothing to see here. They might limit Anthony Richardson's throws, but he has no other restrictions in camp. All right. So
what's a quarterback supposed to do?
Yeah. So, like, especially when you have like a shoulder issue and you're like, hey, he can do everything full out, except we might limit some of his throws. That doesn't really feel, unless you're like Team Daniel Jones, that doesn't feel very comforting, does it?
Honestly, he needs the most practice throwing.
Oh, my God, yes.
We've seen him throw before.
Yes.
You know those shotguns that have the horn at the end of it, It's like you
think that's an Anthony?
That's Anthony Richardson. You don't know where it's going. Like it's going to shoot, but you have no clue where it's going. That's Anthony Richardson.
Go ahead and mark that. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live in Oxnard. Coming up next, from MLB firsts to what can Corey manifest next. Let's talk Rangers right here on The Fan.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Dallas Cowboys training camp. Want to thank the on-time experts, Rhino Shield, Yardbird, Southern Table and Bar, Wild Fork Foods, Greystone Roofing, all of them for helping us get here. And I want to thank Corey Majors.
You're welcome. Kevin, whenever you listen to a Cowboys game during the regular season,
I want to thank Brad Sham and Babe Laufenberg as well.
Where do you hear them, though?
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Whenever you hear Bruce Bochy on Hop On, where do you hear him?
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm glad that you said that because remember, we'll have Bochy on tomorrow. Even though we're at training camp, doesn't mean we can't still be the best at everything else, too.
That's right. And so that's the thing, man. Like, we're out here as the home of the Dallas Cowboys, making sure we're bringing you the best coverage we possibly can, making sure we're getting you the best interviews they possibly have.
That's damn right. And I am impressed at the amount of people on the fan text and the YouTube that knew that the gun you were talking about is called a blunderbuss.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about, yeah.
I would have never gotten that in a million
years.
You
have no clue where that cannonball is going.
No,
or whatever.
Absolutely not. Now, can you, Alec, go ahead and give me a Rangers highlight from last night, please, good sir?
First pitch, he hits one high and deep to left field. Soderstrom going back. He's at the wall. It's gone! Michael Helman's first big league home run comes with 2 men on board, and the Rangers are up 5-1.
Now, we had a lot of firsts in yesterday's game. Alec just played that audio. Michael Helman gets his first major league home run.
I think he's batting 143 by the way right now.
Oh,
so
no.
I want to congratulate him on that. Like, that's awesome. But I don't want people to go, oh, man, this Michael Helman kid must be on fire right now. He had a good one yesterday. That was great. I love it.
Doesn't sound like you're celebrating.
I want more success from him so that he's not batting 143. I want him to be batting 243 at least.
Okay.
250.
Okay.
350. Oh, man! 450.
You don't have to keep going up in
500.
Stop saying higher numbers.
It'd be awesome. That was really awesome that he got that moment last night. Did he get the ball?
Oh, I don't know about that. We'll
Did
look
Bochy
into
go
that.
out into the stands and say, hey, I'd like that baseball from a kid out here?
I mean, obviously you'd give him the baseball then. I don't think that happened.
Because he made the walk all the way out there. You're like, thanks, Boch. Appreciate it.
And then Cody Freeman got his first major league hit, which also happened to be an RBI. So there's lots of cool firsts that happened in the game yesterday. But what I really want to focus in on is the somewhat magical powers of Corey Majors. Alec, do you recall yesterday what Corey predicted or perhaps did not predict for his bold predictions on the Rangers?
Yeah, it was very bold. He did a great job in that part that we would not see Josh Jung again this season in the majors.
Mm-hmm. That is true. And then you told me that he had 2 home runs over the weekend.
Back to back.
And I immediately changed my mind and said he would be up that day and we were going to win the World Series.
So, do you guys want to submit?
But Alec is right. I had boldly said...
I mean, this is as bold as it gets, man. It's as bold as it gets. So, what I would like on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line is any predictions or anti-predictions you would like Corey to make next so he could potentially manifest them into being, because Josh Jung comes back Bam!
Bam!
He gets a home run of his own, which gave the Rangers the early 1-0 lead. They would go on to win the game, of course, 7-2. Do you have any other predictions that you would like Corey to make in hopes that either it will come true or he'll immediately reverse course, and then that part will come true?
That's the part that I'm struggling
It's
to figure out where my powers are here.
It is
Was
tricky.
the power the anti-Corey, or was the power the other side when I changed my mind?
Okay, hold on. I got an idea.
Because I got new information, and Kevin, unlike some people, when given new information, I do feel like I can change my mind.
Okay, Alec,
I don't have to stay stuck on things.
First of all, that is a good idea for any human being, and I hope they're listening. Alec, I think I know how to do this. Hey, Corey, will you say that Jacob deGrom can't win the Cy Young this year? Just trust me on this.
Were you talking to me?
Yes. When I said, "Hey, Corey,"
I kind of don't want that
Just
audio.
do it!
Jacob deGrom, he's not going to be able to win the Cy Young this year.
Corey, I have new information for you. MLB.com listed their dark horse candidates for all of the major awards. And their dark horse candidate for AL Cy Young is one Jacob deGrom.
What?
And he said in the case of deGrom, it's been quite the experience to see him back in full force. Among qualified American League starters, deGrom's 2.32 ERA trails only Skubal and Garrett Crochet. And obviously, all three of them vastly trail Nathan Eovaldi, who we're hoping will be back out there tomorrow. So new information has been presented to you. MLB.com says Jacob deGrom is their dark horse to win the Cy Young. What do you think now?
With this new information, now I do believe that Jacob deGrom will win the AL and NL Cy Youngs and both MVPs.
Okay. I think at least two of those could happen.
All right.
My bold prediction, I guess if you pitch the greatest 2 months in the history of baseball.
They just go, we got to give them both of them.
Yeah.
Like, there's nobody better.
Man, it really feels like you'd have to throw like 6 no-hitters at that time.
Which one's the most important, you know? Like the AL or the NL? That's the question. Like, we always used to give Mike a hard time.
Yeah.
Every other sport has one MVP. Yours has 2.
Yeah, a little soft. I've always thought AL was more important just because that's where the Rangers play. From the 254, Corey, can you say that deGrom will never pitch a no-no? And then from the 325, will you say that Langford will never get a hit again?
Oh, man. Hold on. Wyatt Langford, probably never going to hit the baseball again.
Oh, man.
That is my prediction for tonight. Is that how that works a little bit? But here's the thing. I really do hope he hits again. So that makes it sound like I hoped Josh Jung wouldn't come back up. But I do hope that he hits the ball a lot. So I don't know if my conviction is there. Do you have new information that shows he'll get a hit?
I'm going to give it my best here.
Oh, no.
All right. Today is July 22nd. The last time Josh Jung got a hit was July 12th, which also ends in a 2. Now, is it concerning that it was 10 days ago? Yes.
Yes.
Even if you factor in the All-Star break, that is still too long. But maybe Josh Jung just needs those dates that end with a 2 to really get
like
it
the Pirates
going.
can only win on Wednesdays?
Exactly.
And Josh Jung needs 2 days?
Maybe that could be that. Look, I don't know if your powers stretch out to this from the 945. Can Corey predict the Cowboys to win the Super Bowl? Because I've never seen that one in my life.
I have. I saw it 3 times.
Okay, but I think the idea is to help that person out, not to dunk on them that you saw it happen 3 times. I want you to wait until more Cowboys employees walk by and then just definitively say that.
Man, I don't think the Cowboys are winning it this year.
Settle down just a little bit.
Hey, all right.
Okay.
Dude, Tyler Smith is really amped up about this team, though.
Yeah.
His expectation is Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And that did blow up in the wrong way. I think everybody's expectation is that way.
Sure.
And you need to, that should be the first goal every year, right? Write that down at the top of the list.
Yeah.
Now, what are you doing to get there? That's the next question. What are you doing to get to that thing that you want so much? What's the step? How do you navigate that? You've never done it before. So how do you know what it's going to take until you get to that? Like that's another thing. How do you know that?
It's an interesting question. Now, Back to the Rangers right here and right now.
Hold on, Kevin, from the 806.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all are toying with the juju here. This isn't how it works. You're actually jinxing everything.
Ooh, okay. Let me just tell you about current Rangers things happening then, and hopefully we will avoid that. Justin Foscue and Alejandro Osuna were optioned back to AAA Round Rock. I kind of feel bad for Justin Foscue because I think the last 2 times he's come up, he's gotten like 7 at-bats and then 3 at-bats. And for Osuna,
there's no way to get a real rhythm that way, and that's not fair to him, but that's where he is in his career right now.
And that's the nature of just sports and sometimes business and life in general. I would love to see Alejandro Osuna get an everyday shot. I realize that's not exactly how it played out this go-around, but he wasn't hitting particularly well, so I understand why he got sent back down. And then for...
DeGrom is not pitching a perfect game tonight.
Oh,
that's not
man.
happening.
And you know he wants it. That would be awesome. That would make tomorrow's show so much fun. And then for the Rangers, they did agree to terms with a handful of their draft picks so far, including their first-round selection. Now, the thing that's been interesting to me about this is they signed their first-round selection for $4.8 million. The slot value on that is $5.7 million.
Okay.
So they've saved $900,000 right there. And then if you look at McConaughey and a Belt, they both signed for below their slot value as well.
All right.
Yes. Both of them are recovering from elbow surgery, so that probably, and they're not going to pitch this season, so that probably makes a bit of sense. So McConaughey signed for $1.6 million below, $166,000 below his slot, and then the other one signed for about $50,000 below his slot, which means the Rangers have already created about $1.1 million in extra slot money, because every year there's some of those picks that you're like, hey, that kid really wants to go to college, and you're like, maybe we could make it worth his while. So it's probably a good time to go back and revisit some of those draft picks and take a look at who the big swings are maybe that they're trying to make to be like, hey, I think we can buy this kid out of college or whatever.
Does that money roll over at all?
No.
It's all within that 1 year. Okay, all right.
As far as I understand. And obviously, you got a boogie to get this stuff done, because I think the deadline is in 6 days, maybe? It's coming up really quick, the deadline to have all of your draft picks signed, because they stopped doing the thing where it was going to be like the entire year. Obviously, we've seen that blow up in the Rangers' face as well.
I'm curious about this. In this front, is Chris Jung having these conversations with these guys too, or is there a whole other department working with that? With the front offices of things, I feel like there's just so much going on. Jerry talked about it yesterday. I can't do everything. So I do feel like, does he have a staff that they focus specifically on these draft picks?
I think he does, but you talked about the nature with Jerry of kind of like the decision gets made or the buck stops with him.
Everything has to funnel through him.
I find it hard to believe that he doesn't have the final say, or like some semblance of the final say, where he's like, all right, did we get, or maybe they have a plan going in where they're like, hey, we're going to offer 4.8 as opposed to 5.7. And he's like, okay, if that's the agreement, I sign off on it. You know, like, especially like preemptively.
And also, you hire people that you trust can do their job.
Correct.
And so when they come to you and say, we're doing this, you say, all right, stamp of approval.
Agreed. Now, a couple things for the Rangers last night, and then exciting times to look ahead at. There's it's looking like DeGrom tonight and Eovaldi tomorrow. At least that's been the discussion. And I know theoretically, I think Corbin was going to pitch tomorrow, but now it's looking like Eovaldi hopefully back sooner than we thought, and he could be activated tomorrow. For last night's game, Jack Leiter, 4th career quality start. All of them have been this season. Career high, 7 strikeouts. First 4 of them were on the kick change. You remember we talked about a couple months ago, that kick change, so good for him. And then Corey Seager for the Rangers has now been on base 22 straight games.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah.
That's actually really good, because that's turning in that right direction for Seager.
And I know for a minute people were concerned. They're like, hey, that walk is cool, but like I could use some more hits.
But the thing about it is, Kevin, if you see this on base streak, the hits coming along with it, when he's hitting like that, that's when teams go, we have to walk him.
Yeah.
Because this dude is going to do too much damage, especially if we have runners on. We need to get a base open so we can go ahead and get him on and not worry about it.
And when we talk about
Which means what? The guys behind him now need to do damage whenever that happens.
Absolutely. And what we talk about, raised expectations and everything. This is the longest on-base streak for a Ranger since
Joe DiMaggio.
Well, he did not play for the Rangers.
Okay. Elvis Andrus.
This exact same time last year.
Oh.
When it was Corey
Seager again. That's how good he is.
Yeah,
dude.
Exactly. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Alec, I really need you to buy in on this segment, okay? I know we said that the time for Mount Rushmores and nonsense is over, and I hear you on that, but we're still going to give this a shot. The best fictional quarterbacks of all time. 877-881-1053. Who is your number one? We will discuss that and other Cowboys information live from training camp right here on 105.3 The Fan.
has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
All right, listen up. We're going to run left, deuce, zig, 22 town cat.
Are you all right?
Snap count. What's the snap count?
Freeman, would you make the call already?
You all right? That's a first.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Dallas Cowboys training camp, courtesy of the On-Time Experts, Rhino Shield, and, of course, Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. And don't forget, in this segment, we will have our ticket giveaway for Treaty Oak Revival, so stick around for that. But right now, we are starting practice this afternoon. But we haven't started practice just yet. So I say there's time for at least one more nonsense segment. And probably more than that. And this comes courtesy of something we were talking about off air. And then we factored in the Ringer as well with the fictional quarterback rankings. So who is the best make-believe quarterback of all time? It could be movies. It could be TV shows, because those are represented here as well. Now, I'm going to read off a variety of these. First of all, from the 817, Steve DeBerg is not one of the valid answers. He was a real quarterback who really played.
Was he?
Yes. From the 910, Willie Beeman. From the 314, Willie Beeman again. Joe Kane from the program. I love that. And then multiple people are asking for this question, and I have to admit, I didn't really factor this in. Wasn't Uncle Rico a quarterback?
Yeah, he was. He could throw the ball over the mountains over there.
So,
yeah, no, he counts. He didn't play a game, but he did do his video. Remember, he was doing his video in front of the van or whatever that he lived in?
Yeah, so,
I think he counts.
Maybe you consider that one. But we're going to go through these rankings, and I want to let you know, we're going to go to cut number 8. And, Corey, correct me if I'm wrong. We'll play the clip. But I think that you believe any list that doesn't have this gentleman as number 1 is stupid.
I know you're tired. I know you're hurting. And I wish I could say something that was classy and inspirational. But that just wouldn't be our style. Pain heals. Chicks dig scars. Glory lasts forever.
What a line. What a line. See, this is the thing. This is a quarterback who knows who he is and knows his team.
That's
I'd love
true.
to give some inspirational speech, but that's just not who we are. And then he gives you a line like that that's totally inspirational. Pain heals. Chicks dig scars. Glory lasts forever. That's awesome. Shane Falco is my number 1. Now, look, did he throw it? Did he throw that game in college? Maybe. Maybe that did happen. But whenever he had his opportunity with the replacements, Kevin, he stood. He rose to the occasion. And also, do you remember the quicksand speech? When everybody was like, oh, I'm scared of spiders. And he's like, yeah, that's fine. Quicksand. Whenever you're running and you feel like you can't get anywhere and you never know how you're going to get out. Dude, he was great.
So you're going to love this. Best trait of Shane Falco, locker room speeches. Worst trait, per the Ringer, his anti-labor leanings. It says he's a scab who sells out the Players Association for an unearned shot at the pros. The movie portrays Washington's real players as villains for going on strike to get a fair deal from ownership. But I'm not buying the capitalist propaganda. His NFL comp, Sam Darnold.
Was it Tate Martell? Was that the guy? I can't. No, it wasn't Tate Martell.
Martell's a real
It's a real person. But yeah, he was a bad guy, dude. He was slimy. Falco was real. He was the salt of the earth kind of fella.
Darnold saw ghosts. Falco hears footsteps. It's all the same.
Okay.
Shane Falco, who got several votes already from the fan text, comes in at number 12.
That is low. That is very... I need to hear the rest of this. And Kyle Yeoman's name better be on it.
It is not.
Oh.
So I'm going to quick run through some of these.
All right.
Well, probably all of them. Top 25, Stan Gable, Revenge of the Nerds. 24, Flash Gordon from Flash Gordon. You know what? I feel like that's low. He plays quarterback for the New York Jets and then saves the universe. So... maybe this is just focused on your on-field merits.
I can't say I ever actually... It was Danny Martell. My apologies. I can't say I've ever actually seen Flash Gordon, Kevin.
It's pretty terrible.
Does he wear a tank top?
Man, he wears a lot of stuff in there, so maybe. Number 23, Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite.
That seems about like the right ranking for him.
22, man, I do not remember how to say that quarterback. G. Grenouille from The Waterboy. That feels too high. Number 21. This is ridiculous. Junior Floyd from Little Giants. All right. Maybe he was going to develop into something, but...
He was a Pee-wee League quarterback, dude.
Yeah,
what are we doing here?
David Green from School Ties. That is, of course, Brendan Fraser. Yes. Josh Fram from Air Bud, Golden Receiver. And I'm going to go really quick on these next few. Alex Moran from Blue Mountain State. Bo Callahan from Draft Day.
What a bum.
And
his teammates didn't even show up to his birthday party.
I know. That's why he's all the way down 17. You know who's 16? Johnny Utah. From Point Break.
When he was on the beach?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. He learned how to play the game, I guess.
Now we move into the top 15. I do not believe I've lots of votes for Johnny Utah and Uncle Rico. I do not believe I've seen a vote for this gentleman yet. Dizzy Flores from Starship Troopers. You remember they play their future football with that stupid guy who stole Kelly away from Zach in Saved by the Bell. And he's also competing for Denise Richards' affections.
Dude, I just pulled this list up. I love that they have comps on these guys.
Yes.
They have Josh Allen as a comp for him. This is fantastic. I like this.
This one's disappointing because I love this kid. Matt Saracen from Friday Night Lights.
The movie?
The far superior TV show. His NFL comp is Brock Purdy. Joe Kane, who somebody brought up from the program, is 13. When we get to the top 10, we'll take a little bit more time. We already mentioned Falco. And then at number 11, Frank Cushman.
Oh, the Cush.
From Jerry Maguire.
Cush lash.
And so
everywhere I look, I get Cush lash.
He is pick number 11. So now we're going to move into the top 10.
Okay.
Best fictional quarterbacks of all time. I saw this name come up again and again. Look, the disrespect from Kevin on Kyle Yeomans is loud and clear.
Facts.
Kyle Yeomans is a real player. And for the person who said
a real player, huh?
I mean, a real person.
I think he is a player.
Hopefully
you know
not.
He's
Hopefully
got
not now.
Accusations.
And I'm sorry, Kyle. And Al Bundy, I believe, was a running back. But I've seen this
4
name
touchdowns, one game.
again. I know. Again and again and again. And the latest one is from the 817. Pick number 10. 10th greatest fictitious quarterback of all time. Sunshine.
Oh, Ronnie Bass.
From Remember the Titans. Now, this one's a little dicey because that was a real person.
Mm-hmm.
But they're just factoring in the movie version of him. But
he said, let the guy run at me. I'm going to show him. And then he flipped him over. And that's awesome. He was a leader on that moment.
You should be able to figure this out. Who is Sunshine's NFL comp?
Probably Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence
all the time.
Is correct. I have to admit I've not seen this next movie. Number 9, Joe Kingman from The Game Plan.
You haven't watched every movie The Rock's ever done?
No, I saw the first couple and I was like, I got it. He does have some good movies.
He was a star quarterback in that movie. You know, like that was the whole thing was he's a star quarterback. Everything in his life's great, and now all of a sudden this daughter has been dumped in his lap, and he's like, what? And so he has to learn how to be a dad, and then he aces that too.
Now we move to number 8.
One of the best movies, dude. I love this movie. I was in it,
and this one is too low.
Oh,
this is my vote. Give me cut number 10. I think this is the best fictitious quarterback of all time.
Edison's studying with Andre. We're going to have to practice without him. You're not worried about Saturday? He done passed his midterms, he's out. And the rest of the team will do whatever it takes to back him up. If we pull together, I figure Saturday will take care of itself. Take him out. It's your team, son.
That is, of course, Paul Blake from Necessary Roughness, or as one person texted in, Unnecessary Roughness. That team only had 17 players. They were given the death penalty. Paul Blake was the best recruit coming out of high school, but he needed to go back and tend the farm.
Mm-hmm.
So the comp they gave, I believe this one is lazy, is Brandon Whedon, because he was also old when he played quarterback.
Dude, we have the greatest Brandon Whedon interview in the history of Brandon Whedon interviews, and we did it twice in a row. Because our man Sean Hudgens just did not know exactly how to get it all squared away back in the day. But we still love him. Kevin.
Brandon Whedon was the nicest guy. We did the whole interview, and we didn't get it And we were like, hey, can we talk to you again? And he's like, oh, sure.
Let's do it right now.
And then we started, and then he's like, we're not getting in. And we were like, you know what? Thanks
Thanks
buddy.
for your time, man.
Have a good one.
I loved the scene where Paul Blake was in his field throwing at that scarecrow out in the field. He had the bucket of footballs, and he's throwing. I was like, dude, this is such a cool scene. I really enjoyed that movie a lot. Kathy Ireland was their kicker, bro. Like, how much better can a team be?
And I have to admit, I don't know if people have tired of his antics, and I know he's in the news a lot for totally different reasons, but I did thoroughly enjoy Rob Schneider as the announcer.
Fumbleia, Fumblerooski, Fumbleina.
Number 7, we don't have to stop on this one unless you want to. Johnny Walker from Johnny Be Good. I have to admit, I'm not particularly familiar with that.
Check that movie out if you get a chance. It's fun.
Number 6.
I think you'll really like it, actually.
Jonathan Moxon.
Oh, Moxon.
From Varsity Blues. Best trait? Cares for his teammates.
And Foo Fighters songs. There goes my hero. That was a great way to come back from that one.
And that set the template for pretty much every Foo Fighter song ever.
He wanted to play the oop, throw the oop-de-oop. He wanted the hook and ladder.
Plus, he's loyal.
Yeah.
That gal came out with her whipped cream bikini, and he was like, no deal. Man, what a trash move by that lady. Her poor boyfriend is in the hospital. He might not ever recover, and she's like,
the future.
Time to move on to the
trying
next
to hitch
one.
her wagon.
I guess so. Well, good pick. He's number 6 on the list. NFL comp, Joe Burrow.
Oh, wow. That is a good comp because of the forehead and hair. I see it.
I mean, maybe. All right. Number 5 on the list, and I believe this is the number 1 TV quarterback on the list. It is Vince Howard from Friday Night Lights. Now, you might not be as familiar with Vince Howard.
I'm not.
He took over when Coach Taylor got punished, allegedly, by getting sent to East Dillon. But, man,
Kevin,
Vince Howard had it.
I stopped watching after season 2. Of Friday Night Lights.
Yeah, because season 2 was the one shortened by the strike. It picks back up,
I felt like it was the same thing. And I was like,
strike.
I'm done. And so maybe I need to go back and revisit it.
Now, we have several guesses at the winner. I will tell you this. There is one name that has been mentioned on here a lot that we haven't gotten to yet, and they're going to get represented. Also, from the 214, my girlfriend was the stunt double for Kathy Ireland.
What?
Please follow back up with us. I have lots of questions.
I do have questions, too.
All right. We move into the top 4. I haven't seen this movie either. Joe Pendleton from Heaven Can Wait. I think I'm going to take a guess at what the plot was. Essentially, I think this guy died or somebody died, and they're like, hey, we're going to give you one shot to come back to life, and you can be a quarterback again. And then I think he wins the Super Bowl. Whether or not he dies after that, not really sure. But his best trait is resilience.
Oh, good for him.
He died twice and still won the Super Bowl.
I guess you got to put him up there if he's died twice.
Okay, but on the flip side, does that make his worst trait ring chasing? He won't go to heaven.
And living.
Yeah.
That's a terrible trait.
His NFL comp, Drew Brees.
Okay. Having not seen the movie, I'll say okay.
All right. We still haven't said Willie Beeman. He's not number 3 either.
I can't sing all the lyrics to that song.
You cannot. Reno Hightower from The Best of Times comes in at number 3. That's the Kurt Russell character.
Did you ever see this?
Nope.
Oh, man.
It was just disappointing because it says his NFL comp is Patrick Mahomes. So now I feel like I am going to watch that. All right.
And his best trait is his white shoes?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Number 2, Willie Beeman from Any Given Sunday. Willie Beeman is listed as the second best fictitious quarterback of all time. Best trait, playmaking. Worst trait, rapping.
Okay.
I don't know if Mike wrote that part or not, and it says, My Name is Willie is a catchy song, but I'm questioning the decision to get in the booth prior to locking down a long-term starting job. That's a great point from The Ringer. And their NFL comp is Aaron Rodgers. His talent is undeniable, but he rubs his teammates the wrong way, has strong opinions on how the team's offense should run, and seems to enjoy the public spotlight a bit too much.
That makes a lot of... Well, hold on. Aaron Rodgers doesn't love...
Yes, he
does. He acts like he doesn't, right?
Yes.
He's like, I don't want to be in public. I don't want my wife to be known. But let's talk about it. On this podcast today.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Where's Joe Rogan?
So, there's one name we're missing. It's the number one of all time. And I have seen it pop up again and again and again. The number one list. Number one fictitious quarterback in all the land. You might have to make a decision here. It's Paul Krug.
Oh.
From the 1974 good movie, The Longest Yard, and the 2005 terrible movie,
Better movie,
The Longest Yard. So it's Burt Reynolds and Adam Sandler. Do you think this is fair since they have an inherent advantage of being used twice? But Paul Krug was all over this list, and congratulations to all the people who guessed that. He is number one.
Yeah, Paul Krug definitely. I mean, he got a bunch of convicts.
Right.
To play football.
Right.
At a high level. And, I mean, he was well known for throwing games, too, right? Isn't that the situation?
Not cool.
Yes, him and Falco. I'm interested in why Falco was so low if this is the situation. But he was a good quarterback. He just happened to throw some games here and there.
From the 817, the winner is the Burt Reynolds character, right? By the way, somebody did say if I haven't seen Johnny Be Good, it's a must. All right.
I agree. I remember watching it as a young kid and being like, I'm not quite sure of this thing. But like, there's the recruiting trail that he goes on and everything, and you get to see the differences between being recruited by UT and some other schools. So it's kind of fun.
From the 214, where's Burt Reynolds? From the 520, it's got to be Paul Krug. So there's...
From the 817, I thought it was Troy Aikman because it feels fictitious talking about it these days.
Oh,
dang,
man.
Dude, like fictitious in that, like, some people don't know how good Troy was.
Yeah.
And his leadership style, his play style, and they don't give him the credit he deserves because the numbers just don't pop like they do with other guys.
Yeah, I'm going to give you more of the breakdown on Paul Krug, and then we do, in fact, have a Cowboys signing of one of the players that we talked about yesterday.
Micah.
It's not Micah. Don't you think it's not Micah? Best trait for Paul Krug, accuracy. Worst trait, tendency to throw games. NFL comp, Brett Favre. All right.
Oh, man, that's a great comp.
Yeah.
That is a really good comp.
Yeah, Brett Favre had some other issues.
Remember though, he was like, you know what? I'm tired of this referee calling these. I'm just going to throw the football at his throat, hit him in the junk.
Right.
I like that. That was a good one.
That's
very Brett Favre.
Was it Moxley that
hit
you knocked the guy off the horse?
Yeah,
or?
So it was, a situation where he's like, I need to get stop the clock anyway.
Okay.
I might as well throw at their mascot. He's kind of ticking me off today. So I did like that. That was fun.
Okay.
Moxon.
And so
I don't want your life.
There's your list. And I know we did quarterbacks. By the way, text in if there is another player that wasn't a quarterback that's a fictitious football player that you think could have overtaken any of these
Franklin
people.
From the Replacements.
You like him better than Shane Falco?
Clifford Franklin's the only one going up for it. Clifford Franklin's the only one coming down with it.
Now,
love it.
We do have news for the Dallas Cowboys who, in, a pretty on-brand signing, they have signed somebody who hasn't been productive in 3 years. The Cowboys are signing James Houston, who, man, he was tremendous his first year in Detroit. He had 8 sacks.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a 6th-round pick, so it's not like he was promised anything.
Very high pedigree expectation on him.
And then he has had some other issues that have forced him to miss some games and everything like that. But we talked about yesterday how the Cowboys brought him in. They did indeed sign James Houston to a deal. I've not seen the specifics on the money or anything like that. I would imagine a 1-year deal makes a whole lot of sense on that.
Yeah, no, I mean, and obviously, too, right now, you need the bodies. You got to have those around here. But yeah, I'd love to see if he has something. He's young.
Sure.
He's young. He still has that opportunity to to go do something. They tried him out. They saw it. Let's see if we can ramp it up from there.
Yeah, he's only, I think, 26. And, like, this is the thing that I always thought, I still think this, that the Rangers are so good at kind of finding that, like, diamond in the rough that maybe you don't feel like this is a big signing or anything, but they make it like somebody who's so valuable to the team. Look, it's not going to really cost you anything in terms of real salary cap depth when it comes to bringing him in. So if he's just a camp body, no harm, no foul. If he doesn't work out, no harm, no foul. But on the flip side, if he can do something,
you can get some good pass rush out of him, I think.
And he just needed, maybe more of an opportunity, stay healthy, anything like that. Hey, it's a low risk move, so I have no problem with it. So yes, the Cowboys bringing in James Houston, and they do in fact make that official. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Corey, I feel like it's about that.
Let's give something away.
877-881-1053. Caller number 10.
Now
will win a pair of pit tickets to go see Treaty Oak Revival on August 15th at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory. That is, of course, courtesy of Live Nation. You can go buy those tickets, or you could win them for free. 877-881-1053. And we'll be doing that giveaway all week long.
I like it.
Good. Good.
Yeah, I like Treaty Oak Revival, dude.
Okay.
They're a good country band.
Ooh, who do you like more, Treaty Oak Revival or James Houston?
Well, we're giving away the Treaty Oak Revival tickets.
Mm-hmm.
We're not giving away James Houston.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Push.
Okay. All right.
I know you don't like that.
What a classic Corey answer. Now, I've got something that I think will be fun for you guys. We talk all the time about the Dallas Card Show.
Okay. Yes, we do.
It's the biggest card show in the country.
For now.
That is okay. It's the biggest consistent card show in the country, but we are also right up on the national, one off once a year. And I saw this article in The Athletic, really fascinating, like what some athletes will and will not sign. So, for example, LT will add the inscription of LT was a bad MFer, but not censor it, for an extra $105.
So he'll add that for the
as
money.
the inscription, yeah.
Will he add a censored version for less?
Oh, that's a great question, because you just have to do the line instead of like the UCK.
And LaDainian Tomlinson, what a dude.
No, not Lawrence Taylor.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hey, LaDainian Tomlinson was, though.
David Ortiz will sign inscriptions like Curse Reversed, This Is Our Effing City, Big Poppy, all of that stuff. And that's fantastic. But then there's a whole bunch of athletes who will not inscribe certain things.
Like certain physical items, or they won't say certain things. Okay, all right. Interested to hear.
Allen Iverson will not inscribe practice to your autograph.
But that was what made him even more famous. Like, he was a big deal. And then he launched into another stratosphere whenever he did that.
Man, what if he would write the whole thing out?
That would be like you never signing better on there.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Well, how ridiculous would that be?
So he will not,
Corey not signing In It to Win It.
He will not do that. For Bo Jackson, man, he has a lot of stuff that he will not sign.
He was recently chasing a card of himself.
Yeah.
He said squirrel away for his grandkids, and I love that.
And
he also doesn't want you asking for anything while he's trying to watch a game.
That is true, which I do respect that. He will apparently not sign Bo Knows. And he will not do the inscription, Bo Don't Know Diddley. He also won't sign artwork, bat on the shoulder pads, cards, or photos.
What?
Which is crazy, because that's got to be his most iconic card.
Yes, Bo Knows was also classic as well.
Now,
wow.
It looks like that is the result of a lawsuit between the photographer and Nike.
Okay. Oh, man, I wonder what the photographer wanted from Nike for that.
I don't know. He will not sign Tecmo Bowl items. Some people think that's a result of maybe his deal with EA Sports now.
Okay.
But that is kind of more speculation.
Dude, he was unstoppable in Tecmo Bowl. I can see how everybody would walk up with their version of that NES game and saying, hey, I want this.
He won't sign stat jerseys or Heisman trophies.
What are stat jerseys?
Stat jersey is like, it'll have his number on there, but in the number or below or above the number, it'll be like 1,300 yards, Heisman Trophy, and they'll like have a bunch of extra stuff on it.
And he won't sign those?
Nope.
Interesting.
And he won't sign any Tampa Bay Buccaneers items or the unauthorized biography of his life.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of stuff.
I know!
Bo Jackson does not like to autograph. So basically what I'm hearing here is don't ask Bo Jackson for an autograph.
That doesn't just say Bo Jackson.
Yeah.
It's not on a Raiders thing. Todd Helton. This one's disappointing. He won't sign the Todd father.
Oh.
He won't sign Mr. Rocky either.
Okay. Well, it seemed pretty ridiculous, but
yeah.
All right.
And then we get to...
The Todd father.
Yeah.
That is
He won't put the Todd father. Albert Pujols, he will not sign Hall of Fame 2028. Now, remember, Tom Brady is totally fine with that, and he's fine inscribing.
He's not even in yet. He's like, nah, I got you. I know I'm going in.
And I feel pretty confident.
Who's going
Pujols
in?
is a rubber stamp, but
does he not want to jinx it or something?
It could be. Could be a jinx. Could be out of respect for the game. Don't know. He will not sign or inscribe the Hall of Fame 2028. Roberto Alomar, this makes sense to me, will not sign any items related to his spitting incident with the umpire, John Hirschberg.
I absolutely get that. Yeah, no, I wouldn't want to either.
So there are lots of things that people won't sign for various reasons. Do you want to hear the most heartwarming reason?
Who did you say right before Alomar, by the way?
Pujols?
Pujols. There was some... Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Steve Garvey. The only thing...
Can I go back real quick?
Yeah.
You know who wanted to sign the Hall of Fame inscription as quickly as they could?
Drew Pearson.
Drew Pearson.
Oh
he was like, I'm so happy that I get to put Hall of Fame on there.
I so much
when
agree
I sign
with
a
that.
check, Hall of Famer.
Now, here's something that's downright heartwarming for you.
All right.
Steve Garvey. He will not sign his Fleer 1982 trading card because there's a legend floating around where Garvey supposedly signed the card for a charity auction one time and vowed it would be the only time he signed that particular card.
Really?
So for a charity auction, there is a 1982 Fleer card that he autographed that he said he will never autograph that card again. Because it was for the charity. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and that creates more value for that specific card.
Absolutely.
Interesting.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors, but we will also hear from the Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer next, live from Oxnard right here on 105.3 The Fan.
No. Pick me. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it cell phone squad?
required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to hear from Shoddy.
And they participate and do some things is great, but it's more about being around the players and the team, and that's what he's excited about doing.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. Can you elaborate on participate? What does that mean? Will he do everything, or just a few things? Did y'all drill that down on how much he's going to participate?
Yeah, I mean, it's a ramp-up period here for the next couple of days. So, again, there'll be different versions of participation. But, again, all the walkthrough stuff, some of the mock situations, things like that. And, again, individual stuff. So we'll see what it looks like as we get going. But it's a good plan. And, again, the biggest thing for me right now is that he's here and he's trying to engage with the other members of the squad.
One other question. Rebels on NFI, certainly you have Diggs is on Pup. Can you talk about cornerback and the guys you have out there, and is there a need or is there concern about those guys, and when will they be available?
Yeah, again, I'm not going to put a time frame on it, Clarence. Those guys are all working hard. I think I mentioned yesterday the biggest thing for us is we've got some youth at corner that we're excited about. You know, Kalen Carson is a guy that, you know, we really felt strongly about last year, played really well early on before he had the shoulder surgery. We'll move some guys around. You're going to see Duran playing in different spots. But in terms of those guys, their timetable, they're working hard. They want to be getting back, and no different. You can still gain a lot of knowledge and things by not participating, which those guys are going to be doing a lot of stuff, getting their bodies right so they can go full speed when it's time.
Todd Archer of ESPN, how do you deal with the business of football when it comes to all this stuff? What's your philosophy going to be on that?
I don't get caught up in it. You know, Todd, I think it is what it is. You know, I've been around this game a long time. And, again, I'm excited that, you know, everybody's here. The energy's been great. The meetings have been awesome. Yesterday was a long day because the NFL gives you a bunch of mandatory things that you have to cover. We actually got into a little bit of football today, which is great. But the business is the business side. You know, there's contracts, there's negotiations, and if you lose a lot of sleep worrying about that stuff as a coach, it can be really frustrating. But you don't. You coach the guys, you communicate. I think that's one of my strengths is my people skills. I communicate to people. I'm open. I'm honest. And at the end of the day, I'm just excited that everybody's here, and the energy's been awesome. And I'm excited to go play some football.
You thought about sitting in that chair for a while and having that first team meeting at a training camp. Did it match up to what you thought it would be?
You know, it really, I haven't given it much thought. I think once you do it, you know, those first couple times, you kind of get used to it. Like I said, the one thing about me, I've always been authentic. I'm going to lead to, you know, my personality. We did have a competition. Somebody asked about it yesterday. Dak did beat Mike in ping pong. So that's big news to report. I'm sure Michael loved I said that. But please make the note, Micah did not have his paddle. So because he didn't have his paddle, does it count? Probably. But we have fun. We have fun, and we coach them up. And, again, it's a great group of guys.
I'm sure with the Athletic, can you give us just like maybe one portion of today's practice that you're really looking forward to the most?
Probably the blitz period. I think blitz periods this time of year when you don't have pads on, you know, it's a ramp-up period, like I said earlier, so you're really in helmets. You don't even have the soft protective shoulders. So I think we're going to build off what we did in the spring in terms of learning how to practice. You know, our tempo is clearly defined of what we're trying to do, and you know, that's always a good one because there's a lot of moving parts, there's a lot of disguise, and it usually is the fastest period in practice because there's movements, there's hot adjustments, there's cross trappers, things like that. So I always kind of like that. Maybe is the old QB in me, how to pick up blitzes and test your protections against all of Flus's cool blitzes. Yeah, again, we're always just looking to add guys that have ability. Guy that we watched play for a while. I think we made some other moves, too, with Winfrey and Rochelle and guys, veteran players like that. This is going to be a physical-ass camp, and so we want to shore up certain areas that are in the trenches doing those things, and excited to get him out here. He's got a big learning curve that he's got to adjust to, but he'll do great. And again, you guys know the deal. It's 365. You're always looking, and Will and his guys do a great job along with Steven and Jerry. And but I like the look of these new guys that we've added.
Nick Harris, Forward Star Telegram. You had said back at the league meetings that no jobs are being handed out. You have to compete every day mantra. How competitive do you expect this camp to be compared to years past?
Well, hopefully it's the most competitive practice that I've been around. Otherwise, I'd be disappointed in my messaging and getting that across to the guys. I think what makes it, Nick, that competitive is the pieces that we've added. You know, you look at our roster from top to bottom, and we've filled in a lot of blanks. I mean, we've added some really good football players, and through free agency, through getting our guys back. And then, of course, the fact that that's the mantra and the mindset is we're going to compete in everything that we do. I would be very, very disappointed if it wasn't an extremely competitive deal. We're going to move guys around. That's part of playing the game. You know, no one should be given a spot. You know, we need to push Dak. We need to push Tyler Booker. You know, there's guys like that, you know, people think, well, he's enshrined in that spot. Yeah, I mean, he's got the lead, but he's not been named the starter yet. We got a shit ton of football to play before we make any final decisions.
And with Sam Williams, he wasn't on that list that came out with you guys as far as NFI or PUP. How excited are you to get him back, and then his recovery? You've had a front row seat for it, just to have him back on the field.
Yeah, Sam. I'm going to speak to Sam and John Stevens because both those guys just completely were. They're incredible. I mean, you talk about Sam, he did not miss a day. I mean, he really didn't. He didn't miss a day. He looks amazing. Again, we're going to be smart with those guys. They haven't, you know, played throughout the spring, so we'll be smart with those guys and how they participate. But cannot say enough about how bad he wants to go. And then, you know, for John, I mean, John is just one of those feel-good stories, man, where you're like, hey, you know, this guy, when the injury happened again, he could have really gone in the tank, and he didn't. And I think that's a testament to the young man. Same thing. We just had a walkthrough, and he made some mistakes that you would imagine, but he was kind of making them thinking and going full speed in his mind. But that's why you do this. That's why you have the talk-throughs, walkthroughs, mock situations, and things like that. But kudos to both those guys for what they did in the spring, and also to really Jim and Britt and the training staff and Harold and the strength staff for getting those guys back to where, you know, they're not on PUP.
Tommy R, StylesCowboys.com. With this being your first camp kind of running the show, are there things that you've taken from Pete or Mike in the past just to sprinkle in that kind of mixed together to make it Brian Schottenheimer's camp? And if so, what are those kind of aspects that you kind of mixed together?
Yeah, it's a good question, Tommy. The answer is yes. I'm a big note taker, and so I would go back probably to Steve Spurrier, my dad, Dick Vermeil, and I just always would write down things that I liked. You know, hey, when I get a chance to run a football team, this is what I like, or this is what I believe in. This is what I don't like, or what I don't believe in. And it's been rewritten a number of times. My vision and some of my, you know, things that I truly believe in have been adjusted. If you would have asked me, you know, if I take a job in the early 2006, 7 years, you know, does it look like it does today? Probably not, just because of the experience that I have now. And but yeah, I mean, I have notebooks upon notebooks that I've referred back to over the I'd say the past, you know, 15, 20 years in this business, and I plan on giving them to my kids one day and letting them have that for my grandkids.
Coach, not having Zach Martin here for this camp, where have you seen the drop off, and where do you expect this younger group to take the step up?
Specifically, offensive line. Well, I think it starts, you know, with the young players, rookies from last year. I think Cooper Beebe obviously was a guy that, you know, went in and played very well last year for a young center. We expect really great things from Tyler Guyton. Again, I always go back to Jalen Tolbert. You know, what Jalen Tolbert did year one, it wasn't, you know, a great year for him. He was the first guy back in the building. Tyler Guyton's been the same thing. You know what you're going to get from Tyler Smith. You know what you're going to get from Terrence. Both those guys are incredible. And then obviously the competition, bringing in Tyler Booker, Rob Jones. I think guy to watch out for is Nate Thomas. He's doing great. I mean, I could name 1,000 other guys, but Nate's a guy that we didn't get a chance to see a lot of football from last year. He's been great. But I think the identity that they bring, they're going to be what makes us go on offense. The offensive line, they've always set the mentality, they've always set the mindset, and I think we've got the right type of guys that have the right type of makeup, the right type of competitiveness to allow us to play a very, very physical brand of football that we feel like will help us win a lot of games.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Leadership was a buzzword yesterday. Obviously, you guys lost to Marcus Lawrence, some other veterans on the defensive side. When you have a guy like Micah Parsons who's kind of embraced this leadership and obviously showed up and is going to participate, what can that do for a locker room when you have a transfer of leadership?
Well, there's definitely a transfer of leadership. I think you can't look at, J. Lou was a great leader. D-Law, you mentioned Zach, right? But that's what's exciting, and that's football. That's football in today's era. So, Kenneth Murray, K9. Here's a guy that, again, has incredible experience, plays the game the right way, hair on fire. I mentioned Jack Sanborn yesterday. These guys will take CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee's been great with George coming in. CeeDee's gone out of his way. He's more vocal. So sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's like, okay, those guys move on for different reasons. Who's going to step up? Somebody's going to step up. And again, I think, I see it when I have to say less things or the coaches have to say less things. You've got guys that are kind of figuring it out and finding their voice.
Tyler Guyton obviously didn't play a lot in college. Didn't play a lot last year as well. When you're in this training camp, how important is it for him to kind of try to get that experience? Can you accelerate that experience before the season starts?
No, I would tell Tyler, one day at a time. He's going to have good practice. He's going to have good sets. He's going to have good run blocks. There'll be good periods. There'll be bad periods. That's why you practice. There'll be things that he does really, really well. And I think, part of training camp is the consistency. But for a young player like Tyler, it's not all going to be great. And so I think that's where you find out the makeup of Tyler. Hey, when you played left tackle in this league, that's it could be a long day. When you play some of these elite rushers, and that's what I'm excited. Him to go against some of the top rushers in the league and see how he does.
Brad Sham, Cowboys Radio 105.3 The Fan. Mozzie is reportedly considerably lighter. Is he still a 1, or is he a 3, or does it matter?
When you look at our front, we obviously want the flexibility to do that. I would say he's starting probably as a 1, but we want to be interchangeable. And yes, he is lighter. He looks great. The best thing that's happened to Mozzie, he'll tell you, is bringing a guy in like Solomon Thomas and Peyton Turner that really just know how to practice one way. And sometimes when that stuff's modeled, you watch the way Mozzie Smith practiced in the spring when he was here, it was night and day from what he was. So I think he knows in this type of defense that we're going to play with Flus and Aaron Whitecotton, he knows that the ability to get vertical and chase out of the stack and things like that will be really, really important.
Evaluate him as the season goes on at the end of the year. Will statistics play a role in his evaluation, or will there be things, whatever position he's playing, that he will do that don't necessarily have statistics and make you say, oh, we want to bring him back?
Yeah, great question. Again, stats are part of the story. But if you're pushing the pocket and you're a 1 technique, or you're playing the 0 nose, we move our fronts and we're multiple, as you guys know we're going to be. If he's knocking the quarterback back and we're getting pressure and sacks off the edge, to me that's a stat that we recognize as a staff. It's maybe not out there for the world to see, but stats are part of the process. But when you get to the interior defensive and offensive line, sometimes stats can be misleading.
Jonah Javad, WFVA, shot a young topic of leadership. I'm looking for kind of specific examples you've already seen from some guys, maybe over the last 6 months, that have kind of displayed the type of leadership you are looking for from some of your players. And it can be from maybe your highest paid to maybe undrafted guys.
When I talk about the leadership part of it, I think, and I'm not avoiding your question, I look at what Dak and the skill group did going to Georgia. I think the attendance was almost 100%. There were 1 or 2 guys I don't think that were able to make it, but to get that many guys to go during the dead period and work and train together, you see the stuff that the defensive line was doing together. Those are things that it's not just leadership, it's connection. It's these guys like to be around. I think we had more guys stay here at our facility and train with Harold and his guys in the weight room over the course of the dead period than probably years past that I remember, maybe from any time I've been around it. That tells you these guys like what we have to offer. They love being around each other, training, pushing each other, and that they feel really, really good about what we're trying to build. So it's not one thing per se, but when you see groups of men coming together when they could be anywhere in the world, they could be traveling, they could be sitting on a beach, and they're working, sweating, bleeding, laughing, crying, doing that together, to me, that's when you've kind of captured their hearts, and you just ask and you keep that brotherhood going.
Mike Ducey, Fox 4, you talk about taking notes and learning from the great coaches you've worked for. What's the most significant way that your approach to the game has evolved as a result of that education?
Great question. I just think, and I answer it, I know you guys get tired, but it is the truth. So I'm going to say, I think the value of people, again, when I was younger and, I'd been passed up for some head coaching jobs and things like that, I think I kind of pressed and said, if I have the best offense in the league, I'll get a job or whatever it is. It's not about that. Like, the journey is more fun with the people. And so, coming back to Dallas and being around a guy that I love and respect like Dan Quinn. I mean, the connection, Pete Carroll had it, Dan Quinn has it, different coaches have it. And so I think that's probably what's changed the most. I mean, you always change scheme. The game changes, but like the value you put on people and the connection and the relationships that you build where, you're going to have real hard conversations when you sit in my chair. That's part of the job. But it's easier to have that hard conversation when you're delivering the message, maybe that's not as easy for the player or coach to hear. It's a lot easier to hear when they know you love them and you care about them. And so that's probably the thing that came out my years in Seattle with Pete. It obviously was re-emphasized being around Dan. And so that's probably how I've adjusted the most in the last 5-8 years.
Hey, Coach Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. From both a health and a production standpoint, last season was wildly uncharacteristic of Jake Ferguson. What have you seen from him this offseason as he works to bounce back, and what are your expectations for him as a leader and a young tight end?
Yeah, great leader. Same thing with Mozzie, Leiter, moving around really, really well. I think last year, you look at, first game against Cleveland, he gets his knee pretty banged up. Then he's got, a concussion mid-season at some point. I mean, that's so uncharacteristic of Fergie. Fergie's a really, really good player in this league, and he has always been. He's one of those guys that as a young player, second-year player a couple years back, there was leadership. I mean, he's an enforcer. He's a guy that plays the game the right way. He plays the game on the edge, and I have zero doubts in my mind that his production will get back to really where it was the year before. I think last year was just kind of one of those years that you look back on your career and this is more of a fluke than anything.
Coach, KJ Doyle, KRGV, what are some of the things you remember going back, almost 30 years to your first training camp as an assistant?
Damn. Where was I? St. Louis, the Rams. I remember pulling up to training camp, and Tony would get mad at me for saying this, and then seeing Dick Vermeil have to tell Tony Banks that he had to take his Rottweiler home. Tony had brought a Rottweiler to training camp, and Tony was a young player. I think he might have been a rookie, and Coach Vermeil was like, no, you can't. The dog can't stay here. But I do remember that. It was like my first day going in there. But then I just think the hours. I remember because I was a low man on the totem pole, and you think it changes, but the higher the chair you get, actually, the harder you work. But just how good the players were, how talented they were. We had Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt. We had some really good players, and I remember that's why I decided to get into coaching and not playing because I knew I wasn't good enough to play with those guys.
Christy Scales, Cowboys Radio on 105.3 The Fan. This has to do with how you structure practice, particularly special teams. The rule change with the touchbacks on kickoffs, encouraging more kickoffs. Have you had to allocate more time for coverage, and also having a new coordinator with Sorensen? Have you had to allocate more time?
We're aware of it. We started actually today, Christy, with kickoff. We'll do a lot of it. The rule change we think benefits us because of who we have returning. Obviously, but Nick will do a great job, and but yes, we did start with it today when we got into the meetings because it is different, and it's one of those situations that once the guys get familiar with it, they'll be fine.
Joe Trahan, WFAA TV. Shadi, I want to pull on that thread about some of the past coaches and what you learned from them, and I would like to specifically talk about your father because when you take the field for this particular practice is kind of the unofficial start of when we start doing this thing for real. What were your thoughts in terms of your father be? What will you think about? Have you thought about it already? What will be on your mind?
You know, I don't think so. I think about him every day. I don't think about him specifically into, okay, what's this first practice going to be like? I just love coaching ball. I mean, you guys see my energy, whether I was a quality control coach, a head coach, a coordinator, a quarterback coach, I don't change. I love this game. I love being on the grass with those guys. I love getting a chance to get face-to-face and teach them and correct them and congratulate them and things like that. You know, my dad was very different than I was. You know, he coached in a different era. And that's okay. And I think the thing that he was the best at, in my opinion, was the attention to details. I thought he was amazing. But I think where I will be emotional, I'm not going to lie, will be that first regular season game. The national anthem, I always talk to him during the national anthem. It's always been something that is important to me. Obviously, yeah, I'll be emotional that first game.
Bill Jones, CBS Sports Texas. You talked about building brotherhood on this team. What you could tell us the story of Legends Day this offseason, what impact it had on you, a story about Randy White and Bob Lilly.
Man, you guys are trying to get me to cry before this first practice. That's kind of messed up. Listen, the legacy of the Cowboys is incredible, you know, and I will share the story. I'm happy to share it. I think I might be wrong on the number. There's probably 30-something plus guys that came back. We invited to come back. We invited the legends to come in and sit in meetings, be a part of the guys. They actually they competed. They shot free throws. That was fun. But where I get emotional thinking about it was we found out the day before, Emily Cruz Robbins found out that Bob Lilly wanted to come. But his wife wasn't able to bring him. And Randy White got word, and he said, I'll go get him. I'll go pick him up. And what I thought of was not that as much as that's one of our players. That's Dak doing that for Fergie, or Fergie 30 years from now, 50 years from now. That's what a brotherhood is. That's what a great teammate does. Oh, I got a buddy that wants to be somewhere but he can't. I'll go get him. And so that's, I'm guessing, 50, 40-something years ago. But the fact that Randy White was willing to do that tells you not only is he one of the greatest players of all time, but one of the greatest human beings.
Coach Nicole Hutchison, Dallas Cowboys media. Maris Liufau had an impressive rookie season last year. What are you looking for out of him to kind of make that year two jump?
Yeah, we love Maris. We love his length. He's new to the system, which a lot of these guys are. Very, very good pass rusher, great strength. He's got great length. When you watch Maris play. But again, Maris is one of those guys that he's going to show up more when the pads get on, if I'm being honest, because of the play style, the temperament, and the things that we're doing out there today. He'll be great. He'll be going through his assignment and alignment and things like that. But I'm excited not just for Maris. I'm excited for Flus and Gonzo and those guys, the new coaches, to see him when the pads get on, because that's where you really feel what Maris is all about.
Back to Mozzie just for a second, because we've been there since the rookie year. He lost a lot of weight. They were trying to get him to go upfield. It didn't really work for him. Last year he gained weight back. Now you're asking him to lose weight again to go upfield. Just talk about, is he under 300? Is he 290? What's that weight look like? Because when he was drafted, he was a big so-called nose tackle anchor for the run defense.
Well, I think what it speaks to is, number one, is that when you change defensive systems, a lot of things change, right? So you went from DQ, then you went to Coach Zim, then I've obviously got Eberflus. There's different styles. There's different, the techniques, the way that you play. So Mozzie, in his experience and as he's maturing and figuring it out, has been in great communication with us, with A-Dub, White Cotton. He's realizing the system and that we want guys that can run. The size is fine. He can still penetrate. His leverage and ability to do and move people and things like that isn't compromised because of his length and size. But what he likes is the ability to retrace and chase out of the stack that he needs to do at a high level to be successful in this attack front that we play. Very, very different than what he was asked to do last year with Coach Zim, who's a great coach. But what it means is that, hey, we've got this system in place. This is the system we're going with. And again, we need some stability on the defensive side of the ball here and plan to have that for a long time.
Like 305
He's right at 300.
Brian, you mentioned yesterday that Dak's practice work will be monitored, I guess is the right way to say it. What does that look like? Is that he gets a day off, he gets a team period off, he gets one less rep?
It's more reps. It's just more reps. We've adjusted some of the things we do pre-practice. He won't take every ball handling rep, with all the different running backs, and he won't throw to all the receivers. So it's just, everything's measured. I mean, this day, everything's measured with catapults and how much, how fast they're moving and how much torque that they create in their bodies. But it's got nothing to do with taking practices off. We'd have to probably tie him up in the locker room to do that. But it's more of asking him, communicating to him why we want him to do this. He's not the first quarterback in the history of the league that when they become a certain age, you're just mindful of, run him down. He's in incredible shape. He looks great. He's 100% healthy. So it's got nothing to do with that. It's more about just, hey, let's be smart and don't need to throw 1,500 balls after practice. Get the throws that you need, and once you get those throws, you're good.
Does that potentially impact what he may or may not do in preseason games?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't decided that yet. A lot to be decided before we do that. Obviously, these next couple weeks of practice, but we haven't made any decisions at this time. But not really. I mean, we'll look at the practice reps first and then go from there.
You had mentioned earlier that CD's been really good with Pickett since he's come to the building. Not to say he was checked out before, but have you seen CD's energy kind of come to life since Pickett has arrived?
Well, I don't even think it's that. I think CD. I saw CD when I first got here, and he was so excited to be back. CD missed last year's camp. You forget about that, right? He's like, I'm just happy to be back. I'm like, well, what do you mean? You've been here the whole offseason. He's like, no, here in Oxnard. I just think he's in a really good spot mentally, and he's excited that George is here. George has been great with CD. These guys train together, and they realize that with what we've built and having other guys that surround them, it makes it incredibly difficult on defenses to match up for us. But the love of football is important. I just say I love coaching. I love being around these guys. I think our players love playing the game, and they love playing the game together, and hopefully that's what you guys see over these next couple weeks.
Pat, last one. We got 3 minutes. Hey, Brian. Pat Doney with NBC DFW. I was going to ask you about George Pickens in particular. I know you were impressed with him in the spring. What makes him special as a player, and how does having a weapon like that added to CD, to elite receivers like that, help you on offense in some kind of...
Yeah, I would say that's my call-out song. His ability to track a football is uncanny. You can't watch the guy play the deep ball and be like, okay, that's just different. So when he's not doubled, he's really open. And so I think that's something we're getting used to with him. He's been great with our ability to move him around. It's been different. We think to maximize him, he can't just play one spot. He can't just play an X. We're going to move him around. He's been great with that. He's excited about that because he and CD need to be interchangeable. But the instincts are also uncanny, just for finding zones and, the ability to sit in windows that maybe some people don't see. But the number one thing that jumps out at me would be the ability to track the deep ball because it is uncanny.
Building on that, Dak, how much does that elevate the potential of this offense to have another weapon like that overall for the offense?
It's huge. I think you looked at us last year. We just didn't have enough explosives. Both running and passing, we didn't have enough explosive plays. And, again, defenses adjust and they change. But, you have decisions to make. And when you have a receiver like that when he's one-on-one, you feel really good that he's going to be open, and at least you have a not 50-50. That's what everybody says, a 70-30% chance it's going to work. Get you excited game planning. Thanks, guys.
Two things, maybe even that last thing he was just talking about, and do some NFL overreaction or reality live from Oxnard on 105.3 The Fan.
order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay. Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Razor Rose.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden? No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that.
If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2nd and 10 at the Dallas 43. Howell's back, throws it.
Oh, look out.
Picked off! It's Bland! It's Bland! He's got one man to beat at the 20. He cuts left. He breaks the tackle at the 10. He did it again!
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a whole lot to get to, and we're going to do it quickly live from Oxnard, brought to you by the on-time experts Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. First of all, in the non-sports world, Ozzy Osbourne has passed away at the age of 76 due to his battle with Parkinson's.
I think that is sports related.
Crazy Train has played at every single event in the world.
Very true. That is very true. And then one of the last things that Schottenheimer said, there's a few things in there, obviously still using Mozzie at the 1 despite him losing some weight and being right at flat 300, and they like the idea of their defensive line getting up the field. But the last thing that he said in particular about George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb being able to do what one another do or almost be interchangeable, you were nodding your head at that, and I thought that was a fascinating statement.
When you have two receivers that can do a lot of the same things, that gives you an advantage over your opponent immediately, because you don't know who the primary target is on any given play. You assume it's CD because it's CeeDee Lamb. But now you say, okay, I found my double coverage, and it's on. They're going to roll over to him. I have to rely on George Pickens because I know he's double covered. He should be able to beat one-on-one every time.
Right.
And so that's the interchangeability part. Is once that's happened, I don't feel like I have any drop off going to the next receiver.
Now, another thing that he said that I know has caught a lot of people's attention already on social media is something that Brian Schottenheimer said. I'm going to form it in NFL overreaction to reality. You believe Schotty when he says this will be a physical-ass camp. And then he said if it doesn't start with the most competitive practice, though the question was about camp, that he's been around, he'll be disappointed. Micah Parsons will be out there today, though Schottenheimer was very clear to point out, like, they're in the ramp-up period, so don't...
He's under contract.
Yeah. I mean, I'm aware.
That's a reality.
That is true.
He is under contract. You have what stinks. You have to be physical within the constraints of the NFL's agreement, right?
Yeah.
Like so, even if you want to run a Jimmy Johnson camp, you can't. But you got to find ways to be able to get. This is a physical sport.
Sure.
You got to create calluses. You really have to do that. That's part of the not getting injured is being able to put your body through some things that it's been through before, so your muscles remember. So I hope they're able to pull that off.
And this morning...
Physical ass camp. I like that.
This morning, I believe it was on Get Up, Adam Schefter said that the Cowboys have yet to submit an offer to Micah.
Okay.
Adam Schefter will be on with Sean and RJ tomorrow at 9 a.m. to potentially discuss that.
Okay.
He said he talked with Mugoleta.
Okay.
Mugoleta.
And Mugoleta's probably, I wonder if he's frustrated by that. And he's like, we want that. I also wonder, we hear the stories. The Cowboys love the position of power. Why would they submit an offer? You tell us what you want. Like, I can totally see them being like that. And also, there's probably a possibility, based on listening to Steven, that there's this back and forth of, all right, let's massage this all around until we figure out what we like, then we'll hammer something out. I mean, isn't that the feel that you get out of Steven with this whole thing?
Yeah. I mean...
I didn't understand yesterday when Jerry said you got to husband that a little bit. I still need to figure out what that means. So I'm going to ask Christy Scales about that later on.
Okay, good idea. And then NFL overreaction or reality, you would give Deron Bland an extension worth $25 million plus per season. So J.C. Horn, Derek Stingley, they got paid. J.C. Horn 4 years, $100 million. Stingley 3 years, $90 million. Okay, you just don't think he belongs in that class?
Stingley's a rare dude with a high competitive level, and I just haven't seen it yet enough from Bland. Like, I know I've seen a good version of him, but I don't put him up in that top 5 category yet.
You didn't put it with J.C. Horn either, do you? Or do you?
Maybe he's right about there.
Okay, because Horn got $25 million a year.
But I still just want to see more from him, and, like, if that's I'm not there with him yet, man. I'm just not convinced. I was convinced with Diggs, and then the injuries have popped up, and that's, you paid him a lot of money, Kevin, and then it was like he almost got hit by a car.
Yes. And then
because he was unavailable. That's what I mean by that.
Last one for you, overreaction or reality. You think James Houston is more than just a camp body?
Overreaction for now.
Okay.
Because I think he can prove something and earn his way onto this roster.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, a monster show. We have...
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Well, if you missed the news, unfortunately, Ozzy Osbourne has passed away after his battle with Parkinson's. And right now, we will all board the crazy train because brought to you by D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Doing pretty good, Hagee. Ozzy was one of my favorites. He rocked better than just about everybody else. So salute to one of the kings.
Now, the kind of like the netting we have up here has continued to blow on top of me.
It's floated over his face.
And so it went over my head, and I just felt like it was a fitting, like kind of a mourning shroud for Ozzy Osbourne.
The long black veil.
Yeah. So I'm going to see if we can complete this crosstalk with that on. My first question for y'all, because I know practice is just starting and Broadus is going to be out there, is are you excited at all about James Houston? It feels like a very low risk pickup, and I know we talked about him a good deal yesterday and trying him out and everything.
Yeah, I think he could be a sneaky good signing. I mean, it's possible that he does absolutely nothing for you, but the Cowboys have had a good history of this. I mean, Carl Lawson, who certainly was a way more established player a year ago, they bring in a similar fashion and ends up being pretty good. But, I mean, this is a guy that has a lot of talent. He has some upside. He's going to be super cheap. As Corey noted earlier, it is probably more so, hey, we need some bodies, practice bodies right now. But you never know. I mean, you might be able to catch lightning in a bottle. And if this guy even goes out and has like 5 sacks for you this year and is able to contribute in any meaningful way, it's a hell of a good ad.
Well, to answer your question, Hagee, I would start out by saying I don't know about this guy. Seems like since his rookie year, you might be looking at something akin to the Diary of a Madman. But I'd love to be over the mountain about the guy here.
I love everything that you're doing right now, guys. Do you get amped up for these early training camp practices, especially since Shoddy was like, hey, Michael will be out there, but it is just the ramp-up period. These are kind of glorified walkthroughs, it feels like. Does that still jazz you up because you know you're the next step closer to football, or are you like, once the pads come on, then I'll be pumped?
No, I do get hyped. I mean, even yesterday and today, the show's just flying by. There's all sorts of new stuff coming in. I think, after the pads come on, we get a little bit more. And then, actually, I actually kind of slow down in my hype, and I get more Rangers focused there about 2-3 weeks from now.
Ooh, okay, I like that.
Goes into the void.
Yeah, it just becomes practice. After a while, it'd be like, it's like an extra long bye week after a while.
Ooh, I like that. I don't know if you guys care about this at all, but I'm really fascinated by the narrative or the battle to control the narrative of WNBA ratings. And so, hear me out. Hear me out. So we just got the ratings from the All-Star game, and they were way down. So, I think it's Sports Business Journal has been really cautious to, not bring up stuff like that and talk about how great women's sports are. And so they have a headline that says, All-Star ratings dip, but still up 52% over old high. Now, the old high ignores last year when Caitlin Clark played in the game, and numbers are down 36% from that. So, there are other websites who's giant fall for the All-Star game. Are you fascinated at all by, it feels like this battle to say, hey, numbers are still way up if you ignore all those other things that Caitlin Clark did versus, hey, guys, this is further proof that when she's not playing, they're struggling.
Yeah. In the midst of prepping for the show today, I saw 2 different articles that had completely different headlines when talking about the All-Star ratings. And I was like, wow, okay. I guess I'm not totally sure what to believe here, but when you see the graphic that ESPN puts up, it's like the numbers are up huge from 2023. From 2023.
Yes.
Not from last year. We're going to just skip over the fact that last year happened.
Yeah.
It was an anomaly. Live even further into the past. It is pretty dang hilarious. Yeah, I do find it interesting, though. I mean, it's growing so fast that I guess it's down compared to where she was at. But I think this is a good sign overall for basketball that it's still an improvement off what was there. So I think obviously Caitlin Clark's the straw that stirs the drink right now when it comes to WNBA interest. But the pie is growing, and people are realizing, man, there's about another 15 players in this league that are really fun to watch too.
Yes, and I don't disagree with that at all. It's just like, to Eric's point, it fascinates me how the exact same information, although it shouldn't, because we see this in politics all the time.
What?
How the exact same information
I see.
is disseminated differently, kind of depending on maybe what your agenda is. You know what I'm saying? Like, that just interests me to no end.
Yeah, absolutely. I find there a lot of interesting things about this story, to do with sports, but it almost feels like politics at times now that you mention it.
Totally.
It is the sports story right now that feels most like politics. And I love this angle of them, trying to get a better deal. They're only getting 9% of the revenue, but it's not profitable. But how do you sort that out? And now let me add to that real quick, though. In 80% of the years Mark Cuban owned the Mavs, they weren't profitable. But the players were still getting 15 to 20 mil. So I don't know how all that gets sorted out.
Yeah, see, I think a good way to investigate that and we could certainly figure this out, is to look at the valuation of the teams over the years. Because, I always had an issue when Mark Cuban was like, I'm losing money on this team. And I was like, yeah, I guess in the short term you lost, $12 million or whatever. But the value of your team also went up $60 million. Yeah. So did you actually lose any money? And so if the WNBA loses money every single year, I get that. But, go back and look at the franchise values and factor that in, and maybe that's where the players are saying.
No, I just look at the international debts and realize that money's not real.
Man, that's hard to argue. Yeah. That is hard to argue against. What do you find, fellas, before we head out to the practice field, what do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. Yes. Broadus is watching right now. He's going to be on with us at about 3:15. We have reactions to Shoddy and the Rangers here right out of the gates. Rangers player show coming up at 3:20.
Love it, love it, love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the K&C Masterpiece. We're on our way out to the field right now to go check out practice. We'll be back with you tomorrow with Joe Milton, Bruce Bochy, and who knows who else. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jung. Your name's Jung.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
You guys over at Franco and Franco.
That's a common misconception, is that you've got to come to us and write a big retainer check. We understand that people can't come and write us a big check. We work on a contingency basis. That means we absolutely do not get paid unless we win your case.
FRENKEL. Call Franco first, 214 or 817-333-3333.
You decide to take that long overdue vacation or business trip and apply for a passport, and then you find out your passport has been denied by the IRS. Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath, and if you thought the IRS can't affect your passport, guess again. The IRS can prevent the issuance of a passport for certain delinquent taxpayers. IRS problems don't go away on their own, so call me, Nick Namath, the DFW tax attorney, at 972-484-0TAX, or go to myiRSteam.com.
For over a decade, Men's T Clinic has been helping Texas men shed visceral fat and increase muscle mass. Corey Majors here, and I want you to join me on my new journey with Men's T Clinic. While knowing your numbers is where to start, weight loss doesn't always stop at optimizing your testosterone levels. Men's T Clinic has a solid lineup of therapies to help you jumpstart your weight loss goals, push through plateaus, and to help you achieve weight optimization. Experience weight loss the MTC way. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T or visit menstclinic.com for more. That's menstclinic.com.
This is Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Turn it on and leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour one. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show. General at your service. At ease. Broadus is on the practice fields in Oxnard, California, observing today's first Cowboys practice. They'll have takeaways coming up. Rejoining us here at the 3 o'clock hour, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitzy, fixing to go 4.5 flawless. Rangers baseball's coming up at 6:30. Looking for another one. How about them? 1 3 of 4 coming out of the break here. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo are in the house, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Everybody doing good?
Wonderful. Practice is going on right now in the fields in Oxnard. It's just like, it's returned. Paradise.
It's the FOMO, though, man.
It's real.
Like, there's a bittersweet factor of, like, should we be boots on the ground right now, soaking it all in, watching these guys stretch, calisthenics, the umbilicals, conditioning tests. There's something about it. There's something about it. It is like a high of 68 this week in Oxnard. Yes. Well, man, it's going to be nice, too, especially with this stuff. It is pool only if you're going outside to recreate. Pool or working only. I can't imagine. I try to do about 90 minutes of yard work, I guess, on Sunday. I had to take 2 or 3 breaks right in the middle of it, just go sit down in the shade.
Yeah, well, that was also because you stepped in a bunch of dog poo and you had to handle that. You had to handle biz.
It's rather disgusting.
About that.
Sorry to remind you on that.
Oh, that wasn't dog poo, was it? You know what's what's funny about that?
Hey, my daughter crapped in my neighbor's driveway just the other day.
What?
Just straight up.
Wait a second.
Just
Which one?
It was she's gonna kill me years from now. But this is a 4-year-old who had, I don't know, she never does this. I mean, she is potty trained early.
Case of the bubble
She must
guts.
have had a little bubble gut situation. My neighbor's like, is that from a bird? I'm like, no, Bart. I'm sorry, dog. I'll have to get you back on that.
Bart's your guy, though? You break out the water hose?
Yeah, Bart's my dog.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, yesterday's G-Bag of the day when the champ played, the little girls that had gone out to the backyard and picked up the doo-doo from the dog with the tongs, it actually reminded me that I was so exhausted and looking forward to the air conditioning on my way into the house, I forgot about those shoes. So they were actually still sitting in the mudroom when I got home last night.
Gosh.
I was like, I'm sorry.
It's the mud butt room.
Got a whiff of them.
Yeah, that's rough. But we're stoked about training camp being back underway. I can't wait to see what all Brian Schottenheimer, had in mind when he mentioned earlier that Micah Parsons is going to participate in today's first practice. He said there's different levels of participation for different guys, but maybe some individual drills.
To what extent can you keep Micah involved? I think if you can, manage this from a coach, that makes me believe his culture stuff a lot more. Because Micah has been Mr. Sit Out even before it was a contract year. You get him practicing like in 80, 90% of it, I'm going to be like, dude, Brian Schottenheimer might have the secret sauce.
Now, listen, I would like to think that that's the reason why. My guess is, though, is all Micah and his agent have heard over the offseason is leadership and presence as it pertains to the Cowboys coming correct with the contract.
Yeah.
I think that's what this has to do more so than maybe anything else.
I mean, he is incentivized in a big way, but, at the same time, here's where I'm going with this, Chief. If I'm Micah and his agent, I say bleep you. I can't believe you're trying to pressure me into coming around here pretending like I'm not a leader, right? You guys can't stop the run. You guys can't make a decision on your own guys. You're constantly overvaluing your own guys. You're not doing anything in free agency or the draft. You show me leadership, right? Because to me, you're asking for more from your players than you're giving yourself. You're asking for 100% of my players, and you just said in several instances yesterday at the presser, you have a lot of important things going on nonstop. So I don't know how you can demand 100% presence from me, right? This is a business contract we're doing. 50-50. Players get 50%, you get 50%, and this is all business. So what I'm saying is if Shoddy can troubleshoot that, right? The standoff between one of the most contract savvy players and the most contract savvy agent, and convince the guy what we're building is different, right? This is football. There's a football side to this, and there's a business side to this. And I'm going to ask from all my Cowboys players that you give 100% on this side of it and leave the business to your agent and the Jones family. If he can do that, I will be very impressed, even if it is possibly incentivized by it. But this is a classic standoff situation, right? And we've had several hold-ins in recent years for players that want to avoid the fine, right, and still kind of be there. You get Micah to participate in these things. I'm a shoddy culture believer, maybe even 2 times more than I was this time last week. Because you know me, Wolchuk, I've been skeptical that he would practice.
Sure, yeah, and I've kind of recently, I know I started on our Bet Nation show on Sunday on the BetMGM network. Then Brian and I recorded a Love of the Star podcast. I really think Micah is going to be practicing. I think he's going to be doing everything. I don't think he can help himself. And really, he is getting $24 million, I believe, guaranteed this year. So, the whole thing about, the contract stuff kind of at this time of year, I don't even want to really talk about it. I just want the focus to be on football. And kudos to Pittsburgh and the Jets and all these teams that lock up their stars. So that's not what the main focus is when we're opening our segment on the first day of training camp. That frustrates me. But you're absolutely right. Shoddy, I do think this can be a tone setter. I think the truth is the Cowboys know what Micah is. He's been in their building now. This is the 4th year. He's not a leader. He's the best player on their defense. And he says all the right things when he gets to the microphone. He's not a guy that's going out and spending a ton of time with all of his teammates. And when he's on the field and he's practicing and he's in his natural environment of football activities, he's going to do all the right things and say all the right things. But otherwise, if you follow what's going on inside the Star and what we've heard for 3 years, he's kind of a little bit of a lone wolf at times and kind of goes to the beat of his own drum. And that's okay. Not everybody that just because they're your best player is a natural-born leader. So I don't know who the leader is on the defensive side of the football. And the Cowboys can say that and they want to hold him to that standard. I don't think it's fair to him. I think they know that that's not really what Micah is. And he can use the DeMarcus Lawrence excuse and why they butted heads. That's fine. I think Mickey Spagnola said one of the few really rare good things and nuggets that Mickey's brought with what he said about, hey, we went ahead and Meat Church comes out and does their whole crawfish boil, and Dak's excited about it, and the whole team's out there doing it. Where was Micah? Micah's not there. Micah's not part of it with the team.
Is he sumo wrestling again?
I don't know. In and out, probably filming some stuff for Bleacher Report. Maybe he was doing a podcast, and I don't care if he does any of that stuff. As long as he shows up on game days and balls out, I think that's the most important thing. But not everybody is what you want to be in that natural-born leader. And you can't force it.
That's just not even, I don't even understand just on a human level, just a common sense factor. You're getting free crawfish from the Meat Church himself.
Yeah.
In what world are you not attending that?
Even if you're not a mud bug guy, right? There's still the potatoes, the corn, the sausage. Yeah, I'm sure Matt's bringing at least some ribs.
Yeah. I mean, Solomon Thomas, we had him on, and he said the same thing to us. He talked about everybody on the defense that he's been hanging out with and getting to know. He didn't mention Micah Parsons. Yeah. So it's just like we know the truth.
Two guys on this defense, one's punting on $500,000, the other punting on a free crawfish boil.
Wow.
What in the hell are we doing?
Which was the worst decision? I'm not sure. I do think there's a difference of saying maybe the guy's not a leader and I think what Shoddy wants to do is get the best players involved, because now Micah's hitting a place in his career where all the young players are really going to look up to him. And if young player sees, oh man, once I make it, I can totally do my own thing. Like, your ability to build the special culture, and can you do it? I don't know. And it's hard to maintain, but I always think of the New Zealand rugby team, right? I read a book about them.
I always think about them too. It's crazy.
Do you?
They're the best.
I just meditate on them.
Okay.
They do the haka.
Yeah, they do the haka. They do the haka. But they have like this world-class culture that is handed down generation to generation, and no matter like who the captain is or who the soldiers on the team are, they have the same habits, the same standards of excellence, and it's allowed them to be world number one in their sport for this incredible amount of time, even though other nations have adopted it, even though other nations are throwing more resources at it, have a larger population So I think a lot of coaches are trying to build something special, and I don't know if you can if your best players have that in their mind, right? So man, I really hope Shoddy can make this happen, because I feel like that's what it's going to take to cut through.
And he can do that on the field during practice.
Yeah, I feel like we've had a culture disadvantage with these Cowboys for a long time, haven't we?
Agreed.
Yes. Maybe since Jimmy left.
No doubt.
And in a large way, you always will. I think a coach can really only do so much when you have, he's going to say 3 words in the first 20 minutes of the opening season presser.
Yeah.
Look around the league. Choppy was talking about it this morning. Every other team, if they've had a presser to start off training camp, it is just quite simply the coach for the most part.
Yeah.
And it's about 15 minutes.
And maybe the owner does a little side small thing, with maybe one reporter or something, just to give his perspective. But, you're right about that. And I couldn't help feel like what's going through Shoddy's mind yesterday. Do you feel like the kids at Thanksgiving, really? Just sitting there, watching all the grown-ups talk?
He's at the kids' table.
Does it hit you? I bet in his mind he's thinking, crap, I got to get on the field and start resetting these vibes.
Yeah.
These aren't the vibes that's Shoddy. What's going on here? This feels like Mike McCarthy time again.
Absolutely. He was probably like, what the hell is going on? Guys, stop. Jerry, stop. Please stop it. Somebody, Tad, get the mic away.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like the crazy, wacky uncle, holiday Thanksgiving, and he's just kind of saying weird off the rails stuff, and you're just laughing uncomfortably, uncontrolled. Did he really just say that?
Watching back last night, it was funny to see when Steven would put his hand out, Dad, I'm going to take this. Dad gets 8 seconds into a 4-minute answer, and here's Steve and obviously at the end of the day, you know. So I think there is a lot going on. I was wondering last night on the podcast, would love it if you can sub How About Wow on YouTube. I was wondering last night, how much more do we have of this? Do we have another 10 years? Is he going to Al Davis this thing deep into his 90s? Because that's what he says, right? He's gonna go until the end in this role. Is he going to keep doing that presser? Yeah. And is it going to get just a little bit more unhinged every couple of years? I certainly hope so.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was high-level entertainment. You can put aside the things of I wish this wasn't happening for the betterment of our championship sort of aspirations. But in terms of one day's entertainment, it was top tier.
Okay, as we mentioned in Crosstalk, the Cowboys are signing the pass rusher James Houston. He did have 8 sacks in his rookie year in 2022. He spent time with Detroit and Cleveland last year, and Jeremy Fowler called him an intriguing depth piece. The Rangers are good, okay? You go back to the Padres series just in your mind. This is 5 series in a row where I felt like the Rangers are a good baseball team, and they can win this game with pitching or hitting. Josh Jung back, and he hit a bomb to open up the scoring. I know that's going to get the vibes going, but you go up 5-0, they cut it to 5-2, then you're like, well, how about this? More runs. Josh Jung scores later. So coming off a June where Young's OPS was 429, that's worse than Marcus Simeon's worst month of the season. Josh Jung being back is huge. I think being benched, being sent down is probably the number one toolkit for any manager, any coach out there. And hopefully, we're about to benefit from that in a big way here with Josh Jung. Michael Helman hit his first home run. We do have the Rangers player show coming up at 3:20. But, I mean, if they'd started out like this in April, we would have said back on schedule to win the World Series. Let's just flush 2024. But this is a really good baseball team right now, Wilczek.
It is. I mean, they've got a lot of good stuff brewing right now. It seems like the excitement, the joy of playing baseball might be a little bit back right now. So I'm excited. And then tonight, I mean, hopefully you can go ahead and knock out another series victory on a DeGrom night. We can go get some DeGromination. But it was beautiful to see. I mean, first at bat, boom, here comes the Jungle Cat. He's back in action. Seager's been brilliant. Maybe you can start to get something now. I mean, you're trying to figure out how can we hit left-handed pitching. There's Helman. There's Freeman stepping up nicely for you. So, hey, Boach pushed all the right buttons with the lineup last night. Let's just keep this thing rolling.
All righty. I will drink to that. Pregame coming up here at 6:30 with the first pitch at 7 o'clock here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We are 7.5 back at Houston, 2.5 back of Boston and Seattle in the wild cards now with Tampa wedged in between there. So definitely in this thing. CY told us yesterday with the Chris Martin injury, if they keep winning, they're going to need to do something at the deadline to improve the bullpen. And winning's what they did last night. So you always love, when the Rangers are ahead, the Rangers are winning. But right now there's just so much extra importance. I bet if you would lose 4 in a row, there would be a trade before you played the 5th game. That's where I think this is right now. So, and if you win 6 in a row, maybe you get a bullpen bat. Maybe they do something big to clear payroll and get a bullpen and a bat. There's so much hinging on these games. It really is incredible. The Twins are listening on their rental players, including Bader, Castro, and the guy we talked about yesterday, Yohan Duran, maybe their best reliever, but say they'd have to be blown away for those. And then even their all-star starter, Joe Ryan, is out there as well if you're willing to pack that bad boy with prospects. All righty, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are off and running here on a Tuesday. Pregame's coming up at 6:30. We're back with the G-Bag of the Day champ, then Wolchuk's Top 10. Buddy, where are you taking us?
Man, shout out to DLLS. They have a top 10 that I absolutely love. The top 10 what-ifs in DFW sports history. 877-881-1053. Let's do that next in the nation.
Fellowship at its finest.
You don't need scientific proof of it.
Thanks for hanging with the G-Bag Nation.
You can feel it.
On 105.3 The Fan or on our Odyssey app presented by Comerica.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trade.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Complete. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win the Frankels. The go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Wolchuk's got his top 10 here in just a second. Let's go into the Pimp Cup, though. Lucius has the G-Bag of the day.
That DMX song that was just playing right there, Party Up.
Yeah.
That's a whole diss track to Corrupt.
Oh, really?
From DPG.
No way.
Look, the lyrics up. This is so disrespectful, bro. Disrespectful lyrics, bro. DMX was crashing out. All right, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Replay the champion right about here. You caught it, fam. Hit me up at Lucky Lucius P if you see anything floating out there. This is day 2 for this champion audio. The San Antonio minor league baseball team, the Missions, were giving away Missions David Robinson inspired jerseys. People were waiting hours for this.
I'm good, man. You got the new jersey here?
Know it.
Yeah. How long were you waiting in line for one of these jerseys?
And I was waiting about 220 packs.
220 packs.
You finished 220 packs?
218 packs.
Yeah, see?
You guys were both did that work while waiting for one of these?
Yes, sir. David Robinson, the Admiral. The Admiral.
The Admiral.
Go Spurs.
You and this gentleman finished 2 18 packs waiting in line for the jersey. How are you guys still standing?
Well, we just keep drinking.
All right.
See, we avoid hangovers, so we drink so that you get used to it.
All right. Well, that's now you guys. Hard work has paid off for you guys.
You know it.
All right.
You know it.
Get back to business, I guess, in there.
Yeah, have a great day, gentlemen.
Enjoy. You too. All right.
Hard work has paid off. He got 18 beers in his belly and a David Robinson jersey. I was just wondering, is a porta potty close? Like, how are they navigating that?
Yeah, that situation.
Good question.
It was always top of mind for me.
Probably, I'll hold the spot. Just go walk off and go pee real quick. Come on back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take shifts.
Yeah.
Alrighty. That's shifts.
220 packs.
With an F. Yeah, with an F. With an F there.
Are there 20 packs?
Not that I know of.
Okay, yeah.
That's 18.
They were slizzard then.
20. I'd never heard of a 20. I've heard of a 24, obviously, and a 30.
Yeah.
I think the 30 pack's the biggest. That old cube.
Hey, Keystone.
Yeah, that is nice. About $19.99. Living good. Time now to go over here to Wolchuk. He's got his top 10 at 220 for you.
Thank you. Biggest what ifs in DFW sports history. Shout out to DLLS. They put a list together that I thought was awesome, and I figured let's go ahead and outsource this to the Tolos. What are your biggest what ifs in DFW sports history? 877-881-1053. We got a lot in the 203. I've got 3 of them. What if Derek Harper didn't dribble out the clock against the Lakers? What if Tony Romo didn't fumble the snap on the kick against Seattle?
Yeah, bro.
Romo dropped it.
What if Danny White did not fumble the snap when we were at the 50-yard line or so against the Niners in the catch game? That's another layer to that story that really we don't even talk about much. That is a good pull, 203. But when I say what ifs in DFW sports history, you guys have a couple that come to the top of mind?
I mean, no doubles.
Yeah.
That's probably number one. I think you would have to say, what if the refs weren't somehow paid off by the mob to put D-Wade on the line 20 times a game? I think that one was interesting as well.
I mean, just the whole
Did you really say that?
Jerry-Jimmy dynamic.
Yep.
Could that have extended?
Oh, yeah, they should have pieced that up, man.
Definitely.
Piece it up, Jerry. I apologize.
Yeah.
Now get me another Super Bowl.
That was the beginning of the end, really. Oh, for sure.
It hasn't been the same. Nothing's been the same since.
Somebody said, what if G-Bag of the day didn't switch times?
Even the Switzer Super Bowl felt kind of different.
It did.
Yeah.
It's just the team was fading. What if Brett Hull was in the crease from the 2-1-4? Yeah, that's a bit. I mean, that game just keeps going, and who knows what ends up happening? Do the Stars go on to win the Stanley Cup? I think probably, but you don't know from the 806. What if DeMarco Murray didn't fumble in the Des Connick game against the Packers. That was a massive play in that game. There's so many. What if Parcells didn't retire and he stayed the head coach for that team?
That could have been glorious.
Could have been.
Yeah, I mean, 2008, 2009, to have that 2009 season with Bill instead of Wade, that could have been very interesting. I do think Dez, he was just reaching for the goal line. I think
3 steps.
Man, I think if that had counted though, Aaron Rodgers still beats you. So that would have been just painful in a different way, and maybe we would have had overall better memories of it because Blandino wouldn't have screwed us over and all that. And who knows? Maybe Rodgers leaves enough time on the clock for Romo to do it again.
Set up a field goal or something to win it. Yeah. Number 10 on the DFW what ifs in sports history. 10 is what if Dwight Clark didn't catch it, and the catch never happened. And that is wild because you have the team of the 80s, which was San Francisco. That was in 1981. Cowboys lose the NFC Championship. If he does not make that catch, they go on to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you'd have 6 rings.
Are the Cowboys, and who knows? Like, it could have they end up being the team of the 80s. Like, now they've got the 49ers number. Does that just change the entire outline of how that ended up going in the 80s?
I don't know. I think it'd be nice to have Brian here, but from my memory in the late 80s, like the edges that the front office and the coaching staff had established were fading, and they needed like some new eyes and a new innovation because everybody had a computer by then. Everybody was doing the same things, and you'd kind of figured out what Landry had going on. So to me, in my memories, like while the early to mid 80s were decent, it was clearly in decline.
Oh, yeah. What if the 6'8", sickest man in America, Jackie Smith, he makes the touchdown catch against the Steelers in the 70s? I think that was the 75 Super Bowl, if I remember correctly. That's a big what if. Number 9, what if the Cowboys had drafted Randy Moss in 1998?
Who'd you take, Greg Ellis?
Greg Ellis, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you would have gotten a year of Michael and Randy.
A Thanksgiving game and a playoff game, you would have had a much better chance of winning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When you would have gone from Michael Irvin to Randy Moss. You probably would never have made the trade for Joey Galloway. You would have given Brian
never seen the greatest stat of all time, though, either. You're right with that Thanksgiving.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, the greatest stat of all time, bro.
What was it, like 3 for 158 and 3 touchdowns?
Yeah, I'm done, dog.
It's like insane. Insane.
That is another touchdown.
All-time sports graphic.
I don't know if Dallas and Randy Moss could have coexisted that well. Like Minnesota was kind of nice, had a perfect quarterback set up for him.
A lot of lakes.
Yeah, a lot of lakes. And then but that early rise, that was, and by the way, shout out to Randy Moss, like the health developments and everything. That's amazing. Okay. But I don't know, like how I don't think it would have been smooth. I think his troubles would have been magnified. And he has become a tremendous broadcaster, a great guy.
Really good.
But, man, it was wheels off. And in the Dallas environment in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Maybe just his career doesn't go as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different layers to that.
It was great for him going to New England.
Yeah.
That was a perfect rally point for him.
Number 8, what if the Mavs had won Game 3 in that 06 finals? They don't have that collapse in the second half, and now they're up 3-0 in the finals. Do they go on to win it? Do you have that same Dirk drive in 2011 to go back and get redemption? Do you end up maybe going back-to-back in 07? Do you have a carryover from that?
Yeah, because that was an all-time letdown.
Yeah.
I mean, it was gonna be a hangover for sure the following year.
To be honest, I did not think those Mavs teams were championship worthy. It kind of surprised me they were in the finals. I picked Miami in 6. So when Dallas went up 2-0 in that final, I was surprised. And I was still picking Miami. Yeah. I thought Miami is more physical. They're bigger. They can attack the basket better. Like, they have the recipe for playoff success. So, and I thought in 07, it kind of proved that. Like, we're just not tough enough. We had to go get Tyson Chandler and a Deshaun Stevenson and a Sean Marion to sort of, tip the scales more athletically and physically in our favor.
Eric Dampier just wasn't getting it done.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. 7, this was a good one that they came up with. What if the Mighty Ducks movie had flopped? And the layers here are, well, at that time, the NHL was looking, and the Minnesota North Stars were looking to move. They might have moved to Anaheim, but instead you had the success of the Mighty Ducks that they just went ahead and Disney, they put an actual expansion team. They paid for it. They put it there in Anaheim, in which case the North Stars moved to Dallas and become the Dallas Stars. You might never have had the Dallas Stars if you don't get the Mighty Ducks movie absolutely blowing up and deciding, all right, let's try and embrace this, make money off of this, and actually put a pro Ducks team in Anaheim.
I did not know that.
It would have been nuts.
That is crazy.
I know. I didn't know about that. Shout out to the LLS Stars.
Doing some good work over there.
Yeah. 6. What if the Mavs had re-signed Steve Nash in 2004?
Wow. I mean, I don't know.
Where's that sport?
Different league at the time. I was in favor of re-signing Nash at the time. I thought it was a massive mistake to let him go. But based on how everything went in the 7 years afterwards, who knows?
They knocked the Mavs out of the playoffs the next year.
Yeah, I mean, and
he goes on to win MVP. Yeah.
Like crazy.
He was incredible on the perfect team for his skill set. Right, and his back wasn't an issue there for about 4 or 5 years, which was unpredictable. That's why Cuban let him go. But I mean, you end up with, a more physical backcourt that can play defense.
I was gonna say that you're probably never gonna play good enough defense with Nash and Dirk to ultimately get where you want to go.
And then Jason Terry obviously came up huge in 2011 for you to win that NBA championship.
Yes.
And you don't have Jason Terry if you had have re-signed Steve Nash. Number 5, what if Des caught it? Which we kind of discussed a little bit earlier. I mean, I do wonder. I mean, you would have been at the 1 yard line. I would have loved to have just seen how that plays out. There is obviously a chance the Cowboys still lose that game, or they go to the Super Bowl. And I don't know if they win that Super Bowl that year, but they would have had a damn good shot.
It was such an emotional roller coaster for me because when Tony put it up, I literally yelled, "What are you doing?" Right? We don't want to score with 4.5 minutes to go.
Yeah.
What's the point of this play we're trying to make right here? We want 3 more first downs, score the touchdown, kick off to the Packers with 4 seconds left.
What if Romo had to play the 2016 playoff game instead of Dak?
See, that's all time right there. That's a good
I
pull.
think Dalton Miller mentioned that too on the Twitters.
I like that
Dak
a lot.
would have never got back on the field after Tony Romo led that drive against the Eagles. He made it look so easy and made it very clear his accuracy and decision-making and pocket awareness separated him from Dak in a very profound way.
Sure. Absolutely. There was no question. I mean, Dak was like cerebrally the best he's been in his entire career. The brain, the command at the line of scrimmage. Terrence Williams, I think, was recently on a podcast. That touchdown that they scored against Green Bay, that was a play call that Romo, they got the play in the snap. Romo's like, screw this.
Kill.
Yeah, I mean, and he was killing everything. Scott Linehan in 2014. I mean, my gosh, dude, that was Romo's offense that was crushing it. I guess he told Terrence Williams what to run, and then it ended up resulting in a touchdown.
Yeah, he was great.
Romo knew what was going on, man.
Killing everything.
I wonder if he could be an awesome offensive coordinator. I'd kind of love to see that one.
And I was still
if
in
he was
favor.
hungry for it, he'd be great.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the drive.
Right. I mean, he's living a good life now, obviously, in a lot of ways. I was in favor of just playing Tony and then still switching to Dak. Dak gave you the advantage, but it didn't have to be like that. I think Dak, that was the first sign that Dak is just so much more likable. That was a big part of that storyline is how much the roster gravitated to Dak more than they ever had to Tony.
Yeah.
It goes back to leadership.
I think that really is the biggest thing that kept Dak in the starting lineup for that postseason run.
100%. What if the Cowboys never traded Herschel Walker in 1989? Emmett Smith's not a Cowboy.
Yeah.
Aaron Woodson's not a Cowboy. You don't have the team of the 90s. That would have been wild.
Sometimes you got to take big swings like that.
Number 3, what if the Mavs didn't trade Luka?
Yeah, well. Probably Kyrie
You think
doesn't.
Jerry Jones, my bad.
No,
I'm
you're
still
good.
on the last one. I just thought, you think Jerry Jones would have sold the squad? They didn't make the Herschel Walker trade and get all of that goods, all that booty.
Yeah, because they were
And he was
struggling.
struggling. Remember, he was already in financial hell.
He might have had to.
Let it go.
Dude, yeah, he might have had to. Number 2, what if Nelson Cruz makes the catch? Yeah, that one hurts. That one hurts. Number 1, what if Jerry didn't fire Jimmy before the 94 season?
Wow, there it is, dude.
Biggest what if in DFW sports history, and it's true. I mean, they three-peat. They'd be the only team to ever three-peat. And who knows? I mean, I would have loved to have seen if Jimmy could have been able to rebuild it in the salary cap era. Because he was an unbelievable evaluator of talent. And quite frankly, they were a great pairing, Jimmy and Jerry. And their egos just unfortunately cost the DFW Metroplex a chance at one of the greatest dynasties to ever be in sports.
Yeah, that should have been like a 25-year deal. Yeah, could have been incredible. All righty, thank you, Wolchuk. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's a heck of a sports day as a practice is going on now. Krusty's Corner's coming up in about an hour. We'll start to take a look at some of the things we're seeing on Cowboys Twitter, and then when Brian gets to us, he'll unload the notebook. Every day during Cowboys camp, you're going to want to make sure you're around at 3:40 for the corner, and then at 5:20, we'll give you a camp report from Broadus' takeaways as well. What are we doing next, Chief?
Sounds of the Sports Day featuring the now late great Ozzy Osbourne next year in the Nation.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, a monster show. We have Brian Broadus live from Oxnard at 8:40. Adam Schefter at 9 a.m. We'll chop it up and...
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, sweet.
Pepper lady. Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Freeman?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
$41 million per year.
Is Micah up next? We'll have it to you first, if and when it happens, on your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. We'll take a look at Cowboys highlights from practice as it's ongoing right now. The best thing I've seen so far is Kavontae Turpin, a straight handoff as a running back. That can get you some speed option, isn't it? So that's fun. We'll have more takeaways and Cowboys news coming up at 3 o'clock. Rangers player show at 3:20. Rowdy's going to join us. So looking forward to that. Here's the Chief.
Big Turpin year incoming. I'm excited about this. This is going to be a lot of fun. All right, Sounds of the Sports Day. Unfortunately, we lose back-to-back days, man. Back-to-back days. We have celebrity deaths at 76 years old. It's Ozzy Osbourne that has died, and
They said it comes in threes, bro, so
oh no,
everybody keep it easy.
Maybe pop a couple aspirin.
Yeah, and take a nap. Yeah.
Tread lightly, boys and girls.
Stay
okay. This was reintroduced to me on the heels of his death. The timeline obviously is just a ton of Ozzy Osbourne right now.
He just did his final show, man.
Yeah.
Like just a few weeks ago, I watched it on YouTube.
Crazy.
Like some of the clips was great. Everybody was there. Metallica was there. Steven Tyler. Like he just did his final show.
I think
he was rocking.
I think his daughter got proposed to, like on the last one as well.
Yeah, there was a lot going on.
There's a lot of stuff going on. So
he had a teleprompter there. He had to to memorize his lyrics. Oh, really? To help him out?
Yeah.
And instead of looking out in the audience, he was just staring right there. The teleprompter rocking away, bro.
Still got it.
Even that's tough, dude. I learned that in college the hard way. The teleprompter can really be a beating. But here is back in 2003. I take you to Wrigley Field, where Ozzy Osbourne is going to sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," and what is maybe the best, worst rendition of all time.
All right, Chicago. I want to hear a real crazy crowd start singing with me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I can't hear you. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, and let's go out to the ball game. Let's go out to the river. Take me in the river. Yeah. I don't
It's like a 4-year-old trying to sing along.
What?
3 strikes you're out at the old ball game. Yeah, let's get some runs. Come on, don't mess around. Let's get some runs, guys.
Sharon!
Yeah, so that's at the peak of the TV show, right? And he's on like 20 different sedatives and whatnot.
Yeah. That had to have been towards the end of it.
Well, yes, because at towards the tail end of that show, he got sober again, right?
Yeah.
So he's actually been much better the last 20 plus years from a cognitive standpoint than that TV show.
That's wild.
Yeah, I mean, he probably got like maybe 5-10% of the lyrics on that one.
Oh, yeah.
Correct?
He was humming.
I think he's from England, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's an American song.
Yeah. It's a lot to ask. It's a lot to ask. But R.I.P. to the legendary Ozzy Osbourne. How much was this like?
I don't even think he knows he's dead, bro.
Yeah.
I don't think he realizes it.
He's been in the spirit world since 1968.
Chilling, bro.
Was this a big part of your growing up? Black Sabbath and the whole
You know, I
heavy metal
didn't get Ozzy until I was about 16, right? So up until that point, Ozzy's very popular, but he's like the older, long hair, smoking teenager's favorite, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't really get that until I was like a junior in high school. So then I jumped back into, you know, Ozzy's catalog there in about, 92, 93 or something like that, and rocked it hard, for the next 12 years or so. He was one of my favorites.
I had on my first flip phone, I think Crazy Train was one of the first ringtones I ever had. But that was pretty much starts and stops there in terms of the songs that I was super, super familiar with. All right, we continue here. Sounds of the Sports Day.
Mama, I'm Coming Home. Maybe most appropriate today.
Yes. Yeah, I saw that one resurfacing from just a couple of weeks ago, his final concert. And that one's circulating right now, big time.
Good Lord. Ron Bland just made an incredible play.
Here we go.
What do you mean by that?
Well, so George Pickens is just showing off here. Makes a catch over the middle, right in front of Andrew Booth, who stinks, and I don't know why the hell he's even on the team.
R.I.P. to Ozzy, by the way.
Yeah, R.I.P. Ozzy, we love you.
Also,
don't do me like that if something happened to me, bro.
I love you, Oz.
Hey, sports practice is going on. Anyway.
Man, but it's an incredible play that Ron Bland made. He chases this play down backside, punches the ball out from behind George Pickens, and I mean, he has no business doing this, but the hustle, the effort, like Ron Bland, pay that man his money.
Wow, what if he pivots from being the pick six god to the forced fumble, take it to the house
It's
guy?
like your old school Peanut Tillman punch out.
I love that.
It's a great play.
Man, that's encouraging. How about that? Practice reports. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, and we're back all around the NFL. So you got head coaches at the podium. Here's a little day one frustration from your new head coach in New England, Mr. Mike Vrabel, after a question gets asked that was already asked.
How'd they do? How do you feel about how the guys came back?
I mean, whether you were in a coma when I answered Tom's question or typing on your phone or tweeting, I don't know, but I spent 5 minutes answering that question. And I could go back through it, but I'd rather not.
Ooh. That's a want to get away.
That is a really, really bad moment. It's a really bad moment. And, thank God when we've made those mistakes on the air, it's been handled with more kid gloves, right, Wolchuk? Like,
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, you wouldn't know. I mean, I feel like CY handled it with great respect.
At least on the air.
Vrabel, yeah, at least on the air.
Sure.
Vrabel is not bleeping around. We take you to Tennessee, Vrabel's old stomping grounds, and they were the worst team in the league last year, number 1 overall pick, and they get asked a Super Bowl question.
Last 3 questions right here, guys.
Simple question. The team you put on the field tomorrow, can that team win the Super Bowl?
Listen, that's always the goal every year. Yeah. We also realize we have a lot of work to do on this roster.
It's always the goal every year. Like, what the hell, man?
There's so much you wanted to say.
Wow. Wow.
Last 3 questions right here, guys.
Simple question. The team you put on the field tomorrow, can that team win the Super Bowl?
Listen, that's always the goal every year. Yeah. We also realize we have a lot of work to do on this roster.
The way that guy asked the question, too, he knew he was doing a little bit of a bit there. Said it with his chest. It was a hell of a response.
Yeah, that's more trolling 101 than journalism 101,
Definitely.
I think, but very entertaining.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, so maybe my new favorite Twitter account is the Coach Speak Index, and we might have to do like a Coach Speak segment here moving forward. They have done a summer compilation. I'm leaking confidence on whether or not we should play this.
What kind of compilation are we talking?
They're calling this the football pause compilation of the summer, where coaches just say things that are a little bit ridiculous and suggestive. So I don't know. G-Bag Nation, you make the call. Should we fire it off?
Let's have it.
Here we go.
Yeah, they're the ones that said it.
It's your pause compilation of the football summer.
We put the fire hose in their mouth, turn it on, and let's go.
Now is just understand the little techniques of actually how to use all that and be able to finish on guys.
We just messed around with each other for a couple minutes and haven't talked to him about it since. So when I see him in person, it's not something we think about. It was just that day.
Khalil Mack should have to beat guys off with a stick. How do you do this, Khalil? How do you do this, K-Mac? How have you been able to do this since you were 21 years old? I mean, how can you do this every single day and just get in his hip pocket and follow him and watch him? Now, I don't see him beating anybody off with a stick, but he should be. He should have to.
He should have no choice but to be doing that, according to Jim Harbaugh.
That was excellent.
Thank you to Greg Roman. Thank you to Aaron Glenn. Thank you to Kyle Shanahan. And, of course, thank you to the great Jim Harbaugh.
Khalil Mack.
You're the man, Chief. Thank you so much. Okay.
How does he do that?
I love it. The fire hose in the mouth thing was a little
that was a hell of a way to open it and shut it down. Gosh.
Rangers Player Show coming up at 3:20 here at the G-Bag Nation. C-Note is next. We'll give you everything breaking out at Oxnard here on the Fan.
Your proud home of the Cowboys, Rangers, and the G-Bag Nation. Turn it on, leave it on.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Let's take a look at everything developing in Oxnard, California, as training camp is underway here on your home of the Cowboys. And our coverage is brought to you by the On-Time Experts, by Rhino Shield, and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Brian Broaddus going to be joining us here in the next 15 minutes or so as practice is starting to wrap up. We'll have player interviews, injury reports, and, of course, Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, is coming up at 3:40 here on 105.3 The Fan. Play of the day so far is that Pickens catch and run. I love watching Pickens run away from people because he can be going full speed and still fighting like multiple players. He's just so quick and aware. But in this play, after about a 40 or 50-yard gain, Deron Bland comes from the opposite side, catches him blind, and peanut punches him, ball on the ground. So you get the best offensive play followed by the best defensive play, all in about the same 5 seconds or so. I love that. I love the motions that we're seeing Woolchuck, including one where CeeDee Lamb is motioning onto the same side of George Pickens. And I just think you can ask questions of the defense that no Cowboys quarterback or offensive coordinator has been able to here with this alignment.
One thing's for sure, the Cowboys are still struggling to run a screen, as Dak just threw a pick six to Marshawn Kneeland, who read this like an absolute book. They tried to get this thing flowing to the left side of the field. Dak's drifting to his right. I don't think he even sees Marshawn Kneeland, and he just drops back, picks this, and runs in for what would have been a pick six. But man, the motion, the play action game, the screen game, clearly we need to work on that a little bit. But you mentioned the way that they're using Pickens a little bit, a lot of like layering the field here. Working every single layer, underneath, intermediate. And I'll tell you, when Joe Milton gets his reps, that dude is looking for the home run ball every play. I don't think I've seen him throw anything less than 30 yards down the field. He's got an absolute cannon.
I really like watching Joe Milton play. You know, I like a lot of things about what we're seeing so far in Oxnard. I like what we're hearing as well. Coach Schottenheimer got to do his own presser today, and it was greatness as always. Said he had a good conversation with Micah Parsons. He is participating in today's first practice of training camp. Are you getting an idea from the video to what extent, or any reports to what extent Micah's participating so far?
I think he has. I don't see him out here for the team period. So it looks like Sam Williams, though, is actually getting a lot of run early on, which I think is kind of surprising from what we had heard. So Sam Williams is definitely out here getting some work. Micah, I don't see right now working in the 11 and 11 team period.
Brian Schottenheimer, amongst his quotes, this is going to be a physical-ass camp. Do you like that? I think you have to kind of accept the challenge. If we're going to have pads on and if we're going to be doing plays, let it be physical. Because if you're going to want to be a physical team in the regular season, I think you build those habits in practice.
100%. That's the identity they want to have. You've seen it especially offensively with the way they've built the interior of that offensive line, like with BB and Tyler Smith and Tyler Booker. That's what this whole thing is about. And that's one of the complaints we've had about the Cowboys for a long time. It's just not really being a consistently physical team on both sides of the ball. I know Andy Reid is a guy in Kansas City. Their training camps are always extremely physical. They get talked about all the time about how they go hard
and long.
Yeah. You
hard and long.
You want that
down to get the friction on.
That's what you want.
They get the Blue Chew team of the year every training camp.
He also talked about not only physical but competitive. So you're getting some of that Jason Garrett competitiveness back. Maybe some one-on-ones that are just great for social media highlights. But he said, I'd be very disappointed if it wasn't a competitive deal. No one should be given a spot. We need to push Dak. We need to push Tyler Booker. We have a bleep ton of football to be played. That's your guy, Brian Schottenheimer. Now, he also said Mazi Smith is still a one technique, but he'll get some three technique opportunities. He's lighter and looks great. I think this is just the final sign that Mazi is a total bust, and they're hoping getting him light again will help him. But you feel we tried this with Dan Quinn. It didn't make him quick off the ball. It's a reaction thing more than it's a weight thing. Right?
Yeah.
And he's a little too slow to play in the NFL compared to dominating college.
I think, unfortunately, and I hope that I am dead balls wrong, I think they've totally screwed Mazi Smith's career. With what they wanted him to do coming in as a rookie, he ends up losing weight because they're upset that he's not quick enough off the ball. What made Mazi so good at Michigan was his size and his strength. and I guess Flus wants all the defensive tackles to get upfield. Man, I think that there is some value in having some guys that can just stand there at the point of attack and are difficult to move off the football.
Yeah.
You talk about allowing linebackers to run clean. That's when you have your bigger-bodied defensive tackles that can be space eaters, they can take on double-team blocks, and then you can allow your linebacker to fill the hole and make a play instead of getting offensive linemen to the second level. And that's where linebackers like Kenneth Murray will struggle. When they have to fight off blocks, they're going to not be as effective players. And that could have been Mozzie's game. To ask him to do this, which I don't think was ever in his arsenal, I don't think it's good, and I don't think it's fair to the player, but I hope I'm wrong. But that made me really concerned to hear that today.
I mean, as soon as you knew you didn't want him to be a two-gap defensive tackle, you should have traded him. And if you felt like he can't be a two-gap defensive tackle in the NFL, then why make him lose all of this weight, especially the second go-around when you have guys who can tell you, look, Dan Quinn tried that and it doesn't work. So, but I guess my question would be, why can't you have different kinds of defensive tackles on the same team? Right? Why does everybody have to be get up the field guy?
I know. I'm wondering the exact same thing.
Very bizarre.
There's no way you're going to make Jay Toya be that guy, right?
I hope to God they don't. Now, Toya's got a little bit of ability to push the pocket from what I got to see at UCLA. That's why I liked him so much. I do think he has a good blend with his size. He's got some wiggle. But, again, that's not what I want him for. I don't think that's the strength for him, so I hope they don't do that to him.
Yeah, it's not. It just doesn't really make a ton of sense to me. You have everybody getting upfield, and I guess that can lend itself to having more TFLs over the course of the season, but it's going to leave you extremely vulnerable to chunk runs.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I think the best thing that happened on Cowboys Twitter maybe in the last 24 hours is First Take ran some of that butt crack content we were talking about yesterday.
Bro, all time.
I guess it's Ferg season.
Yeah.
Who's an aggregator.
Yeah.
And he posted a play, and there's First Take this morning talking about the first touchdown of the Cowboys training camp.
Dak to Pickens.
Dak to Pickens. It was Dak to Cook like 2 years ago in training camp. And they're running that on First Take, and then they get called out for it. And I believe Molly had to circle back later on in their program to say, like, hey, we're sorry. Because we were cranking out ball sack information.
We were wrong on that video.
That was Brandon Cooks, not George Pickens.
What idiots.
I mean, you're actively trying to make programming as cheap as possible, and we've seen so many stories of people being let go to make room for this guy's salary or that guy's salary, and I think this is the consequence of it. Your quality support staff that's putting together the segments, there's no way a Molly Querim could possibly know that, or any of their analysts could possibly know that happened 2 years ago. Like, you got to be boots on the ground following this news cycle to be like, what? How are they getting practice film out here? This is obviously a ball sack type of situation. So you kind of get what you pay for there. And, I think the Stephen Colbert story is another example of this. Like, all of these major programming corporations are figuring out, how do we make this cheaper? Right. And if it's not firing the star guy, it's firing the support staff or both. And then you put products on the air. And as you're trying to hold your spot in the global media landscape of internet, print, radio, TV, if your TV sucks and you're getting ball sacked by the internet, there's a very clear answer, that you're delivering for the consumer right there. So I'd imagine it's not a very fun day to be an ESPN producer up there. Probably making your $38,000 a year, and first year out of college type of situation. Sorry, might have shorted him 10 or 15 grand.
Maybe
he's probably fired.
How about one prop bet for every NFL team? Pro Football Focus put this up.
Let's do this.
Brian Broaddus going to join you with practice field observations here coming up at 3:40. George Pickens over under receiving touchdowns 5.5. They say go over. Across 3 seasons in Pittsburgh, Pickens managed to haul in a touchdown from 4 different quarterbacks. 6 scores in a single season would be a career high for the 24-year-old who logged 5 in 2023. Spotty play at quarterback. With Dak under center, the sky's the limit for Pickens. In his last full season in 23, Dak supported 3 targets with 8 or more touchdown receptions. So he's definitely stepping in the right place. I would say red zone last year, I think Pickens only caught 6 of the 48 balls thrown at him. Maybe that was for his career red zone, But there's like a bad red zone stat when it comes to George Pickens.
Yes, and I do think that a lot of that has to do with, one, the quarterbacks he was playing with, and two, nobody in that offense being a threat to a defense. Once you get down, if you're playing Pittsburgh over the last 4 years and they're in the red zone, you're just looking at George Pickens. Hey, we got to take him away. And even if he is somewhat open, you have to depend on a guy like Mason Rudolph or whatever to get the ball to him. So I do think that that is one of those things that will be myth busted this year about George Pickens just for some reason not being a good red zone target, because it's been talked about, because the stats sort of reflect that. But I think when you peel it back a little bit, it's understood why that's been the case, and now you have him with CeeDee Lamb. Okay, now pick your poison, and then, of course, having a quarterback like Dak, something he's never had before.
I mean, George Pickens is just so good and competitive and big and fast. It's hard to imagine him having less than about 9 or 10 in my mind.
Yeah,
unless Dak gets hurt.
Yeah,
exactly.
And Tolbert had 7 last year, and that was even with Dak being hurt. So I think the over is definitely going to hit. But yeah, 1 red zone touchdown in George Pickens' entire career. That is crazy.
Okay. Yeah, the Landry hat has a nice piece of journalism here on Micah Parsons. He's watching the NFL Top 100 on the NFL Network, and Micah was asked to speak about Commanders linebacker Frankie Louvu. And he said, that Dan Quinn system, I miss them days being off the ball and you get them one-on-ones back, said Parsons. Louvu, traditional off-ball linebacker, excels at rushing the passer, might be the best pass rushing linebacker in football. Because of that, Quinn can get more creative with Louvu relative to Parsons, and who's transitioned to a full-time edge the last 3 seasons. Louvu reaped the benefits of Quinn's system en route to being named a second-team All-Pro in his first year with the Commanders. It's clear Parsons wants to move around more than he was under Mike Zimmer, playing just 38 snaps in the box compared to 588 outside the opposing offensive tackle. He played 108 snaps in the box under Quinn in 2023, while Parsons missed 4 games with a high ankle sprain last year. His role under Zimmer was crystal clear, and it's worth noting Parsons played more snaps lined up as a DT under Zimmer than Quinn in 2023, but the above clips show how he enjoys playing off of the ball. I think it's something that would be amazing if they're freed up to do it, because Ezeraku, Sam Williams, Dante Fowler are rushing so well off the edge. Like, I'm Clay Matthewsing this thing. Where are we weakest? Where are we strongest? Wherever we're strongest, we're going to let those dogs hunt. We're going to shift Micah Parsons, Clay Matthews to where we're weakest and try to shore that up. Now, I don't know if Micah Parsons can be a great linebacker like he was projected to be coming out of college, but I know for sure he is better than Sanborn, Murray, and Leofau put together.
I mean, he's super talented. I loved what Zim did last year. I thought that was the best use of all of his talents, moving him around all over the place. And I thought that him playing some defensive tackle and absolutely just wrecking the game over the center and the guard and just blowing up the A and the B gap. I mean, that's the quickest way to the quarterback. I thought that was a lot of fun to watch. But hey, there was a game his rookie year where they did have to play him more at running back. I think it was a Sunday nighter against Minnesota. And he was picking up Dalvin Cook out of the backfield. I mean, he played fantastic. I think he was double-digit in tackles that game. So he's certainly capable of doing it. But when you have a player that is just that so special and so gifted when it comes to rushing the passer, you want him to do that as much as possible. You want him to just wreak havoc and disrupt the quarterback in a pass-happy league.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to create success. And in the fourth quarter, when you're protecting a lead, I absolutely want him on the edge. I guess I just hope they have so many good options at edge that they have options.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, and that would be great. I do think that everybody's better at rushing the passer when Mike is also rushing the passer. But yeah, if you're living in a world where you got guys that even without Micah are able to get to the quarterback at an extremely incredible rate, then you can sprinkle that in. But if I'm a play caller offensively, I fear Micah coming after my quarterback much more than I fear him in any other aspect. So there's a fine line there. But in a world now too, we say pass happy league, but last year it started to swing a little bit the other way. Heavier personnel running the ball. There's definitely a time and place for it.
Okay, up next here on the C-Note, got about another minute or so, then we'll get to the Rangers player show here in the G-Bag Nation. Then Broadus is going to be joining us live from Oxnard, California, and we'll have all the goods there. The Cowboys have not made a contract offer to Micah yet, was Adam Schefter's today on Get Up about the Cowboys. And to me, this is how I know that the Cowboys are kind of full of it, obviously, but They're talking about what the player wants. Jerry did that yesterday, saying they want a percentage of the future salary cap, and we just don't do contracts like that in the NFL. But, they're talking about, in negotiations, they say a number, you say a number, and, all that really matters is the number, and everything else in between that is sort of styles and preferences. And I feel like this is going to be done within a few hours. So if you know what Micah wants, and you for a fact have not made a counteroffer, you are dragging this out. And I all you have to do is make that counteroffer back. But I don't think the Cowboys want this deal to be done yet.
Maybe they don't. Now, I wonder what it is they asked for. I guess if they wanted a percentage of the cap, and Micah did talk about that when he was at his camp last week. That was kind of the quotes that we were reading. So,
is their stance, we're not even taking that seriously?
Probably.
That offer is not even worth the counter.
They're probably like, we're not doing the cap percentage stuff.
Make an equally ridiculous offer back. Say $35 million. They're saying 45 probably. You say 35. We're going to 41, right? Pen on paper. It probably will take 10 minutes to get done once they ultimately decide it needs to. So I'm not spending much more time worried about it. And until there's a development like a holdout's possible or a trade is possible, I just don't think it's that interesting. We have the Rangers player show and Rowdy Tellez, Mr. 3-run bomb on Saturday as you beat the Tigers. He's going to join us next right here to the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Have to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you before we do anything else, though. 972-GO Men's Tea, mensteaclinic.com. Boy, I love Men's Tea, and I'll tell you why. They gave me my edge back. If you go back about 4 or 5 years there in the pandemic, I got out of the routine of going to the Men's Tea Clinic, and the next thing I know, months had passed by. I go back in there. My testosterone numbers were way down, and I was feeling it. I was dragging. Well, here I am, over 5 years later, feeling way better, living my best life, have the energy to crush whatever needs crushing.
To remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curd?
No.
Nutmeg
Was it Spice Girls?
doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Let's go.
So-
Our best guest, baby.
Best guest is back. We had a. By the way, thanks to Reliant as well for being a part of this. They've been a part of this really all year. So.
initial impressions.
Yeah.
They're running plays.
Yeah.
What jumped out to you?
I'll tell you what jumped out to me. There was the pre-snap, motion stuff. A little bit more condensed formations. Quarterback under center more. It looks like to me they're interested in running like a gap scheme with the way that they're running the ball. Whether it's Williams, Sanders, even Deuce Vaughn, those guys got some opportunity when they'll push hard, front side, play side, and these backs are making some cuts off that. So, nice job of getting off the football today and getting into some guys. Again, they're not trying to punish guys or put them in the ground or anything like that, but getting the right steps, getting guys secured, and then allowing backs to make some cuts. But your quarterback was playing from under center a lot more than we've seen like in the past.
I mean, that suggests more play action.
Yeah, there was a couple of times they threw some play action passes off that. They're still, Gavin, maintaining the waggle and the boot. When I talk about that, that's that where you send it hard play action one way and then peel the quarterback back the other, and then that's how they're working the tight ends. Span forward, had a nice catch, looked a lot more comfortable catching the football. I know that was something that, it's one practice, but with him, it was always about hand placement. Where's his hands going to be in relation? Is he going to be ready to catch the ball? And so today there were a couple of opportunities in the individual drills. I made it a point to try and watch him to see where he was at with that, the release, the hands, and then up the field. And he had a couple of nice plays that way. Schoonmaker had a couple. They also found a way to get the ball up the seam one time as well. So there was, and that was from Joe Milton. Joe Milton threw a dime on a seam route to the tight end. So that's kind of where the offense. It wasn't anything of massively. They were running where they were running. They were coming off the goal line. So basically, they're backed up, and then they're trying to run that thing off that goal line, and then they got to about the 20, 30-yard line, and then they started running some plays that way. So it was really a good mix of a little bit more run than there were pass with some of the plays that we saw today.
Very interesting. Brian Broaddus joining us from the tennis courts here, Krusty's Corner. We've been watching a lot of the plays at the break and even during the show, so we have a lot of questions to ask you. But please, if you have notes or things you want to make sure you put out, we'd love to hear those as well. I guess Shoddy said it's going to be a physical-ass camp.
Yeah.
Was that the tone today?
Well, they're in helmets and the T-shirts. We're going to get when you guys show up on Sunday, we'll have I believe we have a practice, another T-shirts and shorts practice. But then when you guys get here, Sunday practice is pads, Monday practice is a pads practice too. I think that's where he's going to get in the physicality part of it, though. Today was a lot of guys just kind of running around. I really was kind of impressed. Donovan Ezeraku, a couple of different times, they had him standing up and then hand down, and we call that wide 9, where you have the numbering system. That 9 technique's the widest guy on the line, and he was coming off the ball with some pace, and it gave the blockers a little bit of some problems there, and he was able to get in the backfield. Some good stuff from Murray, the linebacker. He was able to hang in there a couple of different times. Ball at him, get off block, and then make the play. I was really impressed with Marquise Bell today at safety. Marquise Bell, a couple of different times, had to carry routes, had to carry a tight end, and then had to carry a receiver. They tried to fool him with the movement we were talking about with the boots and the waggle stuff. He didn't bite on it. He stayed with Schoonmaker, was in perfect position. Ball had to go on the ground, or he would have knocked it down right there. So some guys with the moving around and being where they needed to be part of practice was good for a couple of guys.
What'd you think about, and obviously it's tough without pads to really evaluate the runners. We talked about that on Love of the Star, but just kind of the order of operations.
Yeah, they definitely, they're going with Williams, and they're going with Sanders, and then the young guys are kind of filling in. I think Deuce Vaughn got a little bit more work today than than the rookie guys. But you could tell by the way that these guys the veteran guys are comfortable. It looks like Sanders. We talk about the juice. It looks like to me that he does have that little bit more quick ability to say, press front side, play side, and then if they cut that back side off and there's a gap, he's a little bit quicker of getting there than Williams. Williams was a little bit slower doing that. Deuce was really good of getting that. I'll tell you what I noticed today in the drills, because we're looking at if Blue could be a pass protector. How much could he really do? And again, it's just drills out here, but there were a couple of things they asked him to do. It's they have the defender come, and it's step, and then engage. And it was step, engage, and then adjust. And, I mean, he wasn't off balance or out of position. Hands were good. We'll see if this stuff can carry over. I have a big question. I'm thinking, like, damn, if this kid can pass block, he's the one that's got the ability to carry the ball and finish. But I think the backs today, even like I say, Deuce Vaughn had some opportunities where they're finishing and they're making runs where they're seeing the seams and then getting through and up and where they need to be.
How about the quarterbacks, Dak, Milton, how'd they look?
I'll tell you, the thing, Dak had a couple that got tipped. He had one that was intercepted. The linebackers did a really nice job. Maris Leofow was in position on a tip ball. I mentioned Murray got in the way on some plays as well. There was never anything, Chief, that was going down the field. It was there. I mean, there was one time they threw an inside route to Pickens. He caught it. Bland chases him. They're trying to finish it. Bland knocks the ball out of his hands, and they get a recovery on it. So, Pickens was kind of showboating a little bit coming in, and Bland said, not on my watch. He came from the other side of the field and ran it down and knocked the ball out. But, yeah, there was nothing where it was like going, okay, we're going to hoist this ball down the field, vertical and all that stuff. A lot of it was some of the underneath stuff, the tight end stuff. The receiver stuff was really kind of more inside. There was a quick pass to CD. They had Pickens on the outside, CD on the inside, just a quick little shake route inside, and then CD broke inside, boom, got the play. I will say this though, on one of the routes, our guy Carson, he got beat on a route where he got shaken a little bit off the jump. He was not able to adjust. Cropper was able to get him. It was like they were going to try and like a double move, and Cropper, the ball ended up out of bounds. But Carson, he kind of guessed a little bit, thinking it was going to be a slant. He adjusted to it, and then the receiver went behind him. There was separation, but the ball was too far to the sidelines, or it would have been a damn good play. But that's kind of, it really wasn't anything of just throwing that ball down the field a ton today.
It's Brian brought us live from Oxnard, California. Here as our training camp coverage is off and running on the Fan. Nealon with the pick six. Is he moving around good? Does that jog anything for you?
No, that's I tell you what, there were a couple of different times, whether it was Ezraku or Nealon, those guys, that even Peyton Turner, who usually plays as that left end, we think of him kind of as a guy that's what he's going to be. He had some a pass rush where he was able to win on the outside playing as a right end. And I'm like going, whoa, I didn't expect to see that. But that big number 95 was able to win off the edge and then make something happen. Excuse me, number 98, not 95, 98 was able to win off the edge right there, but not on the left side. It was off the right side. But they're moving these guys around a little bit. They're standing some of them up. They're using them as linebackers. They're putting their hands on the ground. But you could clearly see the guys like Fowler was another one. Fowler is really good at the adjusting to the snap count. So all of a sudden he's kind of it's a couple plays in, and the next thing you know, he's thinking this thing's going on one, and he goes flying to the inside unblocked before they could cut him off from the tight end. So the defensive guys showed a little bit today as far as the question you asked about the movement around stuff.
Micah's kind of out there encouraging guys. Is that what he's doing?
You know what? It was funny. We were down in the end zone, and you're so focused on what's going on. I couldn't find Micah and all the things like that.
Okay.
So to me, it wasn't like Micah wasn't like cheerleading or waving a towel like Bill Whittington or anything like that. It was, they're in that situation where, when they make a play, the whole group comes, like after Nealon's interception, the whole defense ran to him and stuff like that.
What stood out on run plays with Booker, like we've been talking about? What's he capable of now that you watched him in person?
Oh, he's capable. There's no question. If they're going to play gap scheme football, and Zach can even address this because you watch this big, powerful guy, if they're going to play where they're going to mash on people that way and just push on bodies and get hip to hip, him and BB, and that's how you have the ability. I was talking about Sanders, like he takes that ball to the left behind Smith, and the next thing you know, they've got that thing gapped to the backside, and then Sanders just takes it and runs to the backside, and that's because they've got everything secure. So you've got the push, you got the tackle pushed, both tackles pushed to the left, pinned, and now you got a cut. That's what he's so capable of doing that. He's such a big guy. But if they're going to continue to run this kind of scheme, and again, very early, but the first impressions are, hey, these guys are going to try and get hip to hip and push these guys along the line of scrimmage and let these backs make cuts.
So first shoddy practice in the books, and you've gotten to see, I mean, obviously McCarthy, Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
So what were the differences? I mean, did you notice like a big thing that you can point to?
The music is far too much. The music's far too much for me. You know, I mean, I couldn't imagine Marty Schottenheimer having this much music in his day. And no, it was, and I don't know the song, so if they played this, I mean, I'd feel, but no, I tell you the thing is. Absolutely, Lucius. You're absolutely right about that.
No Ozzy Osbourne out there today?
No train. No that crazy train or any of that. But what I do notice is, though, that it's the first practice, so you're going to get guys running around. You're going to get the players hustling to the ball and trying to get there, trying to make a play. The movement part of it, that part of it was really, really cool. But the thing about this practice, there's always something going on when it comes to moving around. It's drill to drill. There's no wasted moment. The breaks they take, then they get to the next thing and move on. I'm looking forward to seeing his padded practices because I do think there's going to be an element of some physicality to it because of how much they're at least trying to run the ball. I don't think this in one practice. I don't think this is lip service. I think this guy's going to try and run the football. And work on, because there was like a lot of times today where Dak Prescott was playing underneath center and these quarterbacks as well.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner, usually 3:40 every afternoon here, and it'll be a must-listen throughout training camp and the Cowboys season every single afternoon. Rangers Player Show, Rowdy Tellez coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, a monster show. We have Brian brought us live from Oxnard at 8:40. Adam Schefter at 9 a.m. We'll chop it up and have a Billy Currington ticket giveaway in the Expressway. It's a Hump Day edition with Sean and RJ.
Everyone always asks, what makes advanced hair restoration different? Allow me to share, along with some details on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. First off, Advanced Hair stands by their results, and their before and afters are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge-quality experience that's hard to find elsewhere. Lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, it's here. Advanced Hair's summer savings event will get you the most.
Corey Majors adopted an ambassador and just posted his Kelpie, which is a great hockey name for a dog. He's such a sweetheart. I know this because he's currently my foster as we saved him from being euthanized. Crate trained, potty and leash trained. I'll pick up the adoption fee. Let's get Kelpie and our fan ambassadors adopted today at 1053thefan.com/adopt.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're standing by now for the Rangers Players Show here on 105.3 The Fan, as Rowdy Tellez is going to join you, Mr. Three-Run Bombski from Saturday's win. He's going to join you here in just a second. But we have George Pickens about to be at the podium. We'll have highlights of what George had to say. And Micah Parsons addressed reporters just a couple of minutes ago in Oxnard, California. After Shoddy said at the presser he's going to participate, Micah went out there and was like, tackling dummies and kind of standing around just watching. I think he's trying to, do as much as he possibly can without putting himself in a compromising situation, which is probably the smart thing to do right now. But what did he say? What did Micah Parsons say? We'll check.
Yeah, he's upset. He's certainly frustrated that they haven't had any movement. Micah said his agent, David Mulugeta, has reached out to the Cowboys front office and specifically Adam Pacifica. But things aren't moving on extension talks. That's per Joseph Hoyt. I know Sam Gannon also had a tweet that was out there from what Micah was saying. And he said, look, if they don't want me, they don't want me. I'll go about my business. He understands the business. So he's basically kind of just sending serve back into the Cowboys court and saying it's on them to make something happen. And my side has reached out, and there's nothing else I can really do until they want to move forward.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating for a player who probably wants to practice. I wonder what the edge is. The Jones family is only going to go into their negotiation strategy so much. But is this part of the strategy to try to get Micah to give the 5th year and take less of a guarantee? Is this just them? Is this their negotiating strategy of you're going to be confused, you are going to be agitated, you are going to think maybe they want me to go somewhere else, and we're testing how much you want to be a Cowboy. And if you want to be a Cowboy, just go ahead and have your guy leave a message for Adam Pacifica that you're not asking for what you're asking for anymore. I don't know. And it's like through absence, maybe you are driving the player closer to accepting your terms. Maybe this is the new Cowboys after getting devastated and having their ass handed to them in the Dak Prescott deal, which is still $5 million more than any quarterback, even though the cap's gone up 10%. Nobody's still getting close to Dak, and I guess I like that. I want them negotiating tough. I want them saying if you are so obsessed with getting maximum dollar instead of doing a deal that's going to make you generationally wealthy and also fits in our plans, maybe you're not the best fit for us. I think this team has fallen into a trap of feeling like we draft so well, we got to pay these guys. And it's lazy because instead of saying, let's give this guy that we drafted $40 million, maybe that $40 million can be spent elsewhere on the free agent or trade market in a way that adds up to winning better with guys that desperately want to be on the Cowboys. And maybe they're paying for 20% less than market value instead of absolutely setting the top.
Yeah.
Is it fair to the players to look at it like that? I don't think so, right? Like they should get what they're owed. But if you're a Cowboys fan, you want to see them wedge as many good players as possible under the cap. And if you have Dak and Micah insisting that they're the top paid at their position, the difficulty goes up significantly on that.
Yeah, it's the known versus the unknown there. They want to draft and develop. They know what they have in these guys. But you'd also had hope that, hey, if you knew what you had in a guy like Trayvon Diggs and you decided to give him that money, then why now 2 years after you clearly is fed up with him as you are? And he's clearly seemed to be as checked out as he is. Now, Micah did also add that he is dealing with some back tightness, but he has no plans on holding in. He is ready to participate fully when my body lets me, was the quote, courtesy of Patrick Walker of DallasCowboys.com. He said he has no plans of holding out. Nothing can keep me from football, and if you don't think it can, you've never been around me.
Wow, so that was just pure medical. Pure Medical today was the
According to
reason
Micah.
for his absence. Okay, joining us now, the big man bringing some power to the Texas Rangers lineup. He was crushing in Round Rock. They brought him up. He promptly hit a 3-run shot in Saturday's win over Detroit. All 6'4", 270 of Rowdy Tellez joining in now here on your home of the Rangers. And a good afternoon, sir. Welcome to Texas. How the hell are you?
I'm doing good, guys. I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
Well, yeah, it is great to have you, and they say everything is bigger in Texas, so I guess you're fitting right in, huh? Is that the story?
I guess so. I mean, I'm built more like an offensive lineman than a first baseman, but I guess it works.
Now, seriously, though, how many brisket sandwiches are you in right now? Had yourself a brisket sando yet, Rowdy?
No, I live here, so I'm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I've lived here for a while, so I've dabbled in my fair share of them.
Right on.
There we go.
See, I thought I noticed some Texan in your voice. I should have.
No, it ain't. No, it's. I don't think it sounds any different.
Right on. It's Rowdy Tellez here with you on 105.3 The Fan. I mean, what are you sealing up there? How dialed in are you right now, Rowdy?
Coming off of not playing a ton, and then signing over here and going down and playing in AAA for a week. Just trying to put the barrel on the ball, put together good at-bats. So just want to impact the team in a positive way and, win games. So for me, it's just about driving in runs and do what I can. So as long as we're winning, I'm going to be a happy man.
So how's the clubhouse dynamic for you coming up here? Obviously, it was awesome watching you play. You're back in the lineup tonight, but how's it been being around the guys and adjusting to this club versus some of your others?
It's good. It's an older clubhouse, I think. So, kind of fitting in and trying to find where I am. Played with Marcus before, and then being a first baseman, you get to talk to all these guys and, then facing DeGrom, facing Evo, facing those guys for years. You just kind of fit in, and then I like to smile and laugh and make jokes, so trying to get to everybody, but it's been good, so I enjoy it here.
It's always fun just wondering what are the conversations going on at first base between you and, say, a base runner. Can you take us through, are there any, is it ever awkward? Does somebody you get over there and you're trying to crack a joke and they just want no part of it?
No, not for the most part. Most guys know that I kind of like to joke around and mess around, but some guys are a little more locked in, a little more focused, or maybe just aren't talkers in general. So I try to get it out of them.
The Rowdy name is pretty amazing. I mean, how do you feel like that has influenced your personality or your playing style at all?
No, I've had it my whole life, so it's just one of those that. I think growing up I was actually kind of the opposite. I was pretty quiet and calm, and I think as I've gotten older, opened up and maybe, I guess you could say, embraced it a little more of what the word actually means.
I love it. I also love. I've seen the other nickname float around. I don't know if you've heard it. The Girthquake.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one, so that's new to me. But that's kind of funny.
That's pretty badass, is it? Now you're from California and girthy as hell.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I like that one.
All right. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. We flip it. What's a game day look like for you? I mean, you're in the lineup tonight, so obviously we're throwing you off of your routine right now. I'm sure you love that. But what does a game day look like for Rowdy?
It's actually nice waking up in my own bed and sleeping in my own bed, and being able to come to the yard. But get here, kind of relax, eat my lunch, go in and start my stretching, start getting ready, relax a little bit, and kind of slow play that kind of stuff, and then start my movement prep, and waking up the back legs, getting some footwork stuff in, and then going out and hitting in the cage and getting ready, and then going out for ground balls and batting practice, and then come back in, relax, and get ready for the game.
How impressed were you with Klay Thompson yesterday?
That was pretty cool. Growing up a Warriors fan, actually, it was pretty cool to see him and get to talk to him. He actually signed a couple of jerseys for me after my debut, so that was pretty cool. That's too, awesome. And to talk to him about that.
What would be a Rowdy Tellez concession item if you got to design it?
Trying to think. Probably something like so I like going to Hutchins Barbecue and getting a Texas Twinkie.
Yeah.
Those are good. Anything probably with brisket. I love brisket. So like a good brisket sandwich, maybe some like onion strings on it and like a sweet barbecue sauce.
You know what's amazing in Hutchins, too? I don't know if you've had this because maybe you wouldn't think of it when it comes to barbecue, but their half chicken is outstanding. Have you had that?
No, I stick to the dark meat.
Okay. I'm right there with you, my man. It was Cal Raleigh.
If I'm going there, I'm not eating the healthy stuff, let's be honest.
Damn right. It's my spirit animal right here.
Okay, speaking of big guys, Cal Raleigh's just a sensation. You've been on the Mariners. Sure. What do you make of this dude?
He can bang, man. He's a really hard worker, good teammate. But he can hit, and obviously he's a platinum glover, so he's one of the best behind the plate. But yeah, he's on the other team now, so we're gonna come after him, and we're gonna do what we can to neutralize it and just get him out. So
I love that.
We're chasing them.
Now, speaking of being on the Rangers, who's the tougher at bat that you're happy you don't have to face anymore? Is that DeGrom or Evaldi or other from this Rangers pitching staff?
Well, I got homers off both of them.
Nice.
But honestly, they're both different in a way that makes them difficult in their own right. I mean, DeGrom's obviously one of the best pitchers of the generation and has electric stuff, and then Evo's extremely intelligent, smart, and he's one of those guys that just always keeps you on your toes. So I think it just depends. Sometimes it depends who's behind the plate too, who's catching. But they're both extremely difficult to face. That's why Evo should have been an all-star, and DeGrom is obviously a two-time Cy Young winner and was an all-star. So they're obviously the best pitchers in the game for a reason.
Is that your favorite hit of your career, taking DeGrom deep?
No.
Which is it?
Not even like top 10.
Okay, what's your favorite?
Trying to think. I mean, first career hit's always cool. But my grandma was kind of like someone that was huge in my life. And in 2019, I got to play on the West Coast for the first time. We played in Oakland, and she got to come. And I ended up hitting a home run. And so that was cool for her to get to see. The only game she was ever able to make. And then,
wow.
So that was pretty special for me. Someone that kind of was there from the whole thing, and she got to see that.
I love it, dude. I was reading that you officiated the wedding of your former Blue Jays teammate Danny Jansen a few years ago. What was that like?
Oh yeah, he asked me, and he was like, "Hey, were you gonna be nervous?" And I said, "The guy that talks the most in the clubhouse was probably never nervous." So. I had a blast. I mean, got a little teary-eyed, did some homework, talked to both families and stuff, and had some good stories in there. But, I mean, when you live together with a guy all the way up until you're traded, it was 8 years together.
Wow.
So, you build a long relationship and one that's really tight-knit. So it was super easy, and I really enjoyed it, and I was honored he asked me.
It's special.
If your job was not hitting absolute bombs, about one a week or so, what do you think you'd be into? Would you be a minister or something like that?
Probably not that either. I thought you were going to go something like along the fat joke line, like how you asked me about food, but
oh, my bad.
Maybe like a taste tester. But I think probably a hunting guide.
Hunting?
I'd like to do that.
And buddy, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make a fat joke. I just thought you're a tank.
No, I'm self-deprecating too, so don't worry. I beat you to it.
It's all good, broski.
Well, you're the man, dude. It's been great catching up with you, learning more about your story. Best of luck, and let's do it again next year in Surprise, Arizona for spring training.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm looking forward to
it. Salute. There he goes. Rowdy Tellez here with you on your home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan. Pregame coming up at 6:30. First pitch at 7 o'clock. I mean, that guy's very interesting, It's a good little conversation to be had there with Rowdy Tellez.
Yeah, that was rough start. That was something.
Yeah. I mean, and that's my bad.
Well, I doubled down on it, the Girthquake stuff probably, it's like he liked it for a second.
Yeah.
And then he realized, you know what, I don't think I like that.
Don't want to go Girthquake with it.
In real time. I thought that was kind of like a respectful, that's a badass nickname.
Yeah, not everybody, carries that big man tag like Wolchuk does.
Loud and
so
proud.
proud and crotch first with it.
Yeah, it's, I've been there.
Okay. It's Sorry, Wolchuk.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll relive some of that later.
Rangers Players Show brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. I guess congrats to those that came into that interview about 4 minutes in.
Yeah. If you missed the beginning, then kudos to you. But we will definitely
Good timing.
We might need to send Rowdy a care package.
We'll have a blooper run. Yeah, I feel like there's an apology owed at some level.
Handwritten.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good Lord.
Yeah, sorry about that. We got a hodgepodge next.
We do. What are we going with it?
I'm going to try and recover. Maybe
Me too.
Maybe we'll have some of those bloopers.
Oh,
and we'll hear from George Pickens. And I have a great baseball thing to get to. And maybe we will. That's
Okay.
next.
All right. I'm looking forward to telling you about Window Nation. Before we get there, though, you've been trying to stay cool during the dog days of summer, but if your windows are old, might be hard to do. You know, about 7-8 years in, a lot of times the insulating gas between panes of windows, it dissipates, and the next thing you know, your windows are no longer energy efficient. Save yourself from another month of discomfort, another day of discomfort by replacing your windows from Window Nation. Put the Window Nation windows in. They can save you hundreds, if not thousands every year on your energy bill. Seriously, builder grade windows or the windows with the aluminum frame that get too hot to even touch, those can run your energy bills up significantly. If it's over $500 and you're sitting in like a 3,000 square foot house right now, even $400, have a Window Nation guy out to the house. They have the most energy efficient windows in the world that give you a free no obligation quote that is good for 6 months. WindowNation.com, 866-90Nation. Okay. Now it gets even better. I haven't even mentioned 50% off all new windows from Window Nation and no interest for 5 years. No interest till 2030. 50% off all your windows. You can replace them, make your home a lot more energy efficient. Maybe save multiple thousands per year on your energy bills. It starts with a call right now, 866-90Nation or WindowNation.com.
30 straight minutes without interruption. It's our on-time experts commercial-free expressway at 720 with Sean and RJ, 1220 with K&C, and 520 with G-Bag. Right here on The Fan, on your smart speaker, and on the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Memphis Tigers really want to be in the Big 12. Multiple outlets reported yesterday that the school's been offering to add $200 million of business to the league while taking back no revenue for 5 years. But the Big 12 said no thanks. Big picture, Memphis has had basketball and football success, so it's surprising all this realignment has yet to get them in a Power 4 league. I'm Andrew Bogish.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot.
Products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's not your haircut. I'm not saying this is your haircut. Okay, give me a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd.
K&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation, and thanks to Ranger slugger Rowdy Tellez for joining us here on The Fan. Hope to have him back sometime soon. Here's the chief of the Sports Hodgepodge, something like that.
Yeah, I'm sure he's looking forward to round 2 with the G-Bag Nation as well. Hopefully we just fueled him to just go hit all the long balls for the rest of the season. He's just going to be imagining us on the ball. He's going to just barrel that thing up.
Like Happy Gilmore?
Time again, yes.
Or I guess that was the water boy.
All right, guys.
Broadus
and I can handle it next time.
Broadus, what was your, Walchuk is very much so wanting to distance himself from me and Dawson. Broadus, what was your scouting report on that?
I'll tell you what, by the way, scouting report, I asked somebody in the organization about Micah's back tightness.
I thought about Rowdy Tellez.
I got an LOL on that one.
Oh. How about that? LOL to the back tightness.
Well.
Mike is alleging that the only reason he's not just 100% participating on the field is because his back's a little tight.
I got an LOL on that one.
Okay. That's good to know.
Yeah, but anyway, I think Dawson, had every intention of doing the right thing. And Dawson, I give you credit. You tried to kind of work your way out of it, but it just got worse as you went along.
Yes, my feelings exactly.
It was like okay.
We had a good point there about halfway through, right up to the very end. And then I finally realized, my dumb ass finally realized what he was offended by.
Yeah.
And I tried to apologize.
And you did. You know what? I mean, hey, these players, they probably with the media, they're like, once again, I went on radio station, a bunch of, but I think for the most part, we've had really good relationship with our player guests, but
especially
I think we might be done. I think we might be done now. This might be the
they're going to call
last
it
one. Yeah, this is the end of that. So anyway, and Chief, nice try on your behalf too. And you went to even more research. You doubled down on research is what you did. Once you kind of made your point, you're like, well, I need to go really now figure some things out. So
yeah,
very train wreckish of our show. Very train wreckish. It reminded me of things I would probably do. So.
Yeah.
I mean, that might have been the most uncomfortable since you tried to give away all of Eric Kendrick's film secrets.
Oh
yeah.
That probably.
You know what? Remember that? I was like, yeah. Well, hey Eric, I've noticed this, and when you play in the game, think about this. Hey guys, by the way, it looks like to me they're walking. George Pickens is walking to the podium. Hi George, how you doing, sir? Good to see you. Waving at him. He's waving back.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, he heard me say his name real loud. That's really the problem. But anyway, he's I don't know if we
can take that if you want, Brian. Whenever he's ready.
I know. I'm thumbs up from the Pimps Cup. Let's do this.
All right. Well, it looks like to me George is at the podium. He is about to take a sip of water. Tad's explaining to him what the drill is, and the media is now assembling in front of him. And let's go. We're about to have. Here we go.
Cowboys receiver George Pickens.
Yeah, here we go.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News.
There we go.
First day of practice out here in sunny Southern California. Your thoughts on this first day?
I think it was a great day. Honestly, just guys working. Like you said, first day. So us getting our legs back under us. It's a great day of work.
We talk a lot about you. We talk a lot about you and CD and Dak and this offense. What do you think this offense could be?
I think it could be great. Kind of like I said, today is first day, but as long as we keep working and the camaraderie, I feel like there's no choice but to be great. Yeah.
DLLS Cowboys. Can you talk about your seemingly fast relationship with Dak and CD? Dak talked about you guys bonded on the trip and how you were intentional about knowing his background. Just talk about that relationship.
Just kind of the same personality. As we play ball, we all kind of under the same umbrella. So just going when we kind of worked out over the off season, getting to know the guys, I kind of connected with them a lot, and more than just Dak and CD, a lot of the receivers and a lot of the tight ends as well.
You made a point to quote unquote put your best foot forward? I mean, Dak said, whatever we see, whatever they Pittsburgh, I don't delete all that because I like what we got here.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's kind of a breath of fresh air. Like he said, out here practicing in Cali, it's way, different. It's for sure. And then the guys, the camaraderie here is a little different as well.
John Machota with The Athletic. Where do you think the on-field rapport with Dak is between you two right now? And how long do you think it'll take to get to where you want it to be?
I think it's great. I feel like I said, first day. So everybody's just getting used to a defense as well. But I feel like me, him, and CD and Jalen Tolbert could have a great rapport just as long as we keep working. Yeah.
Hey, George Patrick with DallasCowboys.com. Eventually, you'll take the field and looking across from you, you will see Trayvon Diggs. Can you just talk about the dynamic of iron sharpens iron and what that'll do for both of you guys as the season goes on?
Oh, great. That'd be great when, whenever Trey gets healthy, which is what I'm pushing for now, just hoping he gets healthy and then comes back. But that'd be great. Like you said, iron sharpens iron.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News.
Yeah.
Schottenheimer kind of indicated that CeeDee Lamb has kind of gone out of his way also to make you feel welcome and to kind of build something with you guys. How has he gone out of his way to kind of build that connection with you and make you feel welcome?
I feel like, CeeDee's always kind of been that type of guy. You just got to get to know people. So I wouldn't even really say, like, going out of his way. Kind of Dak, too, you know what I mean? Just kind of knowing the guys. When you know them personally, then the connection changes.
What was your favorite moment from the retreat with Dak Prescott's annual retreat?
I'll probably say on the boat, that's, connecting with the guys is the best thing. And I feel like for me, a lot of other guys, we did ski shooting, we did a lot of stuff, but the boat for me was amazing.
On the boat? What was great about the boat?
Jet skis and boat, just hang with the guys. Nothing too crazy, but besides football. By myself, yeah, but not with the guys.
Sam Gannon, Fox Sports Dallas. How would you describe Brian Schottenheimer and just the energy that he's brought and just what his vibe has been like for you?
It's been great. He's probably one of the best coaches I've ever had around. Definitely, besides like Kirby Smart and a lot of other legend coaches that I played for. But his energy, like you said, his energy is like one of one. And you can't really, that's got to be in somebody. You can't really make that.
Like, sports-related activities and just different things that he's done with
Yeah.
guys. Has that stood out to you as something that's been a little bit different from your experience?
Literally, yeah. He's competitive. Like I said, that has to be like in you because he's a coach. He's not playing. So he's just as competitive as we are. So, yeah, he's a great guy.
George, you mentioned that you guys connected kind of on the trips and throughout your time here. But what exactly did you connect over? Was it, was there anything specific that you remember that kind of bonded y'all a little bit?
Not really, because it's my first year here, so I'm still kind of getting the minutia of, hey, how you doing and stuff like that. But like I just said, like outside of football, that's pretty much what it was. And anytime we get stuff like outside of football, it's great to connect with guys, going to dinner, stuff like that. So yeah.
Michael Coleman, KLTV East Texas, two-parter here. How do you see what your responsibility is with this offense?
Yeah.
And you think about that, what is your responsibility overall?
Me personally, making plays, I'm pretty sure as far as the Dallas Cowboys, they want me to make plays as well. So right now, that's my responsibility. And everybody else has a different responsibility. For me right now, is just making plays.
How much did you feel like you needed a fresh start? Because a lot of people didn't really know you until you got here.
Yeah. I think I needed a fresh start just in terms of, like you said, people not knowing me. I think that's the whole thing about it. Like, if you don't know somebody, kind of like what I was just telling him, like, if you get to know CD, then he's not really going out of his way. He's always been this way. You see what I mean? But you guys, you never really met him. So I definitely think it's a refreshing for me, yeah.
Osana, you're a feisty guy, and people might take that and say that's who you are. Was that kind of...
Yeah, that's kind of crazy because it's talking about, like, football clips. It's nothing personal. And it's kind of crazy that people don't realize that, and they're like 35, 45, and they still don't realize it. But like I said, once you get to actually know someone, like if I actually knew you guys personally, I bet it'll be a little different than your job.
You have like a split personality, on field, off field, do you think?
Yeah, I definitely don't want to go on a field and try to be a princess or anything. I'm definitely going to try to play football. You see what I mean? So, yeah, and then off the field, I'm definitely a different person. I can't be a football player all the time.
Go. When did you feel that fresh start really feel like it hit you?
I'd probably say when I got to Dallas, my first day in Dallas when I met everybody, that was probably when I really knew it was a fresh start, honestly, yeah.
Spark that.
Jerry, honestly, when I met Jerry, the type of person he was, that's what really changed me, you know what I mean? Because, like I said, you have to get to know someone. You have your own thoughts or whatever you want to think, but if you don't know him, you can't really run with those thoughts. So when I met Jerry and he was a great person, that really changed everything for me, yeah.
You talk about a lot of people typecast you as a contested catch guy, down the field guy. You talk about your route tree and everything you can do. Are you excited to expand that and do more than just be a deep ball guy?
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to run better plays for sure, yeah.
Do you feel like you and CD can be one of the top wide receiver duos in the NFL?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Why?
Just different type of styles of play. Like, a lot of people over the years got different type of styles of play, but CD's a certain type of guy, then I'm a certain type of guy. So when you mesh that together, it's like Mario Bros. You see what I mean? So, like, we definitely could do something special.
Got it? Everybody?
For sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. George.
Appreciate y'all.
Smith and the physical over-the-top offense that they tried to run. I definitely didn't ask him to do much. But he's excited about the opportunity to do even more. Okay, we're coming back here, Wolchuk. What do we have in store?
Yeah, we'll hit some of the training camp news around the National Football League and an epic story regarding wet butts. That's next.
Miss anything on the Fan? Ever wish you could go back in time? You can.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it something?
Later on. Segments brought to you here by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. I do want to say, while we're on that subject, that I thought Rowdy had one of the best personalities. Like, at the end of it, when I was like, man, I'd like to have this guy back on again, I totally, did not have any sarcasm on that. Some of the texters thought I was joking. I didn't mean to,
No,
Yeah.
I think that you really, there was no harm intended there.
Good. And I hope he knows that. I want to keep saying it, because I wouldn't want him thinking, wow, those guys at the Fan were intentionally jerks to me. Trust me, I've unintentionally been a jerk a lot in my life, and that 350 was just another example.
Yeah, okay. I think we could, if we had a do-over with him, I think he'd be a great interview.
Yeah, no doubt. I'd do a weekly with him. At least
bring him back next week. We'll tell Rich.
As long as he's on the team. The training camp coverage rolls on. Broadus is in Oxnard. Our coverage brought to you by the on-time experts, Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Chuck, take it away.
Man, okay, there's so much great stuff coming out of the impromptu presser that Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs held. And we're going to get to that a little bit later. This is just, I think Jerry Jones has got to be grinning from ear to ear because he loves this. But Micah and Trayvon have been very outspoken here about some of the comments that were made yesterday. But just to keep you updated on what's going on in the rest of the National Football League, Trey Hendrickson not reporting to Bengals camp. He had a lengthy conversation with Adam Schefter yesterday, basically said, tell those guys good luck. Their defense sucked last year. They don't want to have me there with 17.5 sacks. Their defense is going to stink again this year. They got to pay me.
Congratulations, Jerry Jones. Mike Brown is your peer.
Okay. With that in mind, I'm glad that you bring this up. So we've got the Shamar Stewart stuff. And Brian, there's probably a reason why Mr. Brown does not speak much, because he did yesterday. He took to the podium, and this is what he had to say in regards to Shamar Stewart and their contract holdup.
Well, if we get a player who gets involved in something like that or does something that is just unacceptable, guess what? I don't want to pay him. I really don't. If he's sitting in jail, I don't think I ought to be paying him. And so we say that if he got involved in conduct detrimental, we'd have the right to terminate the guaranteed part for the back years. He says, or his agent says, oh no, you can terminate the guaranteed part only for the remaining part of the year in which the event occurs. Oddly, something like this has never occurred in my memory with us. I don't think it's going to occur. So we're sitting here arguing over something that I think is pretty remote, and I ask myself sometimes why the hell we're doing it, but we are. And he's doing it too, and at some point we got to put this stuff behind and just get him signed and get him up here and get him so he can be a contributor. He needs to get underway.
Man, was a tough listen. We're not paying someone to sit.
Why is he talking about jail?
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting. But I guess that's the whole thing. Like what they're trying to do is get out of paying any type of guaranteed money if there is something at fault that Jamar Stewart does. So let's say he gets and runs into trouble with the law, which, granted, Cincinnati has dealt with a lot of players that have run into those issues. He wants to. The organization wants to be off the hook of having to pay him the guarantees, Brian.
Yeah, no, that's and it's really a very unusual stance, I think, for the Bengals to say this because, as you mentioned, Zach, smallest scouting staff in the National Football League, generally coach-driven. Coaches are willing to take chances on players. I always make the jokes when we're working on the draft show of, that's Cincinnati Bengals, that's my team, because they're always willing to do something that, they took Joe Mixon. They've always kind of had a little bit of maybe a guy has a weight problem, and maybe they have a off the field problem, whatever. Cincinnati's always been the team that's more than willing to bring that player on board. So I don't know all of a sudden where the Brown family has had this pushback because they have the smallest staff, and when it's coach driven, you're going to have players that might end up in jail.
Yeah, it's we'll see how this one plays out. I mean, maybe Jamar Stewart ends up just saying, "Hey, I'm sitting out the year," and then he enters the draft again. That would be a fascinating dynamic. James Cook of the Bills, their running back, did report today. We were wondering would he hold out, and if the Cowboys needed a running back, would that be a guy that you could call and maybe trade for? Because he wants a new deal. You'd have to pay him as well, but he's there. Terry McLaurin did not show up to Washington. Now, their GM, Adam Peters, did say they're willing to do basically whatever we can to get Terry McLaurin's deal done. I do think that they will, but as of right now, that is certainly, much like it seems the Micah deal is with the Cowboys, Terry McLaurin is not happy with Washington, and he is not there right now. So anything to derail the Commanders' chances of success, let's go. I'm here for it.
Yeah, that would be huge. That would do it. That would make things a lot more difficult, and you would predict a Jaden Daniels sophomore slump at that point.
We have Phillip Rivers actually retire officially with the Chargers yesterday, even though he hasn't played an NFL game in 5 years. That was one of the most out-of-the-blue random retirements I've ever seen. He's actually eligible for the Hall of Fame next year, but came out, made a whole video retiring as a Charger. So congratulations, Phil. Tyrann Mathieu, the Honey Badger, officially retired today from the National Football League. Congratulations on an epic career for your fellow LSU Tiger there, Brian Broaddus.
Yeah, absolutely, man. That guy was an incredible player, and I tell you what, played a lot longer in the league than I even thought. I felt with the way his style was that maybe it would be detrimental to him, but man, he sure did a nice job. He really did.
Honey Badger doesn't give a bleep.
Honey Badger
don't give a bleep. Boy, what a great college player though too.
Oh, so good.
Jeez, was he good?
Unreal. And then Jamal Adams, also LSU Tiger, back in the league. He has reunited with Pete Carroll in Vegas with the Raiders. Hebron Hawks own Jamal Adams back in the National Football League. But now we go to Julian Edelman's podcast. Tom Brady. A great story from one of his former centers. And, let's just say he was not a fan of the wet booty.
Tom was a big stickler of your center can't be wet. Huge. I still do the towel to this day. You can see me. Tom takes all the centers to the side. If you're going to play center at any point, even just an undrafted guy, he'll teach you how to fold it and put it into your... I was on Tom's team, and apparently too wet for him. This is an embarrassing moment. He literally pulls me off to the sideline, screams in my face that I'm a sweaty pig, and then pulls my pants out and powders my ass with baby powder in front of everyone.
Oh, my God.
What are you thinking? I was kind of embarrassed. I mean, all the fans were looking. We're like, it's like 15,000 people at Gillette Stadium. But I would always just do whatever he said.
We all did.
We all did, yeah.
And we just liked that he was talking to us.
Oh, me too, yeah. I mean, dude, I'll do whatever you want, man.
Wow.
New laugh in the laugh bracket, I believe.
Yeah, I just heard that too, brother.
Incredible. Yeah. But the story is epic.
I mean powdering your center's butt is pretty next level.
In front of everybody. Just pulls him down. Boom. Here you go.
That's leadership.
Pulling powder.
Let me tell you what. There was a time that was far worse than the wet butt syndrome things that quarterbacks deal with. There was a time like in the 70s when we used to wear these gray athletic shorts, and then like you would have some hangage, quarterbacks getting under center, and with the and so that was literally like top of hand to area down below, Like when you had those bad bike gray shorts.
Yeah.
Like that, quarterbacks they never worried about wet butt. But when the top of their palm of their hand, not the palm, the top of their hand made contact, and it was snap after snap after snap in those 2-a-day practices and stuff. And it's amazing. Quarterbacks complaining about wet. How about the quarterback back in the day, like having to deal with hangage off the gray shorts
we
that
get it,
weren't.
fam.
Wow.
We get it, bro.
Me too.
And this was in college. Imagine if your center was anywhere close to 35 or so.
No, this is pros. I mean, pros, college. I mean, these quarterbacks are like, oh, we have to have a towel on that. I mean, change your pants.
Where's the towel going? I just wanted, just to be sure I'm thinking the right thing. Where's the towel going on the center?
It goes in the back of your
So you're stuffing it in your pants?
Yeah, sometimes you could wear.
Okay.
Sometimes you wear a belt. I used to wear a belt, and it would. So I wore an extra belt that you could fold it through the belt.
Oh, so you were a towel guy too?
Oh, absolutely, I was a towel guy. Yeah. Yeah.
Were you a hangage guy?
It's just back there? Or is it like,
I was a hangage guy too. I mean, I'm just telling you. I played the 80s. I played the 80s. We didn't have those compression. I'm just saying.
2 inches of girth. Those bike
I'm
shorts.
just saying this was like, we didn't have. Yeah, we didn't have the compression shorts these guys have now and stuff like that.
I'm a hangage guy.
Slow down, Brian. You're titillating our female audience too much. I think that's a
2.3% that listen to us on females.
FCC violation. I think we're up to 7%. Salute to all
we
the
have
lady
7 now?
listeners
Thank
out
you,
there.
lady
we're up to
listeners.
7% after the
Thank you,
hangage.
ladies. Appreciate you.
Having the time of their lives. Yeah, I think that would go almost like a female product, just front to back to get everything.
Yeah, I
right?
guess
You kind of
so.
lay that out there.
Well, that's uncomfortable, man.
How
But
you
I
do
guess
that?
you got to do what you got to do.
Probably put some compression shorts over it if you're rocking it these days.
Well,
thanks
see,
to
that's what I'm
technology.
saying. Yeah, but that's what the whole thing. There's ways to make the towel. Because the problem is if you just stuff it in the back of your pants, it flies out. You're running a play, and the towel goes flying off, and then you have
And
to
the
go
ball
get
might
it.
hit it.
Yeah,
you don't want it bunching up and stopping the exchange.
You end up being like that
Oh.
hurdler.
Yeah, no, that's true.
How the world sees.
Man, well, that's a great story.
Well, thanks, guys.
That might be the best Tom Brady story ever.
Hey, Tom should have played in the '70s when Roger Staubach and those guys, Steve Grogan and them, had to deal with hangage.
He would have been so disgusted with those. I'm so tired of her hanging, bro.
And I didn't want to bring it up, but I think there's seepage as well. Like if a guy had to go use the restroom and now there's no towel barrier in between, not only is my hand getting wet, but that might be fecal as well.
Well, I thought that's where Brian was going to go. There's like a poop incident.
Okay, we got to run. Jared Sandler's going to join us. What an hour. Holy crap. Jared, save us. It's coming up next here. G-Bag Nation, the fan.
Coming up on the next K&C Masterpiece, we're once again live from Dallas Cowboys training camp in Oxnard. We will talk.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. It's time for our conversation with Jared Sandler, our Rangers insider, pre- and post-game show host, play-by-play man. Joins you every Rangers game day here in the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. And a good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm doing great. How are y'all?
Doing wonderful. You know, after last night's game, I guess the question is, does this mean Josh Jung is back?
Well, hopefully. I mean, he's had a nice run against lefties, but I think that people look at him and think that there's too much there to just be a lefty guy, right? He's a guy who's talented enough to be an everyday player, and he'll face a righty and JT Ginn tonight, and I guess we'll go from there. But yeah, I mean, it was a great start. He looked comfortable. Maybe he needed the reset. Maybe it was I'm not saying that there weren't mechanical things and actual like hitting related things that didn't get improved or anything, but maybe just getting away from the mental grind helped him out. But he looked he had some good at bats. He hit the home run, obviously the line drive single, and then the walk sandwich in between. And it's not the walk for the sake of a walk. It's just laying off pitches that aren't going to put you in a good position to succeed. So that was great to see, and hopefully he keeps it rolling because there's no doubt. I think Matt Hicks said this yesterday, and he's spot on. The best version of this team, as the roster is currently constructed, is a version in which Josh Jung is an everyday player and contributing like an everyday player.
Well, and it was pretty awesome. Cody Freeman, obviously, comes up with the big hit. You get back-to-back first for the Rangers there with Freeman and then Helman. And it seemed like Boach was pushing the right buttons, trying to get some success and moving some stuff around. But, I mean, last night everything was clicking, but these two young guys are coming up and making an impact, Jared.
Yeah, that was nice. There were a lot of storylines yesterday, which is always cool. You got Michael Helman and Cody Freeman with their firsts, and the return of Josh Jung and Jack Leiter. Career high, tying 7 strikeouts. Just one of those games where you weren't lacking content to discuss afterwards. But I don't know what the Rangers have in Michael Helman, but you got 61 games left, right? And guys can get hot. Guys can kind of serve as a spark plug, and maybe Michael Helman against lefties can be that guy. This Rangers team absolutely needs some people to step up to help fortify their lineup against lefties, and same with Cody Freeman. He's worked his tail off. He's put himself in a great spot. Is this going to be a flash in the pan, or is this something that's going to carry through the rest of the year? I don't know, but I'd also say this, that for any good team, and you can go back to the 2023 team and you could find a number of these guys. Any good team over 162 games need guys who maybe they aren't the same guy from game 1 through game 162, but for a 2-week stretch, they contribute in a big way and they help you win games for that 2-week stretch while someone's hurt or someone's struggling or this or that, whatever it might be. And it's just one game from Cody Freeman and Michael Helman, but if those guys can maybe put together a week or two long stretch to help bank some wins, that stuff's critical. Whether it lasts for 2 months, 2 years, 20 years, whatever, it doesn't necessarily matter. But them stepping up yesterday was pivotal in getting the win.
Marcus Semien and White Langford both getting a stolen base, and you look at this lineup, and that's certainly something that I think that they can be aggressive on the base path. And when I asked CY about that, like maybe a month ago, Jared, about the small ball aspect when they were struggling to score runs, he noted Boach wasn't ever really into that. I mean, is that something that maybe Boach is looking at this club and saying, hey, this could be a strength?
Yeah, and you're right. I think it's funny. Everyone thinks, well, Bruce Bochy's, he's 70 years old. He's an old school bunt guy, but he's never been that guy. That's not who he is. And frankly, I think we like to remember all the times the bunt works and forget about the times it doesn't. But there are situations where it makes sense. And I think Michael Helman utilizing the bunt yesterday in that spot, that was great. And here's the thing too, guys. He can bunt. Like, it's a skill for him. When people ask me, well, are you surprised this guy didn't bunt, or did you wish this guy bunted? My first question is, well, I don't know if he can bunt. right? You know what? I don't want to ask a guy to do something he can't do, and I know some people are going to roll in their grave and say, well, these guys, bunting's easy. They should all be able to do it. I'm not here to argue that. The reality is these guys only have so much time to get better, and the way that practice is distributed from a time standpoint is a lot different these days than it used to be. There's not as much time devoted to bunting. And so when you got a guy throwing 98 on the mound, I don't know that I want a guy trying to bunt if that's not something he's good at. But I think there are guys, and Michael Helman probably one of those guys, who either are good at bunting or need to be good at bunting. Like that was one of the things with Leody Taveras. Gosh, if this guy could just bunt, for 8 to 10 hits a year, that would make a difference, right? And that's something that I think the Rangers wish that would have been a part of his skill set. And then as far as speed on the bases, you're not going to get 10 steals from Corey Seager. You're not going to get steals from Kyle Higashioka, although he does have 3 now. But Adolis Garcia and Marcus Semien and Michael Helman and Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter, Josh Smith. I mean, you got guys on this team who can run and turn singles into doubles, doubles into triples, help take extra bases. Back in the day, over 100 years ago, they used to count going first to third as a stolen base. You'd get credit for a stolen base because of the second to third part of it. And you don't get a credit for a stolen base like that now, but that's equally as valuable. And I think this team's got the ability to impact the game on the bases in that way.
Jared Sandler with us here on The Fan. You mentioned Jack Leiter, all the punch-outs. What was working so well for him last night, and what would you say still needs to be sort of refined?
Yeah, can I tell you something, Eric? I don't think he was that great last night. And I think that is a credit to his ability to pitch maybe without being at his best. Like his slider didn't seem to be much of a factor at all yesterday, and his fastball command was a little bit inconsistent. I don't want to say it was consistently erratic, but there were times he would lose it and then he'd get it right back. The kick change was a really effective pitch for him early. His first 4 strikeouts ended on that pitch. It's not to say that he only got those strikeouts because of that pitch, obviously, but that was his finishing pitch. But I think what was so great about his performance and should give Rangers fans confidence as he continues to grow. And there's going to be steps forward and then a step back and then a step forward. That's the nature of it. But he didn't have his best stuff. And he didn't have the slider as an effective swing and miss pitch. Yet he still went 6 innings, allowed 2 runs, and struck out 7 batters. And pitched in and out of some tough spots and also pitched efficiently, too. In first 3 innings, I think he only had 33, 34 pitches or something. So that was really good to see as well.
Hey, do we know? Oh, sorry, Brian.
Yeah, go ahead. Jared, I'm sorry, I'm out here in California, and I just wanted to ask you about the bullpen. It seems like, has this group been put in, with some of the struggles because of all the high leverage situations that maybe they got put into early in the season? Was that something did they just have to reset that thing to get it going the right way again?
Yeah, when you don't score a lot of runs, and the Rangers earlier this year were not scoring a lot of runs. I think that narrative kind of needs to be adjusted, over the last month and a half. But to what you're referring to, Broadus, it seemed like every situation for the bullpen over the first 2 months was a high leverage situation because they were either trying to protect a 1 or 2 run lead, trying to keep a game tied, or preserve a deficit of just 1 or 2 runs, and those are all important. And yeah, I think that can kind of grind on you. And the other thing is this. If you bring in a high-leverage reliever in a 5-0 game and he gives up 2 runs, no one really is going to, think twice about that if you end up winning the game 5-2. But if they give up 1 run in a 2-1 game because of a duck fart and, a stolen base and a sack fly or whatever, then all of a sudden they blew the game, right? And so it's amazing how much offense can impact our perception of a bullpen. But I do think that they needed a reset. I think that was definitely important, and I think they need a restock as well, and not just a reset. I think that if this team wants to fight for, I'd say that their bullpen is currently constructed. Adding back Cole Winn, getting John Gray, yeah, this is a bullpen that could make the playoffs. But I think if this is a group that wants to win the division, and I believe they are a group that wants to win the division, they probably need some help with the bullpen and getting some back end of the bullpen help to kind of help charge them up a bit. But this group has done a really nice job, and this front office did a really nice job finding several answers to a bullpen that really struggled the last 2 years. Even that 2023 season, they just were able to minimize the struggles because of their great offense in the first half, and then the way Josh Sborz, Jose Leclerc, and Aroldis Chapman and Cody Bradford pitched in the playoffs, that helped too. But it's really been a couple years since the Rangers had a really good regular season bullpen, and this bullpen has been at the top or near the top of the league in terms of ERA.
It's getting real fun, Sands. Enjoy the game tonight. Pregame coming up at 6:30. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
All right, fellas. Thank you.
There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. Brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. DeGrom going to be mowing him down. Pregame's coming up at 6:30. Where are we going next, Chief?
Football's finest, where Trayvon Diggs and Michael Parson take center stage.
I love it. I love Window Nation. Your Window Nation needs to take center stage at your house. Give them a call at 866-90-NATION because they have the most energy-efficient windows in the world that can save you big on your energy bills. Right now, they have a special sale going on, though, so you probably heard me talking about Window Nation quite a bit over the last couple of years. I love them, even though I built my house back.
Uber Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking out. That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Wow, what a day at Cowboys training camp. The offense has looked incredible. There's lots of motion. There's big plays going on both sides. George Pickens has been impressive. And we're so looking forward to this. Now, Trayvon Diggs and Micah Parsons did talk to the media afterwards, and it's clear they're not happy. So there's so much stuff going on. I mean, yesterday with Jerry and Steven doing what they did, Shotty's trying to preserve the vibes for him and a bunch of other guys, and then you have Micah and Trayvon doing their own thing. So there's like 3 different experiences here in Oxnard. Brian, how the heck you doing down there?
I am doing well, boys. Thank you so much. And I think that Shotty's now in that mode. And when he was sitting at the podium right across from me, actually not the podium, he doesn't stand up. Remember Jason Garrett and Mike used to stand up. We got a sit-down guy. We got a sit-down guy now. So he's when he was sitting up there yesterday with Jerry and Steven hearing all that, his mind immediately clicked to, I have to be good cop, bad cop here. Mm-hmm. I guarantee you he had to go play damage control with those kids.
Wow.
No, I called them kids, or those players.
Or kids
he
to
had
us.
He had to go up and say to Micah, listen, hey, it's okay, I get it. It's not a business anymore. This guy's talking about this, that, and the other. Hey, trust me here. Work with me here. Trust me. But on the other end of it, man, Diggs seemed very personal. Diggs seemed very personal from Jerry, and I think that's the one that Shotty's going to have the most problems with. Diggs walked by. I was watching practice with James Slater and Brad Sham and myself. We were sitting there, and Diggs walked by us, just really, just kind of looked like, maybe on his own, just doing what he needed. Wasn't really with anybody or anything like that. And so you wonder what's going through his mind right now. Jerry made this very personal yesterday.
You're right. He did.
He made it. And now Shotty's in damage control. And I guarantee you got Dak. Dak is probably saying, listen, man, hey, I went through this too. Okay? You just got to, you can't listen to it. You got to put it aside. It'll be all right. That kind of stuff. And that's where I think Dak, the leadership with Dak, but I'll tell you, Shotty, for his first time out of the blocks, having to deal with the practice, but now he's got to make sure that he doesn't completely lose his corner. Mike, I think, will be fine because Micah's going to get paid.
No, you're right. And Jerry didn't talk as rude about Micah as he did Trayvon Diggs. I've never heard Jerry go that way with a player that he doesn't intend to move on from at the next possible opportunity. It is time for football's finest. Our training camp coverage brought to you by the on-time experts Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Salute to everybody there, Chief.
Okay, so we had Micah and Trayvon after practice. They were kind of hanging out in the media scrum, but then Jane Slater had an interview with both of them, and here was that conversation.
Cowboys, I know that it was explicitly in your contract, but to hear that they were de-escalating your salary.
I was upset yesterday because it's not like I'm not putting the work in. Doing everything I was supposed to do. Of course, they do a great job here. But, I just thought it was for my best interest to, go somewhere else to rehab for my off season. But it's unfortunate, but at the end of the day, hopefully I'll make it back.
Where are you in your rehab process?
I feel real good. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. I feel real good. I'm ahead of schedule. So, yeah, I feel good.
Micah, good to see you out here. Why was it a choice for you to be, are you a hold-in at this point, or are you just being mindful of your body?
Just being mindful. Obviously, just want to get the body going the right way, the way I wanted to. But, obviously with D-Law gone, like I said, I just felt like it was my turn to lead, and it's hard to do that from the crib. So I want to be here with the guys, show them that I care. I want to be here, win championships, so that's why I'm here,
I know you and Jerry have a pretty close relationship, and I know you have respect for each other, but stuff gets said in the media. Have you had a conversation with him after yesterday's presser?
No, but I'm gonna talk to him. I just thought, as a whole, like, everyone's situation is differently. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, like, I'm here for my teammates. I'm not here to please another grown man. I'm here for them. I want to be here with Trey, watch him rehab, watch him get on the field, watch his growth. I want to be here battling with Terrence Steele. Like, I'm here for these guys. I'm not here for him. So I think, at the end of the day, he's on the field with us. We're on the field playing the games and things like that. So I'm gonna just control my teammates, keep boosting it, and we're just gonna keep playing together.
Last question for you guys. Energy is a word we're using a lot out here. Do you guys feel it with this coaching staff?
Definitely. It's a lot of energy. I love the atmosphere. Everyone's competing. Everyone's happy. Everyone's in a good mood. Everyone's smiling, and we're ready to get this show on the road.
And you want to be here?
Of course. Of course I do.
Yeah, I need my second here, man. I need him. I'm whatever he on.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike.
Yeah, I love what Mike is saying there. I'm here for these guys. I'm not here for Jerry Jones or anything like that. And the more he can separate the football team from the business with Jerry Jones as much as possible, because it must be confusing for him right now.
Well, could it be a situation where if he had this attitude about it 2 years ago, that maybe he would have had a contract done by now? If the questions about the leadership and all those things that were being brought up, let's be real honest too. We've done some shows where Zach, and we were talking about this today on Love of the Star, that 2 years ago we were hearing the whispers about Micah Parsons. We were hearing boy, that would be a huge mistake if they extend Micah Parsons. Boy, that would be trouble if they did that. It wasn't coming from Jerry or Steven, but it was coming from people within the organization. So to me, maybe this is, and I don't know, guys, do you think this is are they using Micah Parsons as the player to draw the line in the sand with to try and change things, the fortunes of how they're viewed of these contracts? Or
I would love to believe that. I would love to believe that's the case. Like, you got to be a leader and prove that you can stay healthy to get paid from us. And if they draw that line in the sand, I think that'd be awesome.
I have full expectation that by the time the Cowboys take the field Thursday night against the Eagles, they're going to have this deal done with Micah Parsons.
Oh, sure.
If it's not, then yes, obviously it would appear so that's the move. But I mean, to me, Brendan, I said it earlier. It was like, I don't know why you have these questions with Micah and the leadership. You know what he is better than anybody else. He's been in your building now for 4 years. Don't ask him to be who he's not. And I know Micah talks the talk.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I don't believe that Micah is that leader. Maybe on the football field, him and Trayvon Diggs can be buddies and go out to dinner. I don't think he's doing it with the other guys on the roster.
Let me add this as well. I mean, you can start playing games with injury guarantees, can't you? So Trayvon's like, well, hopefully I make it back. I think once you have guys resenting you and they're offended and they feel they've made it personal, that's when, Jay Ratliff says, I'm not healthy enough to play. You release him and he's playing the next week with the Bears. Micah Parsons, my back's hurting, and you told us earlier that there's not a lot of credibility to that.
Yeah.
Like, nobody knows about that. So I hope Jerry hasn't offended him to the point that the players might be withholding services to try to get their respect back or get their lick back.
Well, he went out of his way to say, hey, I respect or I like, with the Britt Brown stuff. I've talked to people on that side of the fence too, in the front office. They're like, listen, I've gone on record as saying, hey, I think there's a problem between Britt Brown and then also with Diggs. And I had people in the organizations come up to me and say, no, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. And so, but he wants to work out. He believes that by going and working out in Florida, that he should still get his money. And that's not the case. That's not right at all. But I'll say this, though. I was told, though, they would not know, and I've reported this before, they're not going to know how fit and ready he is until the middle of August, where he is right now with this whole rehab.
Right or wrong, the Cowboys feel like you're going to get much better work in their facility, and that's why they put that in the contract.
Well, that's why they again they have the opportunity, like and the players have the right. The players have the right if they want to go away and rehab and all that. Just know that when it comes time for the season, now the medical staff has to catch up and say, well, wait a minute. Yeah, this might be good, but this isn't good. And this crew is not going to put somebody out on the field that's hurt. They're just not. And they've even talked about it with Ravel. My guys were telling me, like, we'll see Ravel at some point in time in training camp, but it's only when he's 100%.
Yeah, and Trayvon Diggs took to Twitter a few minutes ago and said they knew where I was rehabbing at, was in full communication with the therapist the whole step of the way. I'm not behind on my recovery process. So he's taken to Twitter to say that.
Jerry got mad at him. Jerry paid him, and hey, they asked for an amount, they got the amount. So that's on Jerry. But Jerry got mad at him because he didn't rehab well last year, and then he gets hurt again, and then now he's completely out of the building, doing his own rehab. Now Jerry's really mad at him. It's gone from certain levels, and I think Jerry was very, very honest about that yesterday when he talked about it. He's not happy with Diggs because of, hey, I signed you. You didn't really attack the rehab well last year. Thought we learned our lesson, and now another rehab, you go completely away from everything. So I think that's the bigger problem.
I know so much comes down to leverage negotiations. It's just crazy to me that it's in the contract.
Yeah.
And how could the entitlement grow so strong that I feel frustrated or upset with my employer for exercising a clause in the contract? Yeah, that's a different level of athlete confidence, I guess, that I can't experience because I can't bring those services to the market. But I would be like, what are we even talking about? I wasn't there, and it was in the contract that they wanted me there, and they were willing to pay me $500,000 to come into the building 10 times, $50,000 a time.
Right,
that's all I had to do.
Right.
And I said no, and now I still want the money? That is weird to me, Trayvon.
Well, it's also okay, it makes $20 million a year, roughly. If you want to have your own medical staff and rehab with them, that's totally fair. All the Cowboys want you to do is be in the building. So go to the building, and there's tons of places here that you can rehab. If you want to fly your team out while you're going ahead and doing your entire YouTube documentary, you can do that. Do you have to fly to Florida or wherever it was that you're rehabbing? Can you not do that here? Do your own thing still that you want to do, but also just show up to the facility, which is really all the team wanted you to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you guys on that 100%. Micah Parsons after practice also said, if they don't want me here, they don't want me here. I'll go about my business. I understand the nature of the business. I think Jerry just absolutely loves this.
Oh, yes.
Oh, Jerry's got to
just
be
eating
thrilled.
this up.
Jerry's probably texting Micah right now, finally you did something here.
Yeah.
Now Nick Harris is tweeting that for the first time he feels like Micah actually might be moving on somewhere. There's just this little bit of doubt, and I think that's what's going to make this conversation incredibly hot this week. He got exactly what he wants. It's late July, and the sports media world's on fire. So I think Jerry and Micah are playing. I think Jerry and Trayvon are real adversity or animosity.
Yeah, I'm with you. Now, I did want to ask you about this, Broadus, and I know we'll have more of a practice report coming up here in a few minutes, but Mozzie Smith losing more weight. He's lighter, and not sure if he's a 1 tech or a 3 tech. He wants everybody. Eberflus wants everybody getting upfield. I don't know. This feels weird to me.
Well, like it said, to be honest with you, watching various parts of practice and stuff, I did not see Mozzie Smith practicing. I mean, I see that from my own, trying to watching the play. I wasn't focusing okay, I'm watching Mozzie Smith right now. For some reason I'm like, oh, why did I watch Turner here? Or I watched Thomas, but my eye didn't catch a Mozzie Smith or anything like that. But yeah, the thought about it, and Brad Sham and I were talking about that. At what important time can this guy, how many 1 techniques do you really have? Yes. And can you be a 300-pound 1 technique? Calvin Watkins actually asked me that question, and my answer was, yeah, you could be a 300-pound 1 technique if you're Leroy Glover. That's how you could be, if you're Jay Ratliff or one of those guys. If you have the ability to play with quickness and leverage, you could get away with being a smaller. We've seen, look what Aaron Donald. I mean, Aaron Donald sometimes playing a 1, but the explosiveness, the pass rush ability, the quickness, all that stuff. If Mozzie had all that, you could get away with playing 300 pounds and being a 1 technique.
Yeah, Brian, I think they've ruined Mozzie Smith's career with messing him around with all this weight crap and trying to ask him to do something that's not his game. His strength was power and size. He's not one of those wiggly guys. And really, from the minute he was drafted, Will talked about untapped potential as a pass rusher. And I think they've completely misevaluated what the player was good at.
Great stuff, guys. Coming up next, what's going to be a training camp staple from here until week 1 of the NFL season, the Broadus 520 camp update. Brian, where are we going with it?
Yeah, I've got some more thoughts about some of the things I saw at practice. We'll kind of run through those again. next.
Cannot wait. Expressway next here on The Fan. I have to chat Frankels with you before we get there, though, because life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence. 18-wheeler hit you, commercial vehicle hit you. The company that truck works for, essentially, they're going to put a bunch of fancy lawyers and insurance adjusters on the case to try to get you to settle for less and try to blame you for the accident of their client. Don't let them get the best of you. Call the Frankels right there roadside. They can begin to represent you and advise you to make it a fair fight. Well, actually, it won't be that fair because the Frankels are the best, and they've been defending victims of negligence for 25, 30 years. Their names commands respect in every courtroom here in the area. So hurt not your fault. Give them a call. An 18-wheeler commercial vehicle, a lot of great drivers behind the wheel, but some of those guys are negligent, and when they hit you, turns your life upside down, literally and figuratively. And the cost to put your life back together can be 6 or 7 figures, right? So let's make that full recovery. You might have pain and suffering on board for the rest of your life. Might need a new vehicle, might need a new job. Frankels will get you compensated, make sure you're made whole again. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online at frankelfirm.com.
Attention, Dallas. Get ready for unparalleled excitement at the world-renowned Spearmint Rhino, the leader in adult entertainment. Now serving free lunch at Spearmint Rhino, North Dallas. That's right, free lunch. Join us at 10920 Pedal Street and enjoy the best in entertainment and hospitality. Want to know who's performing? Check out our live visual roll call at SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com. See the entertainers before you even arrive. Visit SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com now. Spearmint Rhino North Dallas, the sexiest place on earth.
Shop Best of Summer Fruits at Whole Foods Market. Get organic yellow peaches for $3.49 per pound with Prime through July 29th. Appreciate the divine flavors of fresh stone fruits at their peak. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Chia follow back here in Tolos. There's nothing I love more than supporting local family businesses, especially when they prioritize quality, and that's exactly what Greystone Roofing does. Keep in mind, the roofing business here in the DFW is a little bit like the Wild Wild West. It can be unpredictable, chaotic, and very risky. Nothing but storm chasers out here, door knocking, and then they're gone, never to be seen again. That's why you need to know who's on your roof, and you do when you use Greystone Roofing and Construction. You can visit greystone-roofing.com. That's great with an E, stone-roofing.com, and you'll see for yourself why homeowners across the area trust owners Josh and Alexis Vining. Fantastic people, high school sweethearts, power couple, been in business together right here in the DFW for almost 30 years, and they're certified in every possible way. They bring you the honesty, the integrity, and the highest level of quality in every project that they tackle, because that's what you deserve. It's always quality over quantity when it comes to Greystone. They're never cutting corners, just pure dedication, and you'll always have skilled experts treating your home like it's their own, paying attention to every detail. So whether you need repairs to fix a leak, or perhaps you need a full-on home glow-up to transform that property of yours, they're your one-stop shop for all things roofing. Head to greystone-roofing.com today. Schedule that inspection. And remember, with Josh and Alexis at Greystone Roofing, you get exceptional service and peace of mind that stands the test of time. It's greystone-roofing.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time now to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top. G-Bag the Base coming up in 7 minutes. LA Live in about 5:40 here on The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the On Time Experts, and it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's time for Brian Broaddus' 520 Camp Update, brought to you by Treeline by Hillwood, a stunning new master plan community in Justin, Texas. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Hillwood, huh?
Yeah, fancy.
Man, sounds like to me, I bet you they got some bass lakes out there at Hillwood, right?
I'll guarantee it.
What do we got? We got, it's kind of like a community, right? Is that what we're saying? Is that what you kind of, this is new to me. I appreciate these folk.
Master plan community out there in Justin. I guarantee you at least have some ponds, you know.
Got to have some ponds out there in Justin. So, yeah, thanks again to the folks for Hillwood for being a part of this one today.
I appreciate a good neighborhood pond. You know, we got a couple in Sunnyvale. It's just amazing to be able to fish 2 minutes from the house.
Let me ask you this real quick then. Are you able to do that? I know, Lucius, you go on ponds too, right? Do you ever jump fences and do all that?
Yeah, right in my backyard. Yeah, there's that golf course back there. They
is
bite
it Las
over there.
Colinas?
Yes,
yeah, the Las Colinas. Yeah,
boy.
Yeah. I tell you what. So, all right. Well, that's great then. So, thanks again to the folks from Hillwood. I'm sure they've got some great ponds for us to be a part of. That'd be fun. All right. You guys asked some really good questions. Is there anything else though that I didn't get to?
Of course, I was wondering about Tyler Guyton.
Yeah, I think with Tyler Guyton and stuff like that, they were playing him on the left side, of course, and that what they were doing when they're running the football was that the ball was going to that side, so they were trying to run this ball to the Guyton Smith Beebe side of things. And then it wasn't like, maybe it's a little bit more of like, do they feel like that they have a little bit more confidence as run blocker? Even though Steele, I feel like, is a good run blocker. I know, Zach, you kind of like Steele as a run blocker better maybe than a pass blocker. But that ball was going, the good plays they had were going to that left side, and they were getting that push and then that ability to cut the ball. So, that thing was starting to the Guyton side. And I didn't see anything. There was a couple of times where the guys like Fowler and Ezeraku and those guys were getting to the backfield or making rush. I didn't see it against Guyton. So that part of it was very encouraging when I was watching those plays.
Looked like there was an Ezeraku and Span Ford dust up a little bit.
Yeah, I did see that. Span Ford is one of these guys now. He is, of course, he's a big guy. And so he is going to try and bully you if he can. And Ezeraku was flying around today. Ezeraku and Fowler, those guys were at the edge rushers, were flying around to the ball. And I guarantee you what happened, Ezeraku got a little, or Spanford got a little probably PO'd at Ezeraku for going maybe a little too much, a little too aggressively to the ball there. But Spanford, I'll say this about Spanford. I had a lot of questions about him. One practice, Brian, one practice. But I was worried about Span Ford and that hand placement he just doesn't. I mean, it's kind of like you're watching. You're going out in the front yard and you're trying to teach somebody to catch the ball, and their hands are in like a terrible position. And you know the minute you throw the ball, it's going to hit them right in the face. So you're not really interested in throwing the ball. Span Ford at times had that where his hands were in terrible position. In some of the drills today, in the early part of practice, I'm like, all right, that's better. See, he fights the ball. Like, if the ball is not on him, he'll fight it a little bit. But today, that wasn't the case. But I can understand why Ezra Rocco got mad. I understand why Span Ford got mad. Because, like I say, Ezra Rocco was going, I mean, he was playing full tilt football today. And he really was. Good job by him.
I was curious, Broadus, if I love seeing Turpin in the backfield a little bit, of course, but any of the other receivers making some plays not named Pickens and Lamb?
No, I tell you the one that I mentioned earlier that they had a situation with our young corner with Carson, and that was Cropper, and on the play Carson is they're going to double move him, so they're going to fake it like they're going to run that slant, and then as Carson came forward, then they broke to the outside, and the ball was just too far there was separation there. So that would have been one of those moments in camp where it's like, long ball down the field, good catch, and all that. But that really wasn't the case. Tolbert, Tolbert's been he was much more noticeable in the drills than practice. The same thing too with I'll tell you what, this Jonathan Mingo, when you see him in person, big
boy.
He is a big guy. I was Brad Chan. We were sitting there, and I'm like, "Damn, Brad, that's a big guy." And it kind of reminds you that that you almost like with that number, that 81, he almost looks like a tight end. But the guy is not going to remind you of anybody that's super smooth running routes. But he does a pretty good job when it comes to they're running some outbreak and stuff, and watching him. I'm like, okay, let's see how his feet are. It wasn't like he looked like he was pulling an anchor. He was running the routes to where, and maybe it's because they're a little bit fresh right now as the practices wear on and stuff. Maybe it slows down a little bit. But I'll tell you what, that is a big body guy right there on the outside for your Dallas Cowboys.
Well, thank you, Brian. His camp updates every day at 3:40 and 5:20 here in the G-Bag Nation. We'll be joining Broadus on Monday. So a week from yesterday is our camp will stretch deep into August in Oxnard. And salute to our training camp sponsors, as always, On-Time Experts, Rhino Shield, and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup with Luchas. As a G-Bag.
Big dog. All right, G-Bag of the day. Look at that, 5:30. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is Lucius Alexander. If you see anything floating out there, you hear it on another station, I don't care what it may be. If it's good audio, you think we should be playing it. It could be bad audio, bro. It could be bad. But if you think we should be playing it, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. Lucious is how you spell Lucius. Haven't been so lucky lately, though, I'll tell you that. It's been a bad stretch of bad luck. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can find me there. Also, you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. All the handles in the bio. This is day 2 for this champion audio right here. San Antonio minor league baseball team, the Missions. They were giving away Missions-inspired David Robinson's jerseys, and people were lining up for hours to get these jerseys. Let's go to San Antonio's own KESN 5 News, and they found two of these fans. Let's see.
I'm good, man. You got the new jersey here?
Oh,
yeah. How long were you waiting in line for one of these jerseys?
And I was waiting about 220 packs of beer.
You finished 220 packs?
218 packs.
You guys were both did that work while waiting for one of these?
Yes, sir. David Robinson, the Admiral.
Yeah.
The Admiral.
The Admiral. Go Spurs.
Yeah.
You and this gentleman finished 2 18 packs waiting in line for the jersey. How are you guys still standing?
Well, we just keep drinking.
Keep it going.
We avoid hangovers, but we drink so that you get used to it.
All right. Well, that's now you guys. Hard work has paid off for you guys.
You know it.
You know it. Go get back to business, I guess, in there.
Good. Have a great day, gentlemen.
Enjoy. You too. All right.
Man, beer drinking will just make the time go, won't it? Like, everybody else is like, dude, I had to wait 3 hours for this Admiral jersey, but it was worth it. Those guys had the time of their lives.
Oh, yes. Legendary.
Yeah, the barbecue place down there in Austin, that's how you wait for your ribs.
Oh, man.
Yes,
Yeah.
Was it Franklin's, I believe?
Franklin's.
Yeah.
Franklin's, you pull up your chair and your cooler and get after it,
Yeah. All right, see what else we got here, boy. I got a whole lot on deck for y'all, man. Shoot, where do I go first? Let's go to this G-Bag combo pack. Get this out the way. Texas Ranger Rowdy Tellez?
Yeah, Tellez.
Tellez. Okay. All right, well, Dawson is a big fan of how large this man is. Pause. He was asking him a friendly question, Dawson was, but it kind of sounded like a little slight was in there. If
Like
you're
a fat
big guy.
joke?
Yeah, it was clearly.
So, and Lucius, you know more than anybody. Sometimes you can't tell if I'm being serious or if I'm being jokey, right?
Tell.
I was just trying to break the ice.
Oh, you broke some ice.
You're a big strapping son of a gun that hits bombs. I would be happy, to tell you, yes, I'm 6'4", 270.
And I've had about 4 brisket sandwiches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull this
I'm
ball over the
from
right
here.
field wall.
Yeah, I'm from here.
Here we go.
I'm doing good, guys. I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
Well, yeah, it is great to have you, and they say everything is bigger in Texas, so I guess you're fitting right in, huh? Is that the story?
Damn.
I guess so. I mean, I'm built more like an offensive lineman than a first baseman, but I guess it worked.
Now, seriously, though, how many brisket sandwiches are you in right now?
Wow.
Had yourself a brisket sando yet, Rowdy?
No, I live here, so I'm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's worse than I imagined.
Yeah, it was worse hearing it back. Yeah.
Everything is bigger in Texas.
It really was.
So I know your fat ass is fitting in. It's crazy.
Oh, no.
Everything is bigger in Texas.
How
So I
many
know you're
sandwiches
fitting
are
in.
you into?
Yeah.
I mean, I tried to turn down the volume in my headphones, but there was like a morbid curiosity that made me keep it up.
You got to.
Just loud enough for me to hear it.
You got to, bro. Man,
I don't think I asked another question for like 8 minutes. I mean, if you're looking at the webcam, I'm just like, crap, I'm horrible at my job. I need to go home.
By way of hello, man, that was a hell of an introduction.
Yeah, at the very jump, bro. Everything is bigger in Texas. So your fat ass is fitting in.
I didn't say that. Right? Like Big Tex. Like he's Big Tex.
Oh, I guess you're fitting right in, huh? Big boy.
He's in a tight squeeze.
How many brisket sandwiches you in now, huh? Fat ass.
I texted Rich Rice and I said, tell Rowdy my bad.
Oh,
haven't heard back from him.
Yeah. All right, I did say this is a combo situation. Eric called this dude Girthquake.
Yeah, I thought that was badass.
Didn't Hixie drop that on him or something?
Somebody dropped it.
I
was
heard
like,
it somewhere too.
Girthquake is one of the coolest nicknames ever.
I don't
this
think
dude's
it's so.
huge and he's from California.
Yeah.
It makes all the sense in the world.
He's saying that would be amazing.
It's-
On a call.
Yeah.
Be popular with the
It's the
ladies.
Girthquake.
Here he comes, Rowdy Tellez, the Girthquake.
All right, here we go.
Love to be a girthquake.
The Rowdy name is pretty amazing. I mean, how do you feel like that has influenced your personality or your playing style at all?
No, it's out of my whole life. So it's just one of those that I think growing up I was actually kind of the opposite. I was pretty quiet and calm, and I think as I've gotten older, it opened up and maybe, I guess you could say embraced it a little more of what the word actually means.
I love it. I also love, I've seen the other nickname float around. I don't know if you've heard it, the Girthquake.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one, so that's new to me, but that's kind of funny.
That's pretty badass, is it? Now you're from California and girthy as hell.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I like that one.
I love the honesty. I feel like with Rowdy, he's not just going to play along to try to make you happy.
Chop called
That's
him
for
the
sure.
Girthquake.
Oh, okay,
Choppy
that was
did.
Choppy.
Yeah, he just made that one up.
Never take a page out of Choppy's book.
Yeah, that's your first mistake.
That's on me.
No, you're going to need some penicillin first if you're going to grab it. Clean it off.
Maybe some dude wipes.
Yeah, some dude wipes on that joint. Let's go to the Yes Network. Michael K. calling his shot. He called it.
Isn't it probably managed games in Buffalo with all his time in the minors?
Yeah. So you're saying that Volpe's going to hit one to Buffalo right now?
That's a long drive, deep to left. Long drive, deep to left. Profar turns, looks, see it at Buffalo. It's a tie game.
It's pretty good.
Called it.
Nice job, Michael.
Yeah, that was amazing. That was really amazing.
I'm surprised he didn't ham it up more, though.
Yeah.
I think he was surprised.
He was surprised, too.
Yeah, I think he was shocked.
He's not a very good broadcaster.
Oh, don't do that. I like how he gets mad at the Yankees fans.
Oh, he's good in the studio. He's not good when it comes to play-by-play.
Damn.
Too sticky.
He's just
WWE-ish.
He's just be a radio host.
Whoa.
Wow.
What do you think they say about us?
They probably say these guys suck.
As we talk about hangage and stuff like that.
Zach has really been on one today, man. He came at Mickey earlier.
Yeah, I feel bad about that one. I'm sorry, man.
I was in here just setting my stuff up. I'm like, oh,
I shouldn't have done that. I thought he really did give a good interview today with K&C.
Well, every once in a while, just say something that makes sense. Jeez.
Well, he's usually just defending the team, and today
you finally got one there, Mick.
He had a good one.
God,
he had a good one.
Maybe he can get another one in before his retirement. That'd be amazing.
I got one more.
I
guess we got time. Whatever. Dawson sent me this one. Beyond the Policy Podcast, I believe is the name of this joint.
With our guy?
Covering everything Cowboys, has Dale Hansen on there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was a pretty good story.
I mean, wow. Yeah, there's a drinking story. Dale Hansen, Jerry Jones.
Oh, jeez.
So Jerry Jones and I and a couple other guys, I think Jim Reeves was there, Mickey Spagnola, a bunch of reporters. We're going from bar to bar to bar.
Mickey.
Well, now it's like 2 o'clock, and they're closing this bar we're in. And Jerry said, let's go down to 6th Street in Austin, where the bars stay open, but they don't, they can't serve, but the bars stay. I said, well, yeah, why not? I mean, I'm kind of keyed up. I said, well, I'll go, but we walked in.
Time out.
He almost said effed up, didn't he?
Yeah.
Kind of effed up.
He didn't know where to go. I'm still trying to figure out what keyed up means.
Right? I know what it meant for me.
I know what it means.
Johnny?
That was an expensive night if you were keyed up.
Got about $5 or $6 by the bar.
All right, Dale.
Where the bars stay open, but they don't, they can't serve, but the bars stay. I said, well, yeah, why not? I mean, I'm kind of keyed up. I said, we walk in. Jones said, I'm going to need drinks for all my guys. And the bartender, and I've used this line myself, and I love this line. Harry looks at the bartender and said, I'm going to need drinks for all my guys. And the bartender said, I'm very sorry, Mr. Jones, but, it's after 2 o'clock, and we can't sell alcohol. And Jerry looks at him without missing a beat and said, buddy, you either start serving my friends drinks or I'm going to buy the bar tomorrow and you're the first sumbitch I get rid of.
Yes, sir. Dale Hansen, it's complete. A Dale Hansen story is not complete unless he brags about how much money he has. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's a great story, though.
It is. It's classic.
Because he said, that's a line I use now myself.
Yeah. I'll buy this bar. No doubt about it.
I'm keyed up.
Is it our guys with the Admiral jerseys down there at the Missions game in San Antonio? Is it the G-Bag Combo Pack?
Ooh.
Is it Michael K? Or is it Dale Hansen and the Jerry Jones story on the podcast? Yeah, Dale all keyed up.
Jerry came in there like a cowboy. You better serve these people right now.
I'm buying it and firing your ass.
What's a bottle and 6 glasses?
Yeah, I wonder how big the tips got to be, to to not worry about getting fired or arrested by the Liquor Control Commission. But Jerry Jones is on the scene. I think he did the right thing. Is it the G-Bag Combo Pack, Michael K. or Dale Hansen? That's my vote for Dale, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, samesies.
Lucius?
Combo pack.
Yep. Brian?
Combo.
Volchuk?
I'll give Dale a vote.
Let's go.
Nice
Look at that.
Volchuk.
Fist pump, bro.
Gosh.
Don't leave me hanging.
What are we doing?
Fatty? What are you doing here, man?
What did you say?
I don't know.
What are you doing?
They're scared to win. They're scared to achieve.
By a score of 3-2. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Dale Hansen.
Oh, jeez.
He's done it. Congrats to Dale. What a legend. Is he out there? He's not out there. He's fully retired, isn't he?
No, he's fully retired. I vote that we make the combo platter a 5-timer.
Yeah, I got the numbers wrong on this.
What are you doing? doing, Wolchuk?
I thought it was already the combo platter, so I was just throwing a vote to Dale because it was a good one.
Thanks for listening.
I thought the combo platter had won.
Sadly true. Let's stay
Dawson
in the
knew
pit cup.
exactly what he was doing.
It's time for LA Live. No more evaluation. Here's Lucius.
Combo platter it is.
It's a Toxic Tuesday. Hold on.
All right, you squares.
Fire up this phone.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
R.I.P. to the great.
I want to have a word with this guy because he's complete and utter fruitcake, as we all know, and we love watching him on the TV. But let's see if we can. He's got a very big minder here at the moment. Pasquale, can you sort anything out for us here? We've got 6 or 7 million people trying to listen to what Ozzy's got to say. Ozzy, British TV, good to see you.
Good to see you here.
Sharon had some good news this week, I hear.
Yeah, I'm currently writing a musical about the life and times of Rasputin and Mad Monk, and we just got they're allowing it to go on Broadway.
All right, I'll try and think of a question for that answer. Did you bring the dogs with you?
No, they're all at home.
Excellent, thank you very much.
That is incredible.
Excellent reporting.
Lucius, is that Martin Brundle?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was doing the grid walk.
F1 grid walk. Martin Brundle. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
I like how he responded to Ozzy's answer.
I wish I could think of an answer.
I wish I had some answer for that.
Trying to listen to what Ozzy's got to say. Ozzy, British TV, good to see you.
Good to see you here.
Sharon had some good news this week, I hear.
Yeah, I'm currently writing a musical about the life and times of Rasputin and Mad Monk, and we just got they're allowing it to go on Broadway.
All right, I'll try and think of a question for that answer.
Oh my God. No follow-up.
Mark,
I heard the word Rasputin at some point on Broadway.
That's beautiful. Hey, this is LA Live for Tuesday, July 22nd, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here at LA Live. Welcome in Tolos. Welcome in first-time listeners. Welcome in last-time listeners. And shout out to Plano, Texas.
Plano.
Shout out to Plano, Texas. Yeah, I'm catching up. There's new real estate agents in the area.
Oh, yeah.
And they don't know the names of these cities.
That's hilarious.
And I seen one girl on Instagram showing a house in Plano, Texas.
That's awesome.
And she gave us all the stats about Plano.
Wow. It's a new community in Texas. You're going to love it. Plano. Welcome to Plano.
All right. Oh, man. Hey, LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. What are we going to do in here? You know, I'm going to put this on the fan text real quick because I am curious for answers. I talked about this yesterday. At the very end of LA Live, we were talking about the CEO and the HR lady getting busted on the big screen at the Coldplay concert.
Coldplay.
And we talked about Shannon Sharp, cashing girls out, retiring them. Yeah.
Settling.
So I asked a question right before I got off of here, and I want to do it before now. Top 5 places to take your sneaky link. I'm not saying go out there and go get you a sneaky link. You're going to get in trouble and lose your family and house and all this other stuff. You know what I mean? Sometimes you might lose your job. No matters what it is. Especially in the military, you get in trouble doing that. But who's stopping? Yeah, top 5 places to take your sneaky link. Send it to the fan text while we do this segment right here, boys. If you see any good ones, just shout them out, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's see here. What are we going to do?
Long John Silver's. Nobody's there. like an A&W. It's like it's just me and you again, honey.
Cowboy Oxnard practice.
Oh, damn.
How about a Sean and RJ remote?
There you go. There you go.
That's what I want to hear, baby. I like that. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. Ooh.
I used to put this one on at the end of the night and do a parody song called No More Beers. When the beers were out, it was after 2 a.m.
No more beers.
No more beers.
You hear it echoing throughout southeast Portland.
Hey. Oh, that right there.
Amazing.
That is hard, bro.
That is.
What is this? What song is this?
No More Tears.
No More Tears.
No More Tears.
I'm a fan now.
Hey, are you a fan of this? Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden, the ex-president's son, who has some of the most iconic photographs crashing out of all time on the internet.
Is all keyed out?
Keyed out.
With the Epstein files.
Balls out, bro. There's
balls out?
Oh, there's hangage.
Yeah. Google them joints.
There's hangage.
I don't know that I should.
Google them joints.
He was a sinner in the 80s.
Yeah, I woke up to this. It just blew me off.
What's a center in the 80s?
Hunter Biden wants to smoke. Hunter Biden did an interview with Andrew Callahan.
Oh, no.
Which is already crazy if you're familiar with Andrew Callahan.
Big Tom Callahan.
Andrew Callahan, if you Google him up, he kind of looks like if he'd be like Derek Holland's little brother.
Oh.
Yeah, like, he's got the Darren Holland
Yeah, he
vibe.
does.
Yeah,
he does.
Derek Holland-ish.
Yeah.
I say that respectfully. It looks Derek Holland-ish. Andrew Callahan, he